Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, and we are ready to kick off the Magnus Carlsen Invitational with the world champion himself, looking to bank his first tournament victory in the tour. So we're getting exciting, and it is a perfect opportunity for him in his own tournament. So welcome to the Magnus Carlsen Invitational. Sixteen players are ready to fight for the top spots in the fourth tournament in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. In the studio, as always, we have excellent chess expertise. Women's Grandmaster Jovanka Houska, Grandmaster David Howell.
That's
better get that right. Jovanka, it is the second major in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. How excited are you about this one?
I'm super excited. We have a stellar lineup here of 16 of the world's best, most adventurous players. You know what? I think it's going to be out of this world.
Yeah. And David, it's you have a little bit of a break since the last tournament. Now, what have you been up to enjoy Norwegian winter?
Yeah, as you know, Kai, I've been in Oslo now for a few months. I thought I would try and embrace the culture here. And that has started with a bit of ice bathing.
Yep.
I took a bit of a dip in the ice. It was cold, to say the least.
Yeah, so this is something Norwegians do in the winter, and basically many people around the world. You were challenged. David, getting ready.
That is me, if anyone was wondering.
Looking very good, Mr.
Without the
Howell.
glasses.
And, well, a lot of people like to do this, go ice dipping in the winter. You were challenged from someone in the Netherlands in the last tournament to go ice dipping, and you took the challenge, and we're going to see that later in the show today, specifically after round 3. We're going to see how it went when you went ice dipping, and you also did it, Jovanka.
Yeah, you know, I didn't want David to have all the fun, you know, so I joined in and also dipped in the cold waters. Oh, you know, David made it look very glamorous. What can I say?
Well, and we're not going to give away too much of how it went, but David, do you think it's something you could recommend for the players before a big tournament like this to cool their heads down?
Definitely. Actually, for a couple of weeks after I went in the ice, I felt reinvigorated. I just felt super fresh. And that first 10 seconds was torture. After that, it was definitely worth it. And yeah, if anyone's looking for a boost, why not try that?
All right. Well, who can keep their cool in the Magnus Carlsen Invitational? Let's take a look at the schedule for the second major in the tour. So we start off with 3 days of preliminaries. All 16 players face each other once, and then the top 8 will qualify for the knockout stage. And the time control, as always, is rapid chess. David, what does that mean?
Rapid chess, Kai, it means that the players only have 15 minutes on their clock for the entire game, gaining only 10 seconds after every move. This preliminary stage, it is 15 rounds, and the top 8 players will qualify for the quarterfinals.
All right. Well, Magnus Carlsen has struggled somewhat in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour so far. He lost the final to Wesley So in the first tournament, was knocked out in the quarterfinals of the second tournament, and in the third one, it was another roller coaster of both results and emotions for the world champion.
With a loss against Wesley So in the first game of the preliminaries, Magnus Carlsen got a horrible start to the Opera Euro Rapid. But the world champion proved his mental strength by getting out of his funk, winning the next 4 games in a row and eventually winning the preliminaries overall.
After losing the first game, I thought, this can happen, this is no problem, I'm just going to keep going. Obviously, the result is awesome.
But for one of the biggest favorites, Hikaru Nakamura, the preliminaries ended in frustration. He lost his final game and was knocked out of the tournament. 8 fantastic chess players did go through to the quarterfinals, with Magnus Carlsen on top of the table, and in that crucial 8th place, Daniil Dubov, meaning we would get a repetition of the quarterfinals in the Air Things Masters. Carlsen versus Dubov. In his trademark style, Dubov managed to create chaos on the board. Magnus navigated the dangers by finding an ingenious defense. Dubov didn't find the best response, and the game soon finished with a win for Magnus Carlsen.
This is only a job half done. I don't take anything for granted.
Magnus was in a great mood for day 2. But it seemed to get him out of focus as he lost game 2. The match had to be decided in tiebreaks and went all the way to Armageddon, which Magnus won. It was a day with a lot of emotion, and Magnus was not happy with himself.
That was a thoroughly disgusting performance on my part. But yeah, at least I'm through.
And in the semi-finals, Magnus Carlsen would face Maxime Vacher-Legrave, who knocked out Levon Aronian in the quarterfinals. The world champion was leading the match after day 1, but had yet another bad experience on the second day, and the match had to be decided in tiebreaks. Once again, Carlsen scraped through in the Armageddon and advanced to the final, where he would face Wesley So. The American knocked out Timur Rajabov in the semi-finals and headed into the final with an incredible score of 7 wins from his 13 games in the knockout stage.
Are you now the favorite to win the Opera Euro Rapid?
Definitely not. But again, it's better to just not be over-optimistic. But in any case, Magnus is the favorite in every tournament he plays.
He did, however, manage to surprise the world champion in the first game. But just when things looked good, Wesley made a rare blunder and lost the game. Trailing the match by a point, he had to win game 4 to save the day, and managed to pull off a clutch win. Day 2 started with a shock. Wesley easily won the first game after Magnus overambitiously sacrificed a piece for a vague attack. The world champion had to win game 4 to take the match to tiebreaks, but once again, Magnus struggled with his instincts. The game did end in a draw, and Wesley So was the winner of the final.
Yeah, it's big. It's totally unexpected. To beat Magnus in any match is a huge honor.
Obviously, losing is okay to Wesley. He clearly had the most convincing tournament.
With 2 tournament victories, Wesley So is in the lead overall in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. Timur Rajabov in 2nd and Magnus Carlsen in 3rd. But with 6 tournaments to go, including the Magnus Carlsen Invitational, anyone can still qualify for the tour final. And remember, this tournament is a major, and the winner will not only qualify for the tour final, but also take home $60,000 from the Magnus Carlsen Invitational. So it is obviously a lot about Magnus Carlsen in this tournament, but it's also a lot about space, because our partner for this one is one of the partners is the Breakthrough Initiative. Yes, it was founded, among others, by Stephen Hawking, and it's backed by Yuri Milner and Mark Zuckerberg. Some fantastic people. Now, the Breakthrough Initiative is all about investigating the big question: can we find life in outer space? It's a big question, David. Do you believe there's life in outer space?
I would like to believe, Kaya. Actually, growing up, my father used to play lots of David Bowie songs for me, and one of my favourites was Life on Mars and Space Oddity and all those. And yeah, I would love to play against an alien one day.
And to find life in outer space, if it's out there, it's going to maybe take people like chess players with big brains and the opportunity and the possibility to find a way to get out there and find it.
I love your thinking, Kaya. It has to be the chess players.
Yes.
We have the biggest brains. Well, I'm not quite sure. I think that there's
am sure.
fine minds in the world. But definitely, I think if an alien is going to make itself apparent, very visible to life here on Earth, I think definitely it has to be super advanced, because, of course, it has to travel. And that's not going to be so easy if you're on basic technology. So I do think if an alien were to challenge David, I think maybe the alien would be... Yeah.
Well, we're going to talk a lot about space throughout this tournament, but we're going to kick off the first question of the day. It's going to be about space, Jovanka.
It is going to be about space, and we are asking everyone, if you could only bring one person on a journey to outer space, who would it be and why? And you can tweet your answer using the hashtag #ChessChamps. And you can see there is a picture of an astronaut playing chess. He's, in fact, maybe he was even playing Sergei Karyakin, who in June of 2020 last year actually played against 2 cosmonauts in the space station.
Wow.
It is.
So I think we have a tweet of this.
We do have a tweet, and it's from Sergei, of course, who says, I already played an astronaut, so I have more practice than the others for chess in space.
Sergei Karyakin being one of the players fighting here in the Magnus Carlsen Invitational. We haven't seen him since the first tournament, David. What do you expect from Karyakin?
Yeah, Karyakin, he's a class act, and actually speed chess is one of his favourite stomping grounds. Karyakin, of course, maybe his most famous achievement was qualifying for that World Championship match with Magnus Carlsen in 2016. Ever since then, he's been a bit up and down, but he's still one of the best in the world, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him do well in this tournament.
Well, the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour is kind of a space tournament using the satellites in outer space, but we're going to head back down to Earth for now and head into the play zone. 16 players will feature in the Magnus Carlsen Invitational. They're sitting in their homes all over the world. Look at this. We have Hikaru Nakamura, as always, in the early morning in the USA, all the way over to Russia with Sergei Karyakin, as we mentioned. 7 o'clock in the evening for him. A lot of players will be playing in Europe. It will be evening for them when they start off. And Magnus Carlsen, as we see, 5 o'clock. It seemed like this was a good time for him, Yamanka.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like that was a great time. It also seemed to be a fantastic time for Wesley So, who, of course, has been very successful in 2 of the events. But I do happen to know that Rajapov isn't actually in Azerbaijan. Oh. He is in Moscow with Sergei Karyakin. Because yesterday it was Rajapov's 34th birthday, and Sergei Karyakin posted a picture on Instagram where the 2 were celebrating his birthday.
Well, we're going to actually take a look at who Timur Rajabu is going to face in the first round, because it's getting close, the first round in the preliminaries of the Magnus Carlsen Invitational. And Timur Rajabu, who turned 34 yesterday, is facing Anish Giri. And then we have newcomer Pichot. He's going to face, as we talked about, Karyakin. Wesley So, the winner of the last tournament, he's going to face Jan Nepomniachtchi. And then we have Levon Aronian against Mamdyarov. Daniil Dubov, he's going to play another newcomer, Nils Grandelius from Sweden. And then we have Hikaru Nakamura. He's going to look to get revenge after being knocked out of the preliminaries in the last one, facing David Anton. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, one of the big ones, he's going to face the young one, Alireza Firouzja. And then the game that we will focus on, Jordan van Foreest against the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. And Jordan van Foreest, he is new in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, but he has impressed so far this year. Let's get to know him better.
Jordan van Foreest is the man of the moment. The 21-year-old was relatively unknown outside the Netherlands, but at the recent Tata Steel VKC Wimbledon of chess, he shocked the favourites to win the title. Foreest's chess background is incredible. He comes from a multi-generational dynasty of chess players that spans 3 centuries. 2 of his siblings have been Dutch champions, plus his great-great-grandfather and his great-great-granduncle won 6 Dutch titles between them. Chess is in his blood.
Jordan van Foreest, David. He's quite new to me. He's a young Dutch player, but he impressed in the Tata Steel, winning the tournament overall. Who is this guy?
I mean, he's one of the rising stars of world chess. I was quite lucky, Kaya. Last year, my only over-the-board tournament in the whole of 2020 was alongside Van Foreest. We played in the Spanish League, and his enthusiasm for chess, it's just unrivaled. He lives, breathes and eats chess. I mean, it's his whole life. it's in the family as well. And yeah, he shocked the chess world in January, coming ahead of Magnus Carlsen, coming ahead of Fabiano Caruana. Maybe he can do it again. Who knows?
Yeah. What do you expect from him in the Meltwater or in the Magnus Carlsen Invitational, Jovanka? Do you think he stands a chance against Magnus Carlsen and the big ones here?
Yeah, I think it's kind of a very black or white scenario. I think he's going to do really, really well, or he's going to really struggle. Against Magnus, I suspect that he's going to take a very solid approach because it is his first game and you want to do well, and he has the white pieces against Magnus Carlsen. So I think it's going to see something very solid. But, you know, if things go his way, we could see a repeat of Tata Steel, because that was unbelievable. I can't stress that enough.
And here we go. The first round of the Magnus Carlsen Invitational has started. Magnus Carlsen looking so sharp there in the vest, David. And Van Forest made his first move.
Yep, Magnus looking super sharp, but meanwhile, Jordan has started with his king's pawn. Jordan playing with the white pieces. He's especially dangerous with white. His success in Vaikanze was based on many wins with the white pieces. And actually, these guys did face each other just in January over the board, and it was a draw. So Jordan, he definitely will feel that he can challenge the world champion at least. Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen maybe not realising the game has started.
This is not the point that you want to start spending your time, right?
Definitely not. You want to save those 15 minutes for later in the game. Magnus now, I mean, he's lost a minute on the clock. Is there some connection issue maybe? Does he just not realise that we've started? Let's see whether the world champion does wake up from that slumber.
Yeah. I'm really hesitant to kind of comment on people's outfits, but for a second I did think that Magnus was playing snooker.
Or maybe he's working in a very high-class restaurant.
I mean, yeah, no, but it's super nice to see the players suited and booted, ready for business. And
yeah, normally if you dress well, then you feel great as well, and you feel professional, and it makes you focus. Sometimes in the first games of a new tournament, it's hard to get that focus, to get that rhythm, and maybe that's what Magnus was trying to do. But meanwhile,
2 minutes now.
Yeah, and
what?
Something strange must be going on. Maybe the clock will be reset if there is a technical issue. We've seen that in past tournaments.
Yeah, I am getting confirmed here now that there is some technical stuff, and he will regain his time. So it's not dramatic for Magnus Carlsen yet. If it's not internet connection problems, then it could be a little bit dramatic. Okay, here we go.
Okay, there we go. And Magnus opens by playing the Sicilian defence, one of the most aggressive openings in chess. Normally, Magnus Carlsen, he only plays the Sicilian when he's in a fighting mood. This shows that he's happy to fight fire with fire. And Jordan van Foreest, who's so aggressive with the white pieces, Magnus is saying, OK, you can try something new. You can just obtain the centre if you want with white. But meanwhile, Jordan van Foreest doesn't go for what we call the open Sicilian, where play becomes a bit more forcing, a bit more dynamic. Instead, white develops his bishop, very natural move.
Yeah.
Just developing a piece, controlling the centre.
And quite an interesting choice. I mean, I've never seen Magnus actually play this particular variation in the Sicilian. We kind of call it the accelerated dragon.
Yeah.
So it's like, I just love how chess players always like to give the most glamorous of names to just basically what is a pawn structure. Yeah. And we're basically saying, this resembles a dragon. Use your imagination. And here, this is like the accelerated version. Perhaps it's in homage to his second, Peter Heine Nielsen, who is, well, he's written a book on this variation.
Peter Heine Nielsen is going to be a guest on our show today. So
perfect.
He likes all these little links, these connections. That must be why. He plays the London system every time he plays in England, or the English opening. So maybe he's playing the Sicilian Dragon because his coach has been studying it with him. And meanwhile, after a bit of a long think there, we see Magnus Carlsen bring his bishop, the dark-squared bishop, out onto the long diagonal. That's why we call it the dragon. When black puts his bishop, that dark-squared bishop, on the longest diagonal, we also call that a fianchetto. OK, and Jordan van Foreest pushes a pawn, getting ready to expand in the centre with his pawns. Very classical play here from van Foreest. And Jovanka, you mentioned the last time Magnus Carlsen played this opening, this accelerated dragon of black. Just off the top of my head, I remember him having a bit of a nightmare with it in 2014 as black against Fabiano Caruana. That was a different variation of the accelerated dragon, but it does mean that Magnus Carlsen, he has played it before, but maybe not with too much success. That game, he was completely lost. I think he managed to save a draw in the end. OK, Magnus not off to the quickest of starts. We saw that kind of technical issue, but now he has actually been thinking for over a minute at this early stage, and Van Foreest frowning. You can see he's surprised. Magnus normally quite quick, especially in the opening stage. He's just trying to maybe get Van Foreest out of his opening research, to get him onto new territory and try to hope that the youngster gets a bit nervous.
Yeah, this is kind of a good technique that I've actually seen many strong grandmasters do to lower-rated players. They deliberately take them into something that they've never really played before. It's a little bit unexpected, a little bit off the beaten track, and then they try to beat them with experience. And we did see, just like you said in Tata Steel, that Jordan, he was so strong with the white pieces and he was so booked up. You know, he came to the table with all loads of whole new opening variations. And I'm excited to see how this is going to play out, because for me, this is a little bit risky, that what Magnus has done, because he's given Jordan something that I absolutely love to have when I have the white pieces, and that is to pawn a center in the middle of the board. I love playing with that because I just control more space. It just means more freedom to do what I like with the pieces.
Yeah, I completely agree. I love this type of position with white usually. If we bring up the analysis board, we can see why white is maybe supposed to have an advantage in this type of position. It is purely because of these pawns. If you occupy the center with your pawns, it normally means you have a freer game for the rest of your pieces. You control more space, you have more room to maneuver behind these pawns. The issue maybe for white is that if he just plays on autopilot, if, for example, he just wants to continue and castle his king, then there might be some tactics in the position. Magnus Carlsen might unleash a really nice idea here, and this is a typical idea in the opening stage. He might sacrifice his knight, playing knight takes pawn, and after knight takes knight, we could see a fork at this early stage in the game. Black has sacrificed a piece, but he will win it back next move because his pawn attacks these two pieces. So at this early stage, this is what we are seeing Jordan Van Foreest. OK, he did retreat his bishop out of that potential attack, but if Jordan Van Foreest can maintain these pawns, white is doing great. If Magnus can somehow undermine these pawns later, then black will have a great position. Black is the first one to get his king to safety, so he's slightly ahead in development here.
So is that what we're expecting from Jordan now then, to get his king, a kingside castle then?
Yes,
yeah. That
will be Jordan's next move if he has time for it. But Magnus will be trying to maybe annoy white to create a threat before the white king can dart off into safety.
Yeah. And I think what we're going to see is that Magnus is actually going to, at some stage, I think within the next few moves, going to start to challenge the white pawn center, because if white's just allowed to keep those two pawns sitting very nicely there, then Jordan will have all the play. He will be able to connect the rooks together, the bishops will come out to a nice square, and he doesn't actually need to do anything. He can actually sit on the space and just keep asking black, what are you going to do? Are you eventually going to challenge me in the center? And this is why I think that we're going to see Magnus make some sharp moves in the center. He can't let Jordan just get away with having such a beautiful pawns.
Yeah, so those pawns, not only do they occupy that space, but also they will slowly suffocate the black pieces. As long as all of the pieces, the minor pieces, and so the knights, bishops, rooks, queens, as long as those stay on the board, if you have less space, there's just not enough squares for those pieces. And Jordan Van Foreest, actually, that last move is very instructive. Instead of rushing again with castling his king, Van Foreest just pushes a pawn. That pawn stops the black light squared bishop from coming out to a really nasty square to create a pin. So Jordan Van Foreest, at the moment, he's kind of playing the waiting game. He's stopping all of Magnus's plans before he continues with his own.
Yeah, no, I love that little pawn move. It is a kind of a luxury move. But like David, you mentioned, I mean, I have a kind of little word for it. I kind of say you protect the defenders. And if any defender of that centre, you need to overprotect them. You need to make sure that those pieces cannot get swapped off. And you want to maintain everything together. So it's such a tense battle so far. And do you think Magnus will do the same kind of thing? Will he carry on waiting? Oh,
no waiting for Magnus Carlsen.
Well, that is a bold move if we ever saw one.
Yeah.
So that is the kind of uncompromising chess that we do like to see. He's asking Jordan, have a pawn, but if you grab it, I will take your center pawn.
Yeah, that is aggressive play by Magnus Carlsen. He's temporarily sacrificing a pawn, an unexpected move there. He's left this pawn with his last pawn push. He's left it en prise, so this pawn can be captured. White can play knight takes pawn. It looks like a free pawn, but suddenly this white knight has been distracted away from the defence of a central pawn. So black will simply capture a more important pawn, a central pawn. There's still some tricks in the position. It looks like white can suddenly jump forward with a fork, a double attack, attacking these two knights with the bishop. But suddenly black, we see why having a lead in piece development is so important. Black will jump out with his queen, giving check. Suddenly the white king under attack from the queen, and this knight is under attack. So this would turn out very, very well for black. That is why, in the current position, Jordan van Foreest decided, OK, Magnus, he wasn't bluffing. I'm not going to capture this pawn. Jordan just castling his king. And we will see, I think, Magnus Carlsen continue to push forward with this pawn. He's going to try and undermine this knight in order to start fighting against the centre. Yeah, I mean, great play by Magnus Carlsen with that pawn push. It looks like it will pay off. Jordan, meanwhile, under pressure now. But if he can hold that pawn centre together, he will still be feeling confident.
The 21-year-old from Holland who got just a fantastic start to this year, winning the Tata Steel. He wasn't even mentioned as a favorite in that tournament with Magnus Carlsen, with Anish Giri, with huge players, and he won the whole thing. And here he is fighting it out with the world champion. We have some moves, David.
Yep, that's right. So we've actually seen a knight trade in the middle of the board there. So Jordan, with his knight that was attacked, he did jump forward. I'm slightly surprised by that. We did mention having the central space. Usually you want to keep pieces on the board. When you have pawns in the centre, you want to kind of suffocate your opponent. You want to make sure that with their lack of space, they just can't manoeuvre their pieces. And maybe by exchanging those knights, Jordan van Foreest, he's kind of freed up Magnus's position slightly. He's made it a bit easier for Magnus to kind of find a plan. Black's knight now under attack from the bishop, but he will simply defend it with either his queen or his own bishop. And it looks like the game is quite balanced. Yeah, Jordan, I mean, you mentioned Kaya in Vaikanze in the Tata Steel Masters. He was the 11th seed out of 14 players, and he won it in great style. And here he's also one of the lower seeds in this tournament, but I wouldn't bet against him.
Yeah, definitely not. He's definitely looking focused, and
obviously when he went into the Tata Steel, it was a long time since he's played an over-the-board tournament, maybe like a big tournament at all. So maybe he spent this year during the COVID to just practice a lot and play a lot of online chess, basically. So maybe we're even going to see it in this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's super enthusiastic about chess, as David mentioned. I also know that he's worked very much with Anish Giri as part of his team to help Anish with the candidates. So, you know, chess is in his family, it's in his blood. And you can just see him, how he is so motivated. And one of the quite funny things here is that Magnus in this tournament extended 4 personal invitations, and Jordan van Foreest was one of them.
Yep.
And yeah. But we do actually have a tweet from Sahil1 who approves of our theme. He says, chess, space, aliens. That's what I like. And so we're going to try and keep those space puns coming, aren't we, David?
Yep. We will try.
And we also have a tweet from Jagriti Singh, who says, hearing Jordan van Foreest's rich chess heritage, I feel rather dull about my family now.
It's never too late to start, though. Maybe
exactly.
You can start chess tradition in your family, and in 3-4 generations, you'll be matching the van Foreests.
Exactly. No, I mean, it's quite impressive. It was his great uncle. I know his sister plays. His older brother, his younger brother, I mean, is a chess grandmaster. And I think his other siblings are not into chess, but they're super talented as well. So yeah.
His great-great-grandfather and great-great-uncle, they, I think in the 1880s, 1890s, they won the Dutch championship several times between them.
Whoa.
Very impressive stuff. And yeah, his younger brother, Dutch champion, grandmaster. His younger sister, one of the strongest girls under 14 in the world. Yeah, talented family.
Yes, in the DNA.
Do you come from a chess family, David?
I don't. My dad knew how to play the moves. Well, he knew how to move the pieces, and he taught me, but he never really played himself. And my mum learned at the same time as me. My sister played one tournament, she lost all her games and refused to ever play again. So,
Yeah.
how about you? You're from
Yeah, I actually come from a chess family.
Oh, do you?
My father played chess, and he learned the game from his father, who also learned the game from. So it was like something that they always did. But in fact, I do know that my father's family, they prefer drafts. They thought chess was a bit simple. but you know, my brother also plays, and he's an international master. So
Wow.
yeah.
Well, good genes on Joanka as well then. And I know Magnus, we're going to focus a lot on him this tournament, of course, being the Magnus Carlsen Invitational. His father also was very much into chess, and it was him who taught Magnus the game. And it was Magnus's big sister who sort of made him go for the Grandmaster title. His first goal in life was to beat his sister in chess. And when he did that, we know how it went. He went all up for Magnus after that.
best player on this planet, at least. Magnus Carlsen.
Ooh, but maybe not in the universe. All right, we do have some moves.
We do have some moves, and we do see a lot of tension right now, and maybe a critical moment, the first critical moment for Jordan van Foreest. He has a big decision ahead of him. He does retreat his bishop from the centre of the board. He didn't want to make that move. He would have loved to play bishop takes knight. Maybe if we bring up the analysis board, Jordan van Foreest forced to retreat because his bishop was under attack in the centre, and if he had captured that black knight, the black bishop would have become too strong. So, OK, Jordan van Foreest, he's taken a step back with his bishop. In this position, if he had gotten ambitious and captured this knight, we would have seen black's bishop take, and no matter which pawn white captures here, there is a problem. For example, bishop takes pawn now in the centre, and as soon as white's central pawns start dropping, as soon as they start falling off the board, black's bishops will start taking over the game. Bishop's just phenomenal in these open positions. That is why Jordan van Foreest decided to retreat with his bishop. But now suddenly, look at this white queen. It's a bit boxed in. It doesn't have too many safe squares to go to. If Magnus Carlsen can somehow trap this queen, attack it, then it might be bad news for Jordan van Foreest. This queen looks like it's off on another planet right now. It's off in Jupiter somewhere, just ready to get trapped. So, bit of an issue there for van Foreest. If he can keep that queen alive, he's still in the game.
All right, it's getting tense then, this game.
It's getting tense.
Yeah, we do see one game has finished, the game between Timur Rajabo and Anish Giri, ended in a draw. But all the other games in the first round in the preliminaries of Magnus Carlsen Invitational is still going on.
Yeah.
And this one, probably one of the more exciting ones.
I think we've chosen well.
Yeah,
we've chosen well to focus on this.
Definitely. Sure. I mean, Magnus will want to win. They did play each other in Tata Steel, and in that game, Magnus was actually winning, but then Jordan van Foreest managed to find some resources, and the game ended in a draw. And as we know, Magnus is a man that remembers, and he certainly will be wanting to establish some kind of dominance. He wants to say, I am the world champion, and this is the reason why you should respect me. And he hasn't won a tournament, and this is so unusual for Magnus Carlsen. And now he has a chance in his very own event to do something.
Yeah, ever since he turned 30, he hasn't won a tournament, so he needs to bounce back. And, I mean, maybe he'll be inspired by van Foreest's just youthful energy. Magnus, he normally plays his best when he's actually facing someone who's also super aggressive and enthusiastic and energetic, and it tends to inspire him. Meanwhile, though, Magnus has been thinking for a long time in this game.
Yeah, time deficit, isn't it?
Yeah, Van Foreest playing relatively quickly, which is a good thing. It shows he's not too nervous, Van Foreest. He's still got 11 minutes, but Magnus now down to 7.5.
I have to ask the question, when you're playing someone much younger than you, do you feel excited, or do you kind of have the sense of dread that, oh no, you could lose?
I hate these kids. They're too good. They're too strong. They're too... Actually, I've played a few online tournaments recently, and every time in the last round, I play someone in their teens, and every time... It's not gone too well.
You've won some tournaments, though, David.
I have won some tournaments, Kaya. I have done quite well. But, yeah, the last couple of ones I've played, I've lost in the last rounds to teenagers. So, Jordan van Foreest, of course, not a teenager. He's 21, I think. But, there's something about his play, though, that positivity, that optimism, that you definitely maybe lose as you get a bit older. He still thinks he's always doing great in every position. That's why he's so resourceful. He always finds these things that maybe older players, more experienced players just take for granted. So Jordan van Foreest, definitely, I think, approaching his peak years.
I have to say, David, every time you win a tournament now, because you've done so good in online rapid chess ever since this tour started.
Yeah.
I mean, before that as well, but lately, wow. So I get really nervous whenever you win the tournaments that you're now going to like stop doing the commentary and just start joining the tour instead playing.
You can't get rid of me that easily, Kaya.
I hope not.
It's our training, Kaya.
Yeah.
We're giving him confidence.
Exactly. And actually, I think just having such a kind of close-up view to these world-class players, it definitely helps. And it's no coincidence that my best results have come in time controls that are exactly the same as this tournament. For example, the Hastings event that Jovanka was commentating on.
But you did also mention, David, being in Oslo now, being in Norway, you have met up with Magnus a few times because obviously he's also in Oslo. And since the last tournament and before this one, how have you sort of seen his mood and energy and sort of expectations for this tournament?
Yeah, I actually saw him just on Wednesday, Kaya. We had a few drinks. We were watching some football, and he was more relaxed than I've ever seen him, probably, Magnus Carlsen. And he did mention that his goal in this tournament was to just play a bit better than he has been playing. He didn't have any huge expectations of winning the tournament. He just wanted to feel like he was playing well. Because I think the last few tournaments, although he did get to the final of 2 events in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, he was blundering here and there. He was making mistakes that are quite uncharacteristic. And I think if he gets to the knockouts and at least gives a good account of himself, he will be happy. It's good to see him relax, though, because I think in the past he was playing a bit too much. Maybe he was feeling a bit jaded. But now it's World Championship year. It's a World Championship in November. He's slowly building up towards that. And maybe that'll take the pressure off the fact that he's maybe got a bigger event to focus on at the end of the year. And maybe being more relaxed will help him in this event.
Yeah, certainly. I know for instance, for myself, that when I'm thinking about the bigger picture, I'm thinking about how many tournaments I could win, I do terribly. But if I kind of just take it one step in advance, step by step, and just kind of go, well, I'm going to focus on playing well, and then you can kind of relax and just enjoy the game, and then you just take it game by game and enjoy yourself.
It's like that. It's like that in golf as well. That's the sport I play. Golf. I'm not too good in chess, but it's when you play around and your goal is always to lower your handicap, right? And when I see that, wow, I'm doing good, if I only score this on the next hole, then I will lower my handicap. And then obviously I will just completely just balls in the bunkers and water.
Things.
Yeah, exactly. So they always say one stroke at a time, one game at a time, even maybe one move at a time.
No, I've learned something new about you, Kaya.
Yeah,
I didn't know you play golf.
Yeah, that's my sport.
And the birdie is good, right?
Yes, a birdie is good, and eagle is even better.
Okay.
And hole-in-one, never had a hole-in-one.
Yet.
Still, yeah, exactly. That's my goal for this summer.
But is that by accident? Is that something that happens through skill, or is it just
For me, it would
be
by accident, yes. Yes. But when you see the top players doing hole-in-ones, well, then it's not by accident. All right, and Magnus Carlsen is smiling. He's relaxed, but maybe too relaxed. Wow, he spent 7 minutes on this move.
Kaya, I mean, I'm shocked. I think maybe Magnus Carlsen, are we seeing those disconnection problems, those internet problems that we saw at the beginning of the game when Magnus hadn't realised or just hadn't been able to connect to the server?
Wouldn't we have seen a reaction on him, though, if that was the case?
Surely.
No, he looks like he's zoned out.
I mean, 7 minutes is too long for any move in rapid chess.
Yeah.
Even if it's the most critical moment of the game, you can't afford a 7-minute think.
Okay, there he comes.
Okay, but he's got his time back. Is that right? Magnus Carlsen getting back that time. Okay, it must have been a disconnection there. We do, at these early stages of any tournament online, I think we do have some technical issues. And Magnus Carlsen, he must have just suffered from that. So he was given his time back.
Okay.
Because I was going to say, the position, it's sharp, it's tense, but it's not worthy of a 7-minute think.
Yeah.
And, meanwhile, both players were probably thinking in that time of the technical issues, and they both played a couple of moves very quickly. So Magnus Carlsen put his knight on the edge of the board, but it is maybe aiming to trap the white queen. And meanwhile, Jordan van Foreest retreating his own knight, black countering in the centre. So we're finally seeing Magnus Carlsen challenge white's strong central pawns. And Jordan van Foreest has a big decision to make. Do you block up the centre? Do you open things up? What would you be tempted to do here, Jovanka? How do you deal with that central tension?
I would be tempted because I really do love closing the position down. The only thing that worries me is this queen that, as you mentioned, is off there on planet Jupiter and is liable to get trapped because she doesn't have too many squares. And so I'm just trying to calculate that if I were to advance with the pawn in the center, which is my optimal move, that in fact this queen is gonna find there's no way out.
Yeah, there's a big problem. So this pawn push is ideal for white because not only do you block up this bishop, you block black's bishop here, but you suddenly see black's other bishop blocked in by its own pawn. So you've blocked both of black's bishops. But I think you're right, Jovanka. If black plays maybe a move such as queen here, defending this pawn, suddenly white's queen is completely trapped. There's no squares to get out to, and black has a huge, huge threat right now. The bishop will step forward, attacking this queen, maybe even winning this queen. White would have to, I think, push a pawn forward to try and create an escape square for it. But this would be very, very shaky stuff. I think white would maybe be in trouble here because his queen is so bad. And that's why Van Foreest, he decided, OK, I don't have time to push that pawn in the centre. He's brought his rook across, challenging black's rook here. And meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen has to decide, does he get greedy? Does he try and snack on a pawn in the centre? Whoops. Or does he, again, bring his queen out with the same idea of trapping white's queen? Another key moment. And Magnus Carlsen, he's the one starting to create the threats. He's still roughly in the balance. I don't think there's any way to win white's queen yet, but Jordan Van Foreest, he is the one dealing with that issue. Maybe he'll start regretting the fact that he put his queen out there a bit earlier on.
Yeah, no, I am totally. I mean, as black, I would be tempted to go for the bigger fish and try to trap the queen, because winning your opponent's queen is kind of like like the holy grail, isn't it? You know, exactly. We have checkmate, and then you have winning your opponent's queen, and then I think
winning a queen's more satisfying than checkmate sometimes.
Exactly, and okay, so can you play very concretely and just kind of go right, trap the queen? Mm-hmm. By any means possible.
Yeah, I think we might even see that on the board. Will we see Magnus bring his own queen out now, creating a big threat? It will become very dynamic. Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen, I think he's got 3 possible moves that he's considering. In chess, we tend to call these candidate moves, when you've got 3 moves in your brain and then you just need to calculate all of them. Because if you just trust your instinct a bit too much, or if you rely purely on instinct, you could end up missing something even stronger. So Magnus now, he's calculating 3 things. He's calculating the black rook taking the white rook. He's also calculating black's pawn in the centre, taking white's pawn. And he's also, as we mentioned, thinking about black's queen coming out and then trying to trap the white queen. So 3 very logical moves here from Magnus Carlsen, I think. Yeah, it's hard to choose between them, to be honest. That's why Magnus Carlsen is spending a couple of minutes. I was going to say, this type of position, it's worth spending 2 or 3 minutes when there's lots of captures and lots of forcing moves available. But in the earlier position, we were shocked at the potential when we thought Magnus had spent 7 minutes because there weren't any immediate things going on.
Yeah, and I actually now have the answer to what happened. It was actually Jordan who was disconnected. And Magnus was just told to wait for him to reconnect, and he would get his time back. Okay. So that must be a stressful start for a newcomer to the tour against the world champion in the Magnus Carlsen Invitational, and then you're disconnected for 7 minutes. But he seems to keep his calm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that is certainly not the ideal start, because you start to get flustered with and frustrated with technology. So you certainly do not want that. But, you know, look at him. He still looks ultra focused. I mean, there's a lot of decisions to be made. It's a very, very tense, very critical position. But both sides look like they are eager to get going. I personally prefer to be black. I feel that black has all the choice. And David mentioned those 3 candidate moves. They're very pleasant moves. And the position is about to get opened up. I suspect, actually, now that David has dampened my enthusiasm for trapping the queen, that maybe that he'll play something like pawn takes pawn and try to play on construct very concrete things, such as these 2 white pawns in the centre. If black trades one of them, the other one will be all by itself, and that is a weakness. It will be completely isolated, and those pawns cannot be defended so easily.
Yeah, if black captures this pawn in the centre, then we will see white have an isolated pawn. So not only is white currently a pawn down, but he has to deal with this long-term weakness in the centre. And yes, maybe Jordan Van Foreest, for example, after a rook trade, yes, he can win a pawn back, But long term, this pawn is going to be a huge weakness. We can see black already just drop his knight back with a double attack, attacking the queen, and also next move going to win this pawn. This central pawn now attacked 3 times. So all of these variations are so tempting for Magnus Carlsen, as well as pawn takes pawn. We mentioned the other 2 moves he can think about are rook takes rook first, and then pawn takes pawn. So he's comparing the differences there. But maybe Magnus, being super ambitious, he wants to trap the opponent's queen.
Well, he's gone for another capture, actually, that one that we forgot about.
The one we forgot about.
You do say that you make the list in your head and then you kind of very methodically so that you don't lose anything. And there you can see he's captured the bishop, and we've seen a trade happen there. And we do have a tweet from Line in the Sand who says, people are saying Magnus is the GOAT. What does the GOAT mean? And it's actually, in fact, a question that I had to ask myself last year, and I had to go into Google and find out. So, David, perhaps you can tell us.
GOAT, it's very simple. It's an acronym. It just means greatest of all time.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you do have any questions, you just want to join in the fun, please tweet us using the hashtag #ChessChamps, and we'll feature them on the show, or we'll even discuss them in the studio. So, yeah, get tweeting.
And you often see, like, when people tweet about GOAT, they will just use the emoji of a goat, like, for example, behind Magnus Carlsen's name, or if they mean he's the greatest of all time. An ongoing discussion there. If it is Magnus, is it Bobby Fischer? Is it Kasparov? Yeah.
Yeah, there was recently a video series on Chess24 where they were discussing the 50 greatest players of all time, and Magnus only came second behind Garry Kasparov. So debatable there. I think Bobby Fischer came third. So I think those 3 are the kind of acknowledged as being maybe the 3 greatest. But Magnus Carlsen, he's still playing, though.
Yeah.
So in future years, I'm sure he will be considered the greatest of all time. He's really helped revolutionise chess with these tournaments, for example, the Magnus Invitational. I mean, he's brought chess to a huge new audience, and that in itself, as well as his playing successes.
Well, just going back to the board, David, we can see there's been some massive turn of developments because black has the bishop pair. But, you know, the white rook and the white queen are lined up in the 7th heaven. This is the row. Every row is given a number, and this is the 7th row, and we call this one 7th heaven. And this is like the dream line for a white rook to be. And it's looking very scary. But, OK, after Magnus's move, has that pressure been neutralised?
Yep, he's trying to get rid of this queen. If black can somehow exchange off this queen and this rook, then black should be winning. Because if you look at these bishops, they will dominate the board. And white also has these doubled pawns, which will become weak in an endgame later. Remember, also, Magnus Carlsen, an endgame genius. If he can get these queens off the board, he will be feeling very, very confident. The pressure along this line will have been released. So Magnus Carlsen, I like his last move. Jordan van Foreest probably should keep the queens on. Personally here, I would retreat with my queen to either this square or maybe the whole way back, eyeing up this pawn and maintaining a very strong rook. It's still, I mean, anyone's game here, but I think Jordan van Foreest, he has to keep the queens on. Don't get tempted to trade these queens and give Magnus what he wants.
Yeah, and we actually saw that Magnus himself is like this huge endgame maestro. Do not play into your opponent's strengths. That's a bad idea. So I agree with you. Keep the queens on, you know, especially because the queen is in such a nice position. She's in the black side of the board, the top half. Well, he hasn't taken our advice, Jordan. He has gone into an endgame, and I don't know, I think this is a bad call.
Whoa.
Yeah, and we see that...
the bar is waking up for the first time.
Yeah, so the bar just above the players, we see it's zoomed over to black side, so it gives black and Magnus Carlsen a +1 advantage. That means that the computer thinks black is essentially a pawn up. And you saw the speed there after Jordan made his move. Magnus immediately took those queens off the board. He didn't even hesitate. Magnus, we know him very well. He knows his own style, his own strengths. As soon as the queens are off, he's happy. He knows he won't get checkmated. And actually, that's how Magnus has lost so many games in this tour, often when his opponent's attacking him. And that never happens with the queens off the board. So.
Yeah, no, I'm super worried here, David, because, you know, that the black pawn that has just moved 2 squares forward is threatened to move 1 more square forward. And the goal in endgames is to basically promote your pawn or to win your opponent's pawn. And not only that, Magnus has the perfect weapons in his arsenal. He has the bishop pair, and we've kind of said it time and time again, never ever underestimate the power of the bishop pair. They can move across the whole board, and that is why Jordan has moved his knight in the center. You know, the knight is a great piece. Is it enough to offset this?
I don't think it's enough. I think Magnus has a very simple plan here. He can just push forward, attacking this bishop, kicking the bishop back. It's time to continue pushing forward. Look at these pawns. They're already starting to really enter White's half. And no matter what White does here, even if he can grab a pawn on this other side, Black's rook now will get active. And once the rook comes into the game, starting to attack White from behind, then I think it's all about Magnus and his bishops. And, OK, he's going for this. He does push his pawn forward, attacking this bishop right now. We will see what he decides to do here. I wouldn't get tempted to take this knight. This white knight looks pretty, but it's doing nothing. So keep the bishops on the board. Black should keep the bishop as a pair and just push forward with his pawns.
Yeah, so just play around that white knight. It's not doing anything, and just keep advancing those pawns. I mean, it's kind of difficult. It's kind of the instinct is actually to capture, and there.
You're right, Ivanka. He does take it.
Well. Well, this is the thing what they say about chess. You know, we are not in the heat of the action, and so therefore we can actually make very calm and very considered choices and be just completely objective. Meanwhile, that knight did look scary. So I mean, it is understandable that Magnus just wants it off the board.
Yeah, I think it's human nature as well. When you're getting short of time here, and for example, Magnus Carlsen, as we see above his camera, he's under 5 minutes on the clock now. But when you get short of time as a human, you think, OK, I just want clarity. I want to simplify things. I don't want any tension. And that's why Magnus Carlsen captured that knight. But the reason I wasn't so keen is because actually he could have captured that knight any time. Why not keep your opponent guessing for the next 10 moves? In 10 moves' time, then you can take this knight. There was no rush. There was no immediate gain to capturing that knight immediately. And there we see Magnus does push his pawn, but maybe doing it one move earlier was even stronger. Magnus is still in charge, don't get me wrong. Black still has the advantage because his pawns are so advanced. But with opposite colour bishops on the board, Black's bishop on light squares, White's bishop on dark squares, suddenly the drawing margins have increased. So if Jordan van Foreest now can exchange the rooks from the board, it should be a draw. Opposite colour bishops means that White will be able to form a blockade. So it is now a battle of whether Magnus Carlsen can keep the rooks on the board and continue pushing the black pawns. Jordan, he's going to try and trade the rooks. That's his only way to save the game, I think.
Meanwhile, we do see on the bottom of the screen all the other games. I can see that it seems to be a lot of drama in the game against Levon Aronian and Shakhriyar Mamdiaro. The bar is just going from one side to the other all the time. And 3 games have ended in draws, as we see in the bottom of the screen here. But this one, the one that we're following, is still fighting chess. But you're saying, David, probably a draw, but anything can still happen?
Yeah, the good thing for Magnus is that he's playing for 2 results, so there's no risk in his position. Barring a miracle, Magnus shouldn't lose this game. So he's fighting for the win, but there are great drawing chances for Van Foreest. So I would, if I were a betting man, I'd say probably a draw, but some chances for Black.
Yeah.
Black is the only one who could win.
Yeah, and I kind of would say, the same, but there is something that does bother me about the White position, and that is Black has a passed pawn right in the center, and that can become a queen, you know, and it's 3 squares away from queening, and that does worry me. But okay, there you can see that the White bishop has retreated 1 square and is keeping a careful eye on that open line and also that pawn. So I suspect now with that move that the position will perhaps fade away into a draw.
Yeah, so White's last move, I think, was a key move, blocking this black rook, which wanted to penetrate into White's position. It wanted to start checking the White king. So this move, I think, was the key from Van Foreest, blocking things up. Meanwhile, Magnus lost a bit of time, taking a pawn. As you mentioned, Ivanka, this pawn, if it can run through, then Black will win the game. But it's still very difficult. This square just covered by a bishop. Yeah. And also, as soon as it starts to run and push forward, White's king will just step across and prevent it from promoting and making a new queen. So it's still going to be very, very difficult for Magnus Carlsen to win this game.
Yeah. Well, you can have fun trying, right?
You can have fun trying.
Yeah, but the thing is, the pawn does need assistance, so I do need to get the black rook. You know, I need to move it 1 square. That's exactly what I was thinking, David. I want to get the rook there, and then if the White hasn't played in the most accurate way and is forced to kind of sidestep with the king, then Then there is possibilities of this pawn causing a lot of damage.
Yeah, if you get your rook into the game, suddenly it will support the pawn pushing forward. The rook from here will cover the promotion square of the pawn. So a bit of a long journey there. It might just take too long. But that is Magnus Carlsen's plan, to activate his rook. Can Van Foreest get the rooks off the board before that moment? I would be tempted to maybe start hitting this black bishop. I would also be trying somehow to maybe reroute this rook. Yes, it's very nice at the moment, cutting off the black king, but it's actually kind of hitting thin air. It's got no real targets. Another idea could be maybe just to try and trade off some pawns. That's why Jordan Van Foreest is thinking right now. There's lots of options. He does, meanwhile, retreat and kick this black bishop back. Maybe the idea is to start pushing his own pawn for white, but it looks like the computer doesn't like that one. Maybe white's idea too slow. Maybe the white rook now on too passive a square.
Yeah, I didn't quite like that move, actually, by Jordan Van Foreest, because the rook was quite nicely placed. And I do feel that it's kind of kicking the bishop to a square it perhaps wants to go. Because I can see the bishop moving one square backwards, and then if the rook manages in time to move onto an open line, and there you see Magnus has played the move that I really wanted to play. And the point with that bishop move is actually to stop the white king from approaching the center. Cut the king off and basically just test Jan Van Foreest for a little bit, just to see whether he's alert. Because if he's inaccurate now, then the rook can sidestep and then come in, and then that, bam, that pass pawn, it's going to be a problem.
Yeah, you're right, Jovanka. So this is one situation where the computer, because it just doesn't have those emotions, it doesn't really sense the danger for white. So the computer might think, okay, black's slightly better, but should be a draw. For humans, we would be thinking, oh, God, that pawn is going to start running down the board. I'm on the defensive. I have to find the only move to survive on every turn. That's huge pressure. That's why suddenly we've seen Jordan Van Foreest go under Magnus on the clock. Jordan Van Foreest down to 4 minutes now. He spent a long, long time just on the last two moves. So I think the nerves are starting to appear for Van Foreest. He's found a bit of an odd move there, white putting his bishop on the edge of the board. I don't really like that one. I thought the bishop was on a great square. It was anchored by a pawn, protected. Maybe he's just trying to clear the way for the white rook to step across and try to challenge the black rook. But strange decisions in a row from Jordan Van Foreest, and Magnus Carlsen now centralising his bishop, keeping the rooks on the board. Magnus upping the speed, upping his momentum, and I expect to see black's king start to enter the game. Maybe that's why the consequence of white's retreat with the rook a bit earlier, the one you said you didn't like by instinct, Jovanka, that has allowed the black king to step out of its cage. The black king now entering the game.
Yeah, definitely. The king is going to come out and start attacking the white pawn, and together, you have to just look at the harmony of black's pieces. Black will be using every single piece on the board just to push those black pawns forward. And the thing is, it's quite a difficult chess task, actually, to be met with this plan, because that is the beauty with chess. You actually see your opponent's plans on the board. You can spot exactly what they're going to do. And also psychologically as well. It's difficult. You're like, okay, well, what is white going to do? Because the thing is with chess players is that we just love progress. We love to have a plan. And if there's nothing there, then often this is when mistakes happen.
Yeah, that is when mistakes happen. And also when you're low on the clock, and Jordan Van Foreest now down to 3 minutes. It's not looking great for him on the board or the clock. If we bring up the analysis board, we can quickly see what black's plan is. Black has a straightforward, very simple plan. With his last move, bring the king forward. He's going to zigzag his king into the game. His king is coming forward, and then he's going to start snacking on pawns. And once he takes this pawn, he's going to keep entering the position. The king is on a journey. And the problem is, it's very hard to stop that. In endgames, once the queens are off the board, kings become great, useful pieces in their own right. And now Jordan Van Foreest tries to check the king, but the king's not going to step back. It's going to step forward, and it is still threatening to come and win the white pawn. This is a very simple plan for Magnus Carlsen. He's going to go for it, and it's looking very, very good for him. Wow.
And, well, it's getting dramatic, definitely, in this game. And just look at everything that's happened on the bottom bar as well. Levon Aronian, a horrible start, losing to Shakhriyar Mamadiarov. Daniil Dubo getting a win against Nils Grandelius. And then it looks like Jan Nepomniachtchi could be getting a win against the victor of the last tournament, Wesley So. So, a lot of drama happening, and Magnus Carlsen could be about to win the first game.
Wow, Magnus Carlsen, yep. It does look good for him. I'm slightly surprised he pushed that pawn. I don't think there was any rush. But Magnus Carlsen, he's deciding this is the moment. He wants to make a new queen. He's pushing that pawn to the end of the board. We do see a trade. Black has created that passed pawn. It's going to be very, very hard to stop that guy. Black's pawn in the middle there, 2 squares away from becoming a new queen.
Yeah.
How is White going to stop that, Jovanka? Wow, Van Foreest gesturing there as if he looks like he just doesn't know how to stop that pawn. OK, he's trying to trade rooks. That is his only hope. The saving grace for White would be if the rooks disappear. But Magnus keeps those rooks on the board. I'm not sure that's the best square for Magnus for his rook, but as long as that rook survives, it will come to help Black's pawn in the middle there to promote.
We can definitely see the bar struggling to calculate here. It's going back and forth. It needs some time to sort of evaluate the position. So for the players here with 2 minutes, 4 minutes on the clock, is this super intense and complicated?
Yep, and just as we see there, the bar zoomed back towards Black's side, so the computer thinks suddenly Black's winning, and that's why endgames are so tricky, Kaya. It's just because the margins between one move and the next best move, they're so small. Just one tiny, tiny error could give your opponent a winning position, and often the best move and the second best move, there's not an obvious difference. And here we do see the computer suggestions, for example, Black's 3 best moves. There's not a huge difference. They all give Black a +1 advantage. But maybe that's not enough to win. Having +1, having an extra pawn isn't necessarily going to decide the game in the endgame. So this is where computers sometimes struggle. But now for White, there is actually one move that's much better than the others. White, there we see his best move, retreating his rook, only gives Black less than a 1-point advantage, but all other moves. And I think Black will win, and the computer thinks Black will win.
Wow.
So the move we are looking for here on the analysis board, the move that the computer thinks is the only move to survive, is to retreat this rook. You have to get this rook back to attack this pawn. So when you step back with the rook, and then you just create space for your bishop to come and protect this pawn. It's not easy to see for a human giving away this pawn.
That is an alien move. That's an alien type defense. I don't think it's going to happen. I mean, first of all, to provoke the pawn to go 1 square forward, 1 step closer to queenie, and then just to give up your own pawn, ain't going to happen, David.
You think it's not going to happen?
No
I agree.
Way.
I agree, Jovanka. Let's get the camera up. Let's see.
Whoa, he does it.
Step one. It's the second move that is the difficult one, and there you can see that he has moved the king forward. That was a lot more natural. You know, it's just we're not used to giving up our pawns, at least not voluntarily, at least. And there you can see that the king has moved forward. And now Magnus is just going to show us why he is the endgame god.
Yeah.
And,
what a move by Magnus Carlsen.
Absolutely.
I mean, that last move by Black shows quality, it shows class. I mean, Magnus, he saw that idea. White's bishop is offside right now. That white bishop is now off on another planet. White's bishop just blocked by its own pawn. So therefore, Magnus Carlsen said, OK, that pawn is blocking the white bishop. Let's fix that pawn. The black bishop steps back. Now White's bishop just completely offside. Black has a simple plan of rerouting his rook and supporting the pawn.
Yeah.
Making a new queen. And, I think this is just pretty much game over. Magnus Carlsen saw that one very quickly. We also saw it was Stockfish, the computer's best move by a mile. Magnus found it instantly.
Class act. But, you know, you do not take your opponent into their strong points. You try to challenge them on something that they're a bit weaker in. And I have to say, it's just like Charlie Seeks says on Twitter, nowadays everybody's looking for a queen, and we have Magnus Carlsen who wants to get rid of it. And he's got an icon of a goat. His Magnus is the goat. And if you do have any suggestions, any tweets, anything you want to ask us, please do tweet us using the hashtag ChessChamps and join in the fun, and we'll feature them on the show and maybe even discuss them in the studio. Yep. And Magnus showing his class.
Yeah, meanwhile, Jordan Van Foreest, he's about to go under 30 seconds. And the problem here is just, if you just compare the bishops, that's all you need to do to see that Black is dominant here. Black's bishop supports his key passed pawn at the bottom of the board. Black's pawn about to become a new queen. White's bishop, just blocked in, locked in, not doing anything. White is essentially playing without a bishop, that bishop offside. That's why the computer gives such a big advantage to Black, because White is essentially without that bishop right now, not taking part in the action. And black's rook is simply going to snake its way into the white half of the board. It's going to protect that black pawn's promotion square, and it will be game over. Here we see black giving a check. White's rook has to bring itself back.
Yeah.
So White's essentially just lost 2 moves. He had to bring his rook across.
Right.
Now black's rook's going to drop down to the middle, to the bottom of the board, sorry. And I think we're going to see game over any moment. Maybe Jordan van Foreest, sorry, can't even say his name. Jordan van Foreest, he's going to have to give up his rook for that black pawn.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he just has to, all Magnus has to do is break the coordination between the king and the rook, and it will be game over. And something happened. Magnus moved like he had accepted resignation. That was a very good game.
Yeah, Van Foreest, he never, well, it's not that he never resigns, but he is always looking for chances. He's very resourceful.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, Jovanka, he saved that difficult position in the Tata Steel Masters against Magnus, so he'll still think he has a chance. But Magnus, now spending a minute or two, he's just trying to find the winning path. He knows he's very, very close. That pawn is so strong. He just needs to be a bit accurate, and he will guide this home to victory.
But what's to stop Magnus just from moving his rook all the way down to the bottom of the board, give a check to the king, yum, end the game?
There's nothing stopping him. Maybe he's just a perfectionist and he's looking for something even better. So if black's rook drops itself all the way to the bottom of the board, white will sacrifice his rook for the black pawn and the black bishop. So a rook for a bishop and a pawn, it's not a huge sacrifice. At least that way, Van Foreest will survive a bit longer.
But wait 1 second. You know, that rook can move there any time, right?
Exactly.
And if you're feeling a little bit sadistic, you could actually go, well, you know, I don't need to do that. Maybe I improve my king.
Yep. Bring the black king in.
I can see you doing something like that.
Been advocating that for a while.
You know, okay, well, that wasn't the rook move I was expecting.
Mm-hmm. So Magnus, instead of going straight for the kill, he just protects his pawn. So that black pawn now protected by the rook and the bishop. But I just think there's no rush. Now we will see Magnus maybe just start to improve the black king in a moment. Jordan, he's just trying to improve the white bishop. But the problem is it takes so long to get back to anywhere decent. He's got no real targets with his bishop. Now Magnus can simply grab a pawn. White's bishop finally getting back into the game, finally to the centre. But I think Magnus, he can do anything pretty much here. He can just grab that white pawn on the left of the board. Or, first he goes, he drops down his rook. He's going to try and check the white king, force the white king away from the protection of that black pawn, of the promotion square at least. And now pushing forward, Magnus, he's barely even pausing to think. He's got complete domination here. Look at this. The white king trapped, barely able to move. The white rook and white bishop forced to stay on their squares to protect the promotion square of black's pawn. White is completely paralyzed. He just cannot move. I don't even see a legal move for white. Okay, he pushes his rook forward, but now Magnus going for the kill. He's trying to eliminate that bishop. And if he does, which he will, once he removes that bishop, the black pawn will make a new queen.
And it's going to be game over, right? Because that bishop cannot make a single move.
Yep. Wherever the bishop goes, it will get attacked, or it will get checked, or black will just make a new queen.
I think Van Foreest's body language is sort of telling us that he's giving up now.
Yeah, and you're right, Kaya, you called it. Van Foreest resigns. Magnus takes the win.
Wow, fantastic start for Magnus Carlsen in his own tournament, the Magnus Carlsen Invitational, with a win against Jordan Van Foreest. And couldn't be a better start for Magnus Carlsen. Wow, and he's not looking too happy. He's looking relaxed. He's looking, just focused, basically. Are you impressed with him after this game, David?
Yep, that would have been exactly what he wanted. It's never easy starting a tournament with the black pieces, even if you're playing against one of the lower seeds in a tournament. And Magnus, after a bit of a rocky run lately in tournaments, starting with a win, it's got to be positive for him.
What do you think this means for him? You might got to just get this solid, good start, a win.
Yeah, it's like a perfect model game. You know, you have to remember in the last tournament they played in the Opera Euro Rapid, he started off with a loss against Wesley. And this is a dream because he played perfect, flawless chess with the black pieces.
Yeah.
And of course, he defeated Jordan Van Foreest, someone that he drew against in Tata Steel. And so you kind of feel a little bit of excitement there that you managed to say, hey, I'm still the legend, I'm still the GOAT, respect me.
Exactly.
So, yeah, dream.
So David, can you show us quickly like the main point in this game where Magnus got the win, or even from Forrest sort of made some wrong moves?
Yeah, so if we bring up the board, just lost my mouse, sorry. If we bring up the board, yeah, we can see, I think this was the key moment where...
Mouse slip.
Yeah, I'm struggling with... I'm struggling with my mouse right now. I'm glad, this is why I'm not playing in the tournament, everyone.
This is why, now we know.
Now we know. So in this position, we do see that White did find the best move. White did drop his rook back, and after Magnus pushed his pawn forward, Jordan van Foreest, he only had one way to save the game, and it's not an obvious one. Jovanka said he wouldn't find it. I think most humans would struggle to find this. It is to give up a pawn. Jordan van Foreest, he had to step forward with his pawn, reactivating this white bishop on the edge of the board, and suddenly, although black does win a pawn, with the white bishop blockading this pawn, maybe there's some chances to survive. It's still going to be difficult, but at least White has neutralized the strength of this black pawn here. Meanwhile, instead, Jordan van Foreest, he did not find this idea. After black pushed his pawn, he did step forward with the king, and suddenly Magnus found this key move, stepping back with his bishop, blocking this pawn from moving, and therefore just completely nullifying the effect of this bishop. This bishop now is a dead piece. And a few moves later, we did see Magnus Carlsen maneuver the black rook into the position. And although Jordan van Foreest brought his bishop back into the game, a few moves later, we did see complete domination. Magnus Carlsen here, he's completely paralyzed White's army. White's king is trapped. It can only go to one useless square. White's rook and bishop have to stay guarding this square. But after a couple of moves, Magnus Carlsen did finally manage to get rid of this bishop. And after the bishop stepped back, there's simply nothing to do. Wherever this bishop steps, if it steps to this diagonal, black will make a new queen. If it steps forward, black will simply double attack. That's a check, and the bishop will drop off. Therefore, Jordan van Foreest, about to lose material, he did resign.
Coming up, Magnus Carlsen got a great start to the Magnus Carlsen Invitational with a win, but in the next one, he's going to face one of the big ones, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. That's coming up in just a few minutes. All right. Well, before the next round starts, we're going to breathe a little bit. David's going to practice with his mouse a little bit. And we all know him as Ginger GM, Simon Williams. He is an excellent chess player and an excellent entertainer. And we're launching a new series in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, the Ginger GM Puzzle Challenge. He's got some puzzles for everyone at home to look at every day and to try to solve. And this is the first puzzle. We do have some technical issues with that puzzle. We're going to give that to you later. But first, let's look at the standings after the first round in the Magnus Carlsen Invitational. And look at this. These are the results from the first round. We have 4 winners. Magnus Carlsen, one of them. Daniil Dubov beating Nils Grandelius. And then Shakhriyar Mamdyarov. A shocking result, actually, against Levon Aronian, who's been so solid so far in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. And then Jan Nepomniachtchi winning against Wesley So. That's also a little bit shocking, I guess, Jovanka.
Yeah, definitely. Wesley has, of course, been so powerful, and he certainly knows how not to lose games. So to start off with a loss, I think it's unheard of, actually, for
Especially
Wesley.
With White.
Yeah.
Nearly never loses.
Exactly. And to do it in the first round, I mean, that is very surprising. But, still 14 games left. So everything to play for.
All right, but Magnus Carlsen and some other players are on top after only one round. 14 to go in the preliminaries. Now, Magnus Carlsen, he did go to the final in the last tournament, but lost again to Wesley So. And we had a talk with Magnus and asked him what he's been up to lately.
Certainly, I feel that the first time we had the Magnus Invitational, I really felt like, yeah, I need to win that, and finally I did after a couple of very, very close matches. So yeah, it's obviously a very prestigious event for me.
And what have you been up to since the last tournament to prepare for this one?
I've been working on rest till now, and then I'll probably work a little bit more in the next few days on openings and so on.
All right, the next round is coming up, the second round in the Magnus Carlsen Invitational preliminaries. Let's take a look at the matchups in the second round. So the first one is going to be between, there we have it, Anish Giri and Alireza Firouzja. And then we have David Anton is going to face the one who lost against Magnus Carlsen, Van Forest. And then we have Nils Grandelius. He's going to face Hikaru Nakamura. Mamdyarov coming from a win, and he's going to face another player who won his first game, Daniil Dubov. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's also coming from a win, facing Levon Aronian, who lost the first game. And then Sergei Karyakin, he's going to face Wesley So. But the game, and Timur Rajabov against Alain Pichot. And the game that we will focus on is again Magnus Carlsen. He won the first game, and now he's going to face one of the big ones. He faced him in the semifinals of the last tour, Maxime Vagier-Lagrave. And no doubt, Maxime Vagier-Lagrave is a higher rated player, a bigger challenge for Magnus Carlsen, David.
Yep, he's a dangerous animal, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He can beat anyone on his day. He did eventually go down to Magnus Carlsen in the last tour tournament, but Maxime, he did push Magnus right to the edge. It went down to the Blitz playoffs, and Magnus only just sneaked through. So yeah, anything could happen in this game, but Magnus starting off very well.
And he's not here yet for the second round. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is sitting there ready. We did see all 16 players. Well, some of them had not arrived at their computers yet, but Maxime is here. He's ready, Ivanka. What should we expect from him? Even if it is with the black pieces, it's Magnus with the white ones.
Yeah, I think Maxime will play in the only way he knows how to play, which is he will be maximum tricky, maximum danger. He will be playing the sharpest lines possible, because I think that is his strength. And as we've seen, actually, Magnus has been a little bit weak in this area, and we did see that his game in the semi-final in the Opera Euro Rapid, well, that went right to the edge. So, I mean, you have to remember, it is the preliminaries, it is game 2, round 2. So, I mean, I think wow, okay. Unexpected.
And with a smile, Magnus Carlsen is making a move that I'm guessing is surprising to you.
Yep, so Magnus Carlsen starting by pushing a pawn in front of his bishop, and that nearly never happens at the top level in chess. I don't think I've ever seen a grandmaster open with that move in my career.
Whoa.
I've only played it myself a few times, but it's always been online and it's always been a mouse slip. So sometimes you aim to push that pawn 2 squares forward. That would be the English opening, but instead you drop it 1 square forward. I'm not sure this opening has a name even. But meanwhile, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he always plays at the speed of light. He's never flustered. He just pushes a pawn himself. So Magnus Carlsen having a think, maybe he's just trying to surprise Maxime at this early stage.
But does it weaken the white position already from the first move, though?
No, it doesn't. It's just like not the most ambitious type of move. Yeah. I mean, I personally quite like it because I play this kind of systems with the black pieces, so why not play them with one extra move with the white pieces?
Yeah, maybe that's what Magnus Carlsen was doing. He's just playing a waiting move, trying to play a black opening, but with 1 extra tempo. And, there's not going to be a transposition to any Caro-Khans or anything. But White's last move, it was at least very flexible. He can still try and occupy the centre with pawns. He still has many, many options. The good thing with White is that there's a bit of leeway. Even if you make 2 or 3 silly moves, you tend to have an OK position. It's just odd to see him thinking at this early stage. And eventually he does push his king's pawn forward. That would have been a good move on the first turn.
Right.
It would have been a better move at least. Now that bishop is under fire from black. That pawn, is under fire from black's bishop, and Magnus Carlsen now he will have to take a timeout to just defend his central pawn that he just pushed. A bit odd to see Magnus Carlsen spend almost 2 minutes at this early stage. But I wouldn't be surprised if by move 5 we've got a brand new position that's never been seen before in the history of chess.
So why would Magnus start off like this? What would be the reason? Is it to amuse himself? Is it to entertain us? Is it to surprise Maxime? What would be the reason?
Bit of all of those,
yeah,
for sure.
I think mainly to surprise, just to kind of get Maxime out of his prepared ground. Because you have to remember, Maxime is a specialist in his openings, and he has studied them. He has played them for years and years and years. And maybe Magnus was just like, you know what? I'm just a bit bored. Let's just play something else. And And but you know what? When I saw Magnus make that first move, I saw a smile, and I also saw a smile from Maxime when he responded with his first move. So I think the two players have a nice sense of humour.
Yeah, if it was anyone else in the world, that first move, I would have said a mouse slip. But Magnus Carlsen, he does freestyle quite a lot. And actually just playing these fresh positions that he hasn't studied before, it just gives him a bit of creativity. I mean, we've seen him be an endgame specialist already this tournament, but sometimes he does find kind of long manoeuvring positions a bit dry. Especially the older he gets, and that's why he does try and motivate himself by playing these fresh positions.
I can tell you actually that Magnus is playing a line that has never been played by a grandmaster before.
Wow.
And after his last move with the knight, it has only been played 3 times, and they've been played by 2 players under 2000. So 2000 is a strong amateur. So yeah.
Breaking fresh ground for grandmasters, at least Magnus Carlsen, and we are maybe transposing into not an exact position that's been seen before, but a similar idea that's been seen before. And now Magnus finally starts pushing in the centre. So his first 2 moves delayed that, but he did find the moment to start pushing. And White has a bit more space. Magnus likes his space. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, meanwhile, has been tricked out of an opening that he's familiar with. So Maxime Vachier-Lagrave will not like this type of pawn structure where he's a bit cramped. He doesn't have any experience there from the black side. So Magnus Carlsen maybe being very clever with his own choice.
Totally clever, because suddenly the database has changed from being 3 games in the database. Suddenly I see there's a whole load of games. Grandmasters have been playing this variation. So
just a different way of getting there, basically.
Crafty, yes.
I mean, we call this a move order trick, where you don't play the most obvious moves first, you play them second, and then somehow you just trick your opponent into something he's not familiar with. And probably, I would say, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he just doesn't realise that this is transposed into something that's actually quite well known, just because it's not within his normal openings. I mean, it's hard to tell with Maxime. He plays, whether he's surprised or not, he plays moves so quickly. But maybe if we bring up the analysis board, we can explain why this isn't Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's usual territory. It's purely because this opening, where black has kind of pushed these 2 pawns, but been fixed by white's pawns here. I mean, look at this pawn chain. It's beautiful. This we tend to associate with the French defence, when black, on his first move, pushes a pawn in the centre, and then second move pushes his other pawn. And actually, Maxime ended up doing this. I can't even say anyone's names. Maxime ended up doing this on move 4 and 5. So he's kind of done this in a delayed fashion, and he's just been tricked into a new opening.
You just come up with a new thing, because together their names make magazine.
I know. Magnus, Maxime.
Magazine. It's perfect.
If they were a couple, like a Hollywood couple, that would be like the Brangelina and the magazine.
Magazine.
Yeah. I don't think I could even repeat that word if I tried, but don't start the tongue twisters again, Kaya.
Sorry.
You did that to us last time. Maxime, normally playing the Sicilian defence, he's actually been tricked into the French defence. And yes, he's a Frenchman. Yes, he's the strongest Frenchman in history, but he will not be familiar with this opening. And Magnus Carlsen, he'll just try and sit on the position, try and make use of the fact that white has extra space, those pawns. I can't even... I just see Kaya laughing at me over there.
So did you say prawns?
Prawns, pawns, Maxime, Magnus. It's, tongue twister day. I'm going to go back to school tomorrow.
It's a common thing when you're teaching beginners or young children to play chess, and you tell them about the pawns. So pawns are kind of it's an unusual word, and they go, prawns. Did you mean prawns? So when David said,
in my defence, for the last month, I've barely spoken to anyone. I think I've spoken more today than I have in the last month. I'm sure everyone at home knows how that feels with the lockdowns.
Yes.
Oh, I feel bad, David. We have to socialise you more in Oslo here.
It's cool. Just happy to be alive.
Yes.
Anyway, we have seen, first pawn trade. So the first pieces have left the board, and now black's knight does jump forward to attack white's bishop. So Magnus now has to decide where to put his light-squared bishop. Does he retreat it the whole way back? That's not the type of move we ideally want to play. But either way, he doesn't really want to allow a trade of black's knight for the light-squared bishop, because actually the light-squared bishop in these types of pawn structures tends to be white's best piece. If we notice white's central pawns, they're on dark squares. So the bishop of the opposite colour, so the bishop of light squares, is white's most treasured possession right now. The question's on Magnus. Does he retreat that bishop? Maxime, how quick is he playing? 11 moves, brand new territory for him, but he's still got 15 minutes on the clock.
Yeah,
Impressive
but that
speed.
was something that we saw him do. Maxime played very, very quickly in the Opera Euro Rapid. Sometimes this came at great cost, and most of the time it was a gamble that paid off because he just played fast moves and good enough. And yeah. Well, talking about being alone, David. Oh, the moves are coming.
The moves are coming thick and fast.
Thick and fast, absolutely. We do, in fact, have a question. Our quiz of the day is actually, if you could only bring one person on a journey to outer space, who would it be and why? And you can tweet your answers using the hashtag #ChessChamps, and the winner gets 1 year's free premium membership. And that's an amazing prize because there's so many courses that you can play Blanter Blitz against the best players in the world. And yeah, tweet your answers to using the hashtag #ChessChamps. And yeah, the theme is space.
Yep.
Who would you take?
And remember that a journey to outer space would probably last for at least a few months, I'm guessing, or at least some weeks.
Yeah, or maybe your lifetime.
Exactly.
I was thinking.
Bring someone entertaining. That's my tip.
Yeah, definitely. Who would you take, Kaya?
David, maybe.
David.
And you, Ivanka.
We wouldn't talk, we'd just sit in silence.
Exactly. I'd bring you guys. That would be, you could teach me chess. I would be excellent at chess.
Would you split us in half?
Because I could only take one. Right.
Or would you have to choose
your
your favourite
favourite
child?
Ooh, okay. Switching subjects.
So yeah, if we head back to the game, we have seen a trade of pieces. I did highlight White's light squared bishop as being the most important piece for him, but Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he's done a great job. He has traded the set of light squared bishops off the board. So Magnus has lost his best piece. Meanwhile, he still does have a space advantage, and White's king has managed to castle off into safety. White's king, I mean, it's looking perfectly placed right now. But Magnus has to find a plan, and we do see him drop his knight back. That's maybe a bit of a defensive move, stopping Black's knight from jumping into the position. But the last few moves, it seems that they have made Maxime's position, if not better, then at least easier to play. Black has got rid of his problem child, his light squared bishop. He's got rid of his opponent's best piece, and now just the fact that he has a bit less space as Black doesn't become an issue anymore.
Yeah. I have to say, though, Ivanka, you always say that Magnus loves to involve all his pieces. He wants to get all the pieces on the background out there.
Yeah.
And they're just back there. He's just...
Yeah, they're back there, but there's a big plan. You know, I'm a big fan of the white pawn structure, of those two pawns in the middle of the board, especially the white central pawn that is one square further advanced. And the reason I like this one so much, because this is the signal for White to just go, attack the king. And yes, it's true that if you look at all of Magnus's pieces, they look like, what are they doing? They're fast asleep. But there is a lot of potential there. Once Magnus starts the big kickback, as he really does need to start doing, then the question is, well, he's just simply going to expand as much as possible on the right side of the board, which we call the king side, and he does that with pawns. And you know, I love the pawn storm. You know, I just love pushing those pawns forward, and so I would be just like, kick that knight back, or maybe just leave that knight there because it's not doing anything, and then just go on that side of the board. And yes, it's true, does look like the white pieces are fast asleep, but once they start unraveling, they will suddenly come to life, and it will be the pawns doing the damage.
Yep. I think it's better to have a lot of pieces on the board when you have a space advantage rather than... it's better to have pieces on the board even if they're badly placed rather than trade those pieces off when you have that space advantage. So he does push forward. And did I hear some surprise there, Ivanka?
No, I was like, there's like a move that Simon would play. You know, he's christened that pawn Harry, and his kind of philosophy is just push Harry as far up the board as possible. Harry will open the lines, and then the pieces will follow through and inflict a lot of damage. And when I saw that pawn advance one step further, I was a bit like, Simon is going to love this, David.
Yeah, he is going to love this. And if we bring up the analysis board, we can see White's last move, actually. It looks like it's creating a threat, attacking this black knight, but Black can ignore that for one more move. For example, Black can castle his king, and if White gets greedy and takes this knight, then this would unleash an attack against the rook, and White's rook currently not protected. OK, Maxime, he didn't want to kind of dare Magnus to do this, so he does retreat, and now we see Magnus's pieces start to leap forward. The queen jumping out, attacking this pawn, but also defending the central pawn, which was under attack from the Black knight. So the queen doing two jobs there. Next, we will start to see White's other pieces jump forward. The knight will jump forward, unleashing the bishop to spring forward as well. All of White's pieces are now starting to, just find great squares. And I mean, Maxime, he just has to deal with this pawn. I mean, it's undefended right now. The problem is, if you castle your king, it looks like you're castling into the attack. You don't really want to commit your king while the enemy queen is sitting so close, so nearby. So big problem here for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And also Jovanka's idea a bit later on, maybe not immediately, just to push this pawn forward, just to start pushing everything forward on this side. It looks promising for White.
Whoa. OK. You know, the theme is space. And if I were to guess at how aliens would play chess, it would kind of a little bit look like that. It's but not because it's a bad move, I want to say. It's just because it's so offbeat and so surprising. I would never have dreamt about pushing my pawn 2 squares forward. I mean, but this is a signature style of Maxime. He's tricky, he's dangerous, he thrives in these kind of elements. Yeah,
and he can surprise any opponent. And we did see on Magnus's face, he did raise his eyebrows at the last move. It's very unexpected because, I mean, for most humans, we're so used to just castling our king. It's so ingrained in us that we should get our king over to safety. With that last move, Maxime is saying, OK, the king's OK, the king's fine in the centre. Black's king is just going to stay there forever. Meanwhile, he's going to push forward on the side that White's king rests on. And, I mean, I'm shocked by that move as well. I would never even dream of committing my pawns like that, especially pushing forward on the side opposite to where your queen lies. It's quite a rare, just a rare scenario, but it does for sure surprise Magnus. And maybe the fact that Magnus now is already 6 minutes lower on the clock and has been surprised by that last move. Maxime, I think he's just playing the psychological game here. He's trying to force Magnus to continue thinking. And if that time advantage continues to grow, then suddenly Black's position will, Maxime's chances will improve. Here, White has plenty of choice. The reason we're so surprised is that White can play en passant here. If we bring up the analysis board, we can see a bit of a unique move. It doesn't happen all the time, but White can actually just capture that pawn that's just moved with his own pawn, as if it had just moved 1 square. Magnus can play en passant, but then he would open up Black's rook along the H line, along the corner line. So I don't think Magnus wants to give up his Harry pawn, his H pawn right now. Magnus would just want to develop his pieces, but it's not obvious how to do that anymore. And there we see Magnus leaning back. I'm starting to get worried for Magnus, not because of the board position, which I think is completely fine for White, but just because psychologically it's hard to deal with these, with this just kind of the pace of Maxime's play, just playing every move pretty much instantly and playing surprising moves as well. There we see Magnus finally deciding to move his knight. Maxime just defends his pawns, and it's very, very tense right now.
We're looking at Magnus. He's looking like a gentleman today, dressed in his vest and his shirt. But with that opening and his play here, he's not playing like a gentleman then. It's surprising moves.
They're both being a bit tricky.
Yeah, I don't think many chess players play like gentlemen, despite what we might say, because in actual fact, I think we're more like street fighters, thugs. You know, chess is a bit of a violent game. The aim is to conquer, the aim is to win. It's not really to kind of go, oh, I say, you know, I'll have a cup of tea, would you like a draw?
Because that's what I imagine, especially when you guys play games.
It's just
it's a fight to the death.
Chess is war.
Well, I actually don't, because I have seen the two of you play some games, and especially you, Jovanka.
No.
You get into like a very fierce mode.
No.
Yes, you do. I would be scared.
I'm like the least competitive person.
Well, is she, David?
No comment. Anyway, meanwhile, Magnus, he has just continued very logically developing his pieces. White's bishop just protecting its central pawns there, finding a very safe square. Now the onus is back on Maxime to find a productive plan. Both queens look a bit odd, and I was about to say maybe black can jump into white's position with his queen. That queen, I mean, it's going off to outer space. It's definitely not in the same galaxy as the rest of its pieces, at least. Black's queen is a Lone Ranger right now, trying to annoy white as much as possible. That queen is also attacking a pawn that's undefended on white's queen side, on white's left side of the board. But it does look very strangely placed. Can Magnus try to trap it somehow and attack it? It's not obvious. How do you evict that queen?
No, you can't evict that queen while that white knight is stuck there on the edge of the board, because it can't actually move. You know, I'd have to do all sorts of contortioning to kind of get that knight out. I'd have to push my pawn forward and then move my knight and then maybe kick the rook away. And that's kind of also... I have to calculate, this is what I was going to say, you know, can the black queen do like a hit and run and take a pawn and then come back again? So, and you can see Magnus has just kind of said, nope, I'm just going to protect that pawn and seize space. But there is something a little bit worrying about Magnus's position, and that is the fact that the pieces are kind of so cramped on the right side of the board. They're kind of all there, whilst the white rook is out there on a limb.
Yeah, this rook in the corner is not taking part. It's not coordinating with the rest of the pieces. And actually, how do you get rid of this queen? Magnus retreats his own queen. Is he going to come up with some long-winded maneuver of maybe rerouting his knight, then offering a queen trade? That's one way of getting rid of it. Are you going to, for example, if black just waits, is white going to, for example, spend 5 moves playing pawn forward, moving the king, and then suddenly dropping the knight back, attacking the queen? White's had to do all this strange stuff just to attack this queen, and then Maxime will just simply say, OK, what if I just retreat? Suddenly you've made your position even worse. You've had to retreat. You've had to retreat your queen, block it in. I mean, this position, I love it. It's just so kind of complex. So many intricacies here, and in the current position, after Magnus has dropped his queen back, Maxime says, OK, it's time to attack.
Maximum tension. Yeah. Oh, Magnus is going to hate this.
Magnus is going to hate this.
He absolutely does not want this. You know, you're kind of trying to maneuver, you're kind of getting ready. OK, fine, we'll go for a slow game. And Maxime says, no way whatsoever. And now,
there's a huge threat in the position, actually. Black threatening to push a pawn down, attacking white's queen and attacking white's knight. So a fork, a double attack. That is such a big threat that I think it's time for Magnus to... I mean, he just has to go active. White's piece is just not looking great right now. He has to maybe
just jump forward. Consequences. You know, there was a consequence with Maxime's last move, which is he gave a square. The knight now can jump into the centre and just kind of try to spread its power. And there you go. Magnus has played that. But, you know, it did come with a cost, because now he gave up a pawn.
Yep.
And
we did see a bit of a flurry of moves there. White did jump into the centre with his knight, but black's queen did manage to capture white's pawn on the corner there, and then the queens did trade each other off. Right now, black is a pawn up, but suddenly white is much more active than he was. Suddenly white occupies the only open file, the only open line with his rook. White also has a knight in the centre. Black's knight is on both of black's knights on the edge of the board. Suddenly I'm liking white's position more, but a pawn is a pawn. If Maxime Vachiligorov can trade a lot of pieces off, maybe that extra pawn will count.
Yeah.
What do you think, Jovanka? Who would you prefer here? Would you prefer to have the extra pawn, or would you prefer to have the active pieces?
OK, well, I would prefer to have, in this particular case, normally I say the pawns, give me the pawns anytime. But here, I would prefer the active pieces, and I'm going to tell you why, because if you look at white's pieces, they're just all coordinated in the centre. They're all nicely on nice squares. I just love white's rook and love white's knight. And I just think it's just an easier plan. I mean, I don't quite see what Maxime is doing. Yep. Whether it's enough actually to do anything, actually, I'm not quite sure white has enough for maybe more than a pawn.
Yeah, exactly. So as white, everything's perfect right now. Magnus doing a great thing. This is a tip for everyone at home. When you're material down, don't trade pieces. Keep your active pieces on the board. And there, white, Magnus keeping his rook on the board. But everything's perfect. The problem is, what next for Magnus? He can't create any immediate threats. Black's got everything defended. So I think it's simply time for black Maxime to improve his pieces. Bring that black knight that's sitting on the corner of the board there, bring it back to the centre, re-centralise it, and just maybe hope to unravel a bit later on. Keep offering those trades. I mean, being a pawn up, it does give you a bit of leeway. It does give you the ability to kind of bully your opponent by offering those trades later on. And I think Maxime, if he can survive the next 5-10 moves, then...
but is there any danger, for instance, okay, one of the things that you're thinking about in the position is, okay, the knight on the edge of the board, that's not doing anything. Can I just bring it back towards the centre? And, yeah, what are you going to do? Yep. Is there danger in the position?
I don't see any immediate threats. I would do the same, Jovanka. I would just bring my knight back as black here. Maxime just recomposing himself. I mean, the last 5-6 moves, they happened almost instantly. Both sides had seen that whole that whole sequence in advance. And now, okay, Maxime did bring his knight back, as we were suggesting, but maybe that was actually a mistake. Maybe both of us were mistaken. Maybe Maxime was mistaken as well, because now Magnus, he's actually offered to sacrifice another pawn. Magnus about to go 2 pawns down, but he has a cunning idea in mind to justify that sacrifice. If we bring up the board, we can see that Magnus's last move, pushing this pawn forward, cements a square. Now this square is completely controlled. So if Maxime Vachier-Lagrave had got greedy and captured this pawn, we would have seen White's knight jump forward, anchored by this pawn, and hitting this knight across with the pin as well. White's rook pinning this knight against the black king, and White would have been winning here. That is why Maxime Vachier-Lagrave had to step forward with his king. So this knight is no longer pinned, but suddenly Maxime is completely paralyzed, and after a check, White's other knight jumped in, and after a trade, suddenly I think White is actually completely winning. Magnus domination again. It's just simply time to bring this bishop across and attack the black king, and that's what Magnus is doing. He's brought his bishop back. This bishop's just going to jump up, attack the black king, and Maxime, how is he ever going to move this knight? This knight is just completely trapped. It's a bit like the last game against Van Foreest. Magnus just happy to play for domination, and it looks like it's working.
Yeah. What a start for the world champion here. If he gets this win, that it definitely looks like he's getting.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's just an exercise in domination, as David pointed out. You know, what a kind of classy decision. It just goes to show, don't go into an endgame with Magnus unless you're a few pawns up.
But what was this? Maxime
Vachier-Lagrave just resigned. What? He didn't even think about it. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave resigning. Magnus shocked there. We saw, normally that face is when he blunders, but there it was just surprised that his opponent threw in the towel and resigned.
Why do you think Maxime did that? Do you think it's too early for him to resign?
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult for Black. It's hard to even find a move, but I mean, he has 11 minutes on his clock. He has nearly 12 minutes on his clock. At least think about it. At least try to find a way to fight on. But unless we're getting mixed messages here, unless something's gone wrong, it does look like Maxime's resigned. But both players are still sitting at the computer. Did Maxime misclick? It's a bit of a mystery right now.
Is that possible to actually misclick and resign?
I don't think it's possible to misclick or resign. You can offer a draw and then accidentally resign. I've done that. And yeah.
I mean, we have to find out what's been happening there. We have to wait for news, because either way it's surprising. And both players' body language look like they're kind of still focusing on the game, on the current position. And
definitely looking at this. But as far as we know, Magnus Carlsen has won this game. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave resigned. A little bit too early, but we do see on the board that Magnus did have a great advantage in this game. And what a fantastic start for the world champion, David. I mean, 2 wins in a row, and one of them against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Yeah, and I mean, just the manner of this win especially. I mean, just 5 moves ago, we thought White's position was a bit congested, a bit blocked up, and just Magnus, he foresaw this whole variation. He correctly evaluated the fact that he could give up a pawn and achieve domination like this. And look at those white pieces, so perfectly placed. White's rook, so active right now. White's knight, dominant in the centre. We call that an octo knight, controlling 8 key squares. And now White's bishop joining in to deliver the killer blow. And it does indeed look like the game is over. Maxime does finally leave the board. Yeah, class, quality stuff from Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow. All right, Magnus Carlsen, he is the winner of Game 2 as well. He's won now 2 games in the 2 first round of the Magnus Carlsen Invitational. It is the second major in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. And It is his own tournament. Now we're heading straight into another game here between Sergei Karyakin and Wesley So. Wesley So coming from a loss with the white pieces in the first game. But it's looking like he's striking back in the second one here.
Yes, it does look pretty good for black right now. It looks like pretty much straight from the opening, Sergei Karyakin sacrificed a piece. He went on the attack, but that piece sacrifice is not being justified. Wesley So's last move, so cool. He's such a good defender, Wesley So. His own queen was under attack. The black queen attacked by white's bishop, but he just ignored it. He counterattacked against white's queen. Black's rook stepping forward, attacking the white queen, and suddenly Sergei Karyakin, no chance to attack. A quick counter of the material. White is currently down a bishop for a pawn. It's just not enough. He doesn't have enough compensation, and I think at the very best, he can end up in a difficult endgame. Sergei Karyakin, it looks like a bit of an opening disaster here. Wesley So maybe using his skills of preparation, his research skills before the tournament just to find this winning position early on. And okay, Karyakin grabs another pawn, but now black's queen will simply step out of the attack, and bishop for 2 pawns, it's just not enough.
No, it's not enough. OK, but whilst the black king is open, whilst the queens are still on the board, you know, never say never. There is always some hope.
Yep, there's always some hope. But if you look at the clock situation as well, 1.5 minutes against 9.5 minutes.
Oh, aren't you the Debbie Downer today, David?
Sorry.
Yeah, well, OK. Well, it's looking bad for any Karyakin fans out there. I mean, it does look quite serious.
Yeah.
And
They do call him the Minister of Defence, though. He does save...
Isn't he actually... he literally the Minister of Defense in Russia, or he's got some sort of political position.
I mean, he's very close with the president in Russia. They're good friends, I think, Vladimir Putin and Sergei Karyakin. But I'm not sure about his political aspirations or anything. But yeah, chess-wise, he does save lost or completely losing positions on a regular basis. He's famous for it. So, as Jovanka says, still some chances, but... Maybe I've just seen Wesley So win these types of positions too many times in the tour.
But I like what Wesley has done. You know, it's quite instructive. He moves his queen, and he moves his queen to kind of towards his own king, and that's so that she can do a defensive and also offensive role. And you can see Karyakin has exchanged pawns in the centre, but the more trades there are on the board, I don't quite like that trade, I must admit, because it kind of lengthened the diagonal of the dark squared bishop that is hiding there. And
Wesley also shaking his head a little bit there.
Yeah, OK. What I've seen with Wesley, he's very modest.
Yeah.
It kind of looks like he's shaking head, and you just look at his position, you think, well, it's totally winning.
Yeah, it is totally winning. And if we quickly bring up the analysis board while Karyakin has a think, we can see White's attacking pieces. They look great, this bishop and queen especially, but the problem is they're just not doing anything. There's no threat. And actually, Black had a big idea of his own. He was threatening to push the pawn forward, attacking this bishop, but also, once the pawn pushes forward, he'd unleash an attack against the white queen. Therefore, the white queen had to step back. And now I expect to see Wesley So simply either bring his rook across. OK, he does that to defend the king, but also, next move, he's going to team up. He's going to bring his queen and his rook down to this line, and he's going to be the one attacking, and he has the extra piece. Black's bishop, especially here now, the one Jovanka mentioned, this bishop now looking extremely strong as well. Black is a healthy bishop up here. White's 2 pawns that he has in compensation for the bishop just aren't enough. Look at the white pawns. None of them are especially impressive right now. There's just not enough to justify the fact that he has lost a bishop.
Yeah, I mean, there's not enough of them, and the fact that they're so far behind, they need to be like somewhere in the the black square half of the board. So it needs to be somewhere attacking the rook. If I could just magically pick up that pawn and then just move it 3 squares forward and just go, I'll attack your rook.
Pretend it's checkers or something. Just,
yeah, exactly.
Just hop, hop, hop.
Yeah.
But yeah, Karyakin, the fact that he's had to retreat offering a trade when he's already material down shows that he's now in defensive mode. He is going to just try and maybe just hold everything together rather than try to kind of strike.
That has a risk, though, because, I mean, that tends to work quite OK if you have a normal type position, maybe you're slightly worse or something. But here you have a material deficit.
Yeah.
And if you just simply carry on trading pieces, you're just going to trade all the pieces of interposition and endgame, that is totally won for the side that has the bishop.
Yep, exactly. It kind of goes against conventional wisdom to trade pieces when you're already down on material, but needs must. And Karyakin, he clearly felt there was no better solution. And now Wesley So being cynical, just saying, OK, bishops are off the board, now queens are coming off the board. And once the queens disappear as well, like you say, Ivanka, that black bishop at the top of the board, it's blocked in right now, but it will start to gain in power the more pieces disappear.
Totally, you know, I just, it's so ruthless, but at the same time, it reminds me of this thing that my friend said to me, and he's, you know, he was showing me his game, and he was saying, OK, what move do you think I played here? And I was like, well, maybe I want to trade off queens. He goes, yep, that's right, Yovi. Bank it. And that's the kind of move that I see, you know, just put it in the bank, get the queens off, no danger, and that extra bishop will start to tell. And that's why Karyakin says, no, I can't go for that.
Yeah, the problem is he can't avoid the trade of queens. Here, Wesley So he can continue insisting that the queens come off the board. I would expect to see... OK, he's played it. Black now threatening to take white's queen and Black threatening checkmate. So white had to trade those queens. But now they've disappeared. Wesley So banking it and getting ever closer to the victory. Although the computer still says, OK, the advantage going down slightly, I think Wesley So, he's just playing it safe. He's still got the winning advantage. And Karyakin, he needs to find something very, very special here.
Yeah. All right, so it's looking good for Wesley So, striking back after a loss in the first round. And I have to say, Van Forest losing in the first round to Magnus Carlsen, he's won the second game against David Anton. So he also was able to make a huge comeback there, and a lot of interesting stuff going on in the other games we see as well. And a lot of moves coming in here. Yep,
a lot of moves. The kind of general dynamics of the position haven't changed too much. White finally is trying to push some pawns forward on that right side to justify the fact that he is a bishop down. And Wesley So, I mean, he is consistent. He is offering a trade of rooks now. He's insisted on that dark square bishop trade, that queen trade. Now the rooks have disappeared as well. White's rook could bring itself up now and capture a pawn, but then it would lose protection of its pawn there on the left side. So I think Karyakin right now, I mean, he's just a bit stuck. There's simply nothing to do. He just has to start pushing some white pawns and hoping for the best. But even that won't really be enough. Wesley So, I mean, he's defended this one so calmly.
Just push them out into space. And of course, space is our theme for the tournament. And we are asking everyone, if you were to take a journey into space and you could bring only one person, who would it be and why? And David, do you have any thoughts on this?
Oh, who would I bring to space? I'm a bit of a... I don't know, I like my own company. I don't really want anyone out there.
Well,
maybe I want some space in the pod or the spaceship.
Yeah,
just in case I meet a cool alien that I want to hang out with.
But we do have some cool answers. I do particularly like Harry Galsotti's answer, who says he would bring Mickey Mouse to outer space because he's always looking for Pluto. Very nice.
Well, then you have to go far. Pluto would be... It's not still a planet. It's been back and forth, right?
No, it's not a planet anymore.
It's not a planet anymore.
Yeah.
So there's only 8 planets now in the solar system.
I still like that tweet, though.
I know.
You're just nitpicking.
And then Sahil one says, it's a very difficult choice, but he would like to take Anish Giri to teach him chess and play with me in space with aliens doing the commentary. Would be fun, right? Yeah. If you had one of those like Hitchhiker Guide to the Galaxy Babel fishes, you know, where you could actually understand what the aliens were saying, because it could be like high-pitched frequency. I hate to put a dampener on things, Sahil, but...
I'm afraid you're stuck with us until you find those aliens to commentate.
Well, when I picture an alien, I picture the aliens from Independence Day, the Will Smith movie. That's so they're very scary to me.
I picture the ones from Mars Attacks.
Oh, they're more happy, right?
I don't know.
And we know who David pictures. The Teletubbies.
I do. Teletubbies, to me, they're the most alien.
Run away.
And talking of running away, the Black King has run towards the centre. Black's King now just supporting Wesley So, supporting his central pawns with his king. But that has meant that Sergei Karyakin has a free hand to push forward on the right side now with his pawns. The only issue is that those pawns are a long, long way away from making a queen, and meanwhile Black will start to maybe trade them off, maybe start to improve his bishop. The Black bishop is his trump card, but he's not really using it right now. So I would expect to see Wesley So just take a couple of moves to improve that piece. And once the black bishop moves, the black rook will easily control any promotion squares of the white pawns. The white pawns simply have no backup. They need pieces to help themselves, complete their goal and get to that end of the board.
And it is the round of comebacks. Levon Aronian losing the first game. He's now won the second one. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, who won his first game, has now lost his second game. And it looks like Wesley So, who lost the first game, will be winning the second game.
I mean, that just shows how great these 16 players are. I mean, anything can happen. They all love to fight. They're all quite bloodthirsty. I don't see a single player in this field who plays boring chess, simply.
No.
They're all super aggressive and... that's
but
showing in the results.
They do have to be, because you do have to remember that after 3 days, 8 of the players will leave the competition. And we have seen that if players kind of play a little bit cautiously, draw all their games, maybe win one game, they may or may not qualify to the next stage. And of course, that is very, very important. You have to qualify for the knockouts.
Yeah, and you do have to qualify for those knockouts. We have seen favourites such as Nakamura fail to get through the preliminary stage in the past. Meanwhile, in the current position, we have seen Wesley So take a couple of moves out to improve his bishop. We do see a trade of pawns there, and now the black rook does swing itself across. Black does have rooks and bishops here, which are the most long-range pieces, which, unfortunately for white, highlights the fact that the white pawns will not get past those kind of gatekeepers. The black rook and black bishop will just completely control those white pawns.
It does look like almost the sun is shining on Wesley So's face. He's playing at, I think it's 11 a.m. in the morning for him now, and we see it's very dark where Sergei Karyakin is sitting in night in Moscow, right? So late for him. Maybe that's affecting him in this game.
Yeah, especially if he was celebrating Rajabov's birthday late into the night last night. It's not easy to adjust to playing kind of top-level opponents immediately after that. And also Karyakin, he's had a bit of a break. He doesn't play as much online as some of the other big guys, as some of his main rivals in this tournament. So Karyakin maybe, yes, he would have been fresh from having that break from big tournaments, but at the same time, just that lack of rhythm, lack of practice can hurt. And look at this. I mean, Wesley So is it's extremely instructive. That black bishop, it's gone on a huge journey, but now it's completely stopping the advance of white's corner pawn. White is just completely stuck. There's nothing to do. The black bishop will just block those pawns. Now the black rook is freed up to go to the other side of the board again.
It's super instructive, how that bishop has just blockaded those pawns, and now you can see, you can just see, that's the kind of move that's super impressive. It looks like a small little move, but, at the same time, that bishop has taken a step back. It's improved itself. Now it's looking at the weak white pawn in the center, and then you can just see Wesley is simply making some trades, and he's just trying to get into the rhythm just to find that opening so that he can do the big kickback. Because if he can step forward with the black king one square towards the center, it's just game over.
Yep, exactly. If black can force the white king back and step forward with his own king, then it's immediately over. The only thing that might save Karyakin in this game is if he's able to eliminate all of the black pawns, because if you imagine all of the pawns, white and black here, disappearing from the board, rook against a rook and a bishop is a draw. It's not easy, but it should be a draw. So Karyakin, he'll be aiming to trade off all the pawns. But the problem is how? You just can't eliminate any of those 3 black pawns, let alone all of them, because it's a bit blocked right now, simply. And he's just sitting tight and hoping that he has a fortress. But in this type of position, with so many pieces and pawns still left, having a fortress, creating a fortress, is just nigh on impossible. Karyakin, I think he's just hoping... He's just going to keep moving his rook up and down, and saying to Wesley So, you try and break through. I know that we're presented by the Breakthrough Junior Challenge, but I do think Wesley So will be inspired by that, and he will break through sooner or later.
Yes, it's quite an inspiring name for chess players, isn't it? The breakthrough initiative. You know, those are two things that you want to do as a chess player. You want to break through, you want to have the initiative, you want to have the momentum. And you can see that, there you go.
It's over.
Has won a pawn, and with that, the game is over.
He did break through. White was just the white rook overworked, lost a pawn, and Wesley So takes the win.
Wow, and he's striking back here, Jovanka, after losing with the white pieces in the first game. He never loses with the white pieces, but with the black pieces here, Wesley So is back with a win. Do you think that's important for him?
Definitely important for him. You know, when you lose a game, you kind of get put off kilter, and with a win, that's it. All your previous sins are forgotten, and you can just carry on and focus on the tournament, because it kind of also sets in motion what kind of luck you'll be having. You see, if he was winning and drew it, then he'd be like, oh, that's not unfortunate. But now it's like, okay, everything's reset. He can carry on.
In about 16 minutes, the third round in the preliminaries of the Magnus Carlsen Invitational. And Magnus Carlsen, he's got 2 wins so far, but now he's facing a very interesting young player, Alireza Firouzja. Magnus saying himself, this quite possibly could be the next world champion. All right, we did announce in the last break that we're going to launch a new series of chess puzzles with Simon Williams, and we're going to launch it right now. So Ginger GM, he's made quite a few puzzles for you. We're going to have one every day that you can work on throughout the broadcast, and let's see it. This is the first puzzle.
Hello, viewers of the Champion Chess Tour. I'm Grandmaster Simon Williams, otherwise known as the Ginger GM. Ginger, Grandmaster. And I'm going to be bringing you a puzzle of the day for you guys at home to try and solve each day. Now, this first example is taken from a game of 2 lovers or rivals. Rivals, I think, is the fair one. I'm only jesting. And that is the fantastic Magnus Carlsen, the current world champion with the white pieces. And today it's Anish Giri's day with the black pieces. He gets a great win on the board here. This was played in about 2012 in the Tata Steel competition in the Netherlands. Magnus plays rook d1, supporting his pawn on d5. Anish now uses Eddie the e-pawn to push forwards, e4, attacking the knight there and releasing the bishop. Magnus now moves his knight to g5, and this is the critical position. Now, have a think about this. I'm going to bring you the answer live in the show later on. If you want to follow these puzzles daily, do go to Chessable, where you can get the preview each day before I show them here. There's a little free course on these puzzles available. But it's black to play and win, and try to calculate this one as far as you can. The first move may be quite obvious, but always think of your opponents, in this case, white's best defensive measures, and see if you can calculate a couple of moves ahead. That's a sign of a great chess player. Good luck, and I'll be back later to show you the answer. Stay tuned.
All right, Simon Williams, as he said, he's going to be back later after the next 2 rounds. He's going to be here, and he's going to show us the answer. So that's going to be interesting. But it is a tough puzzle, this, David. Let's just remind the viewers what we're looking for here.
Yeah, so this is the key position. Simon showed a couple of moves, but this is the position we're looking for you viewers out there to look for black's best move. So black to play in this position and win. What is black's best move?
And we're going to put it out on Champions Chess Tour Twitter account as well. So you're going to be able to go in there, see the position, and work on it. Find that best black move. These puzzles, I love them, Jovanka. Do great chess players like you as well do the puzzles, or is this for beginners like myself?
No, I mean, puzzles are something of joy for absolutely every player there is. We just love solving puzzles because it's like, you know, you get your eureka moment. You look at it, yeah, this is what I can play. And it's like problem solution. And yeah, this is a great puzzle, and it's beautiful. It kind of signifies every move has consequences.
All right, well, right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're joined by a very exciting guest. It is the coach, the trainer, the second, I don't know what you call you, Peter Heine Nielsen. What is the right name? Is it the main coach of Magnus Carlsen?
There's nothing particular, but I guess, yeah, you could say the main coach if you want, or you can say the second. Both words functions fine in the chess world. Seconds is a bit more chess specific, I would say.
Yeah, and then we did see a puzzle here. Obviously, don't give away the answer, but is this something that you and Magnus work on as well? Puzzles?
Not a lot. I mean, a bit before tournaments and such, and maybe he also does it with his with books at home and things like that. But I think, Magnus plays a lot online and consider that puzzle training on the sort of more realistic terms in a way. So I doubt he does a lot, but of course, whenever you follow a chess tournament online, you're not playing in yourself, you try to calculate, that becomes training as well and such. But we have done a bit before World Championship matches, but it's not something we spend a lot of time on.
Now, I want to ask you, Peter, right away, because we just had that second game, the second round with Magnus, beating Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, and his first move was super shocking to us, moving his c-pawn just one square ahead. Now, were you surprised as well, or is this something you guys have worked on?
I'm used to being surprised, so in that sense, I'm not really surprised. But I cannot give away big secrets like that. But I mean, take a guess.
All right. Well, can you tell us sort of the big picture of what you and Magnus are working on these days and have been working on heading into this tournament?
Well, just trying to get into the right spirits and such. Also, there's a ton of games. I mean, his shape has been a bit up and down in that sense. But, as always with chess, you end up debating some openings because that has some kind of relevance, and that's also the main part of my job in that sense. But I think basically, keeping a positive atmosphere, trying to find a couple of new ideas we think could be funny to play, and that's more or less it. I would say it's not rocket science in any kind of way, just common sense.
And Peter, it's a World Championship year. We're all looking forward to November when Magnus will be in Dubai. I'm sure you'll be there too. What is the rest of the year looking like for you? Have you already started the preparations and planning for that?
Well, to some extent, but of course, when you don't know the exact opponent, it becomes, a huge part of my job is the opening preparation. And if you don't know the opponent, that becomes a bit more difficult to do. And I think also it's tempting not to think too much about it before you actually know who you're playing and such. But of course, whenever it's a World Champion year, it's something special and something you look forward to and something big that becomes the main objective of that year. And also, it's been a while since there's been a World Championship, actually surprisingly long. But of course, the COVID pandemic has changed a lot of things in the world, including the World Championship. So it's a bit strange that it's actually been that long time since the last time. So I think we need to get back to the mindset and such. But of course, Magnus has been there many times and successfully. So it's not particularly a worry in that sense, but it's something that we look forward to and maybe also feels a bit alien, which normally for World Champions, the World Championship matches comes very quickly in succession. But now there's actually been a considerable break.
And, the candidates tournament will resume in only a few weeks, actually. Do you have a preferable opponent for Magnus, someone that you think it would be more interesting to see him against?
Well, I think generally, you're not supposed to pick your opponent. You have to, a World Championship match should be between the two strongest players in the world. So basically, I hope the tournament comes out with a clear winner, with someone who distance themselves from the rest of the field, and it's clear that, this is the rightful challenger who will have to face the world champion for the World Championship title. That's how it's supposed to be. So I wouldn't say I root especially for one player or the other. I'm more hopeful that, someone will power through and show he's the second best player, at least in the world, and he'll have to fight it out with Magnus, who is the best.
So, Peter, we're very excited about this tournament being the Magnus Carlsen Invitational. And 1 year ago, when the world shut down, there was another Magnus Carlsen Invitational. It basically was the first online tournament after the pandemic hit. And Magnus won that tournament. Now, what has this year been like for the two of you in your relationship and how you work together with the pandemic? And I know you're not sitting in Norway or in Lithuania, right? So what has it been like?
Well, of course, like everybody else, we have seen each other much less than we are used to in that sense. And that, of course, has been a bit strange, I would say. I mean, normally we would travel to a lot of tournaments. I think from Weigensee till the next year's Weigensee, there was no classical tournaments we went to together. I was supposed to go to Norway Chess, but because of restrictions, I couldn't and such. So it's been extraordinary in that sense, but I guess that goes for everybody in the world under these unusual circumstances and such. But, well, a year ago, playing online tournaments and preparing seriously for them and coaching them seemed unusual. Now they're very much the norm. If anything, playing in Weigensee felt a bit strange because it was suddenly with real pieces and only one game a day. Now we have 5, right? So it's, I mean, actually, online chess and a lot of games a day start to feel like the normal. But, well, that's going to change again, or at least be more mixed at some point, I would say.
And, well, in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour this season, Magnus has struggled a little bit, especially then in the second tournament. And he was talking about a funk, that he was feeling very frustrated. He struggled a little bit also in the Tata Steel now. Have you been a little bit worried about the chess form he has shown?
Well, you know, when you work with Magnus, you get spoiled, of course. I mean, you're used to him winning every tournament, and some years he basically did that. And then now there's been a couple where he hasn't won them. But I have no doubt that he's not only the strongest player in the world, but also clearly the strongest player in the world. So, of course, in that light, the results are a bit disappointing. But there has been phases like that before, and he's always come back. So I don't see anything reason to sort of worry long term. But, of course, well, it would be nice to win this tournament. That's what we are working on. And, well, so far, so good. But, well, it's very early, so it's hard to say. But to say there is some kind of crisis, I think is way too strong. I mean, for me, there's no doubt he's still the best player in the world.
And what has been your focus leading up to this one in terms of the mood and the energy that Magnus was? So David said he had talked to Magnus and he wanted just some good results. He wasn't focusing on sort of the tournament win or reaching knockout stage or anything. He just wanted some good games. Is that sort of the impression you have of him?
Yeah, I think generally that's how it works. I mean, I think... well, sometimes when Magnus wins everything, he has to put some targets except for winning, and that's to play good chess. And I think that's what he continues. Now, he hasn't won a couple of tournaments in a row, but I think he will stick to his routine. He will try and play good chess, and the good thing is that if you're the best player in the world and you play well, you normally win. So that makes a lot of sense from my perspective. And I don't think we are that result-oriented. We understand that someone with his talent is going to win a lot of tournaments, whatever. So, well, we try to optimize, we try to have fun, and we try to, you know... try to do it best possible. And I think not panicking is a very good way of not panicking.
And Peter, how about yourself? So chess this year has pretty much shifted online. Have you played a bit online yourself? What have you been up to this last year, other than...
to be fair, I more or less stopped playing. I'm basically a full-time coach and such. I think, well, when you have the sort of the opportunity to work for something like Magnus, it should be your... well, prime focus, and that's what I prefer to spend my time on. And somehow, well, playing myself, I have done, well, I played the Mr. Dodgy Invitational, but who can refuse that? Right? But, apart from such, not really. So no, I mean, well, I mean, for me, it's much more interesting to try and help Magnus than to play myself. Also, the games are better, to put it mildly, and such. So I think it's a normal question, but no, I'm a full-time chess coach, and that's how it's supposed to be.
Well, but Peter,
Magnus' career is much more interesting to me.
We do know, Peter, that you were an excellent chess player when you were active, and we actually have a picture I wanted to show you before we let you go. Phasing Magnus. This is from, I think, 2004.
Yep.
Is this the first time you guys played each other in a game?
No, but he beat me there. That I remember very well. But no, actually, I mean, well, we played a couple of years earlier in Drammen in Norway, where he was very young. And this says something about, he's quite young here, but he was even younger there.
Wow.
And there I beat him, he was still too young. But this game, he actually beat me and such. And no, well, I mean, at this point, we were quite good friends. I mean, I've known him since he was even smaller than that and such. So, and I think the strange thing is that almost at that age, he started being the second best player in the Nordic countries, while we somehow became colleagues. And well, soon after, of course, he was the best player. I mean, it was only a brief period I was higher rated than him and such. So, I mean, well, it's fun to have a colleague who is 14, 15-year-old, but that was the case at the time.
Fantastic. Peter, thank you so much for joining us and telling us a few stories here. Very, very fun to listen to. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Bye-bye.
All right, that was a fantastic talk with Peter Heine Nielsen, the coach of Magnus Carlsen, who's had a fantastic start to the Magnus Carlsen Invitational. These are the results from the second round, and as we see, Magnus Carlsen beat another fantastic chess player, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. 2 wins in a row for the world champion. And then Jordan van Foreest, who lost against Magnus in the first round, striking back with a win against David Anton. Hikaru Nakamura, a win against Nils Grandelius, and then Levon Aronian also striking back with a win against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Wesley So, another one striking back, winning his game against Sergei Karyakin. And then we have these standings. Magnus Carlsen in sole lead, David.
Yeah, he's normally a bit of a slow starter, so, I mean, it's a great sign for Magnus fans out there. He's definitely started this tournament with a bang.
He has started this tournament with the bang. Magnus Carlsen is now getting ready for the third round, the third game. All the players are starting in only 2.5 minutes. So, Jovanka, Magnus right now, do you think he's just very happy with how it's going so far and getting into the flow?
Yeah, I mean, he has to be. He's played some amazing games of chess. He has been absolutely dominant over his rivals, and 2 out of 2, that is a dream start. So I think he will absolutely be looking forward to playing round 3.
It is about to start, round 3 in the Magnus Carlsen Invitational. Let's take a look at the matchups. One game is going to be between Alain Pichot and Anish Giri. Then we have Wesley So coming from a win, facing Timur Rajabov. And Levon Aronian also coming from a win. He's going to play Sergei Karyakin. Danil Dubov against a fellow Russian, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Hikaru Nakamura coming from a win. He's going to face Shakhriyar Mamdyarov. And then Jordan van Foreest, as well, a win for him, facing Nils Grandelius, who needs to strike back after a loss. And then we have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave also coming from a loss, facing David Anton. But the game that we will focus on, of course, because it is one of the biggest games in the preliminaries, Alireza Firouzja against Magnus Carlsen. And David, we've said it so many times, this quite possibly could be a world championship match in the future.
Yeah, and I think not even too far in the future. Alireza Firouzja, he's only 17, but he has showed he can hang with the big guys. He nearly managed to pit Magnus Carlsen to the post in Norway chess. He almost won Tata Steel Masters. Firouzja is on the rise. However, we do see that in their head-to-head in online speed chess, Magnus is ahead, 12 wins to Firouzja's 1. So Magnus Carlsen, he will be the favourite, despite the fact Firouzja is on the rise.
Wow. And it is Alireza Firouzja with the white pieces. Magnus Carlsen has said it himself. If there's anyone he thinks can take over his crown as world champion, it is Alireza Firouzja. Now, what do you expect from this game between them, Jovanka? We haven't seen... They played each other in the first tournament, Skilling Open, but we haven't seen Alireza Firouzja since then.
No, we haven't seen Alireza Firouzja, but they did play each other in Tata Steel, and in that game, Magnus won. He started off with a bang, and it was a very impressive game where he just threw all the pieces up in the air and absolutely came up with some innovative ideas to demolish Firouzja. So I'm expecting Firouzja to play solid. Do not take the game into an endgame. If there's something that we've seen that Magnus is perhaps slightly weak, if weak is the right word, in unclear, complex positions. Definitely nothing to do in an endgame.
Yep, he's just got to try and attack Magnus, use the kind of Dubov strategy. Daniel Dubov having beaten Magnus Carlsen on several occasions in the tour so far by just throwing everything at Magnus and attacking him. Magnus showing in those last 2 games already today that strategically he can create these kind of dominating positions, and Firouzja can't go for that. Meanwhile, okay, he has started Firouzja by playing with his queen's pawn. Will we see a transposition to the queen's gambit? Magnus, meanwhile, just pushing a pawn there. Very flexible from both sides. Firouzja now just deciding what to do. And okay, maybe not the most critical type of opening, just pushing a pawn there. I think this is something you've done on occasion, Jovanka.
Yes, very rarely when I've been playing my second game of the day, you know, and I need to get my opponent out of theory. Occasionally, I try out this very unambitious system just on the basis that, hey, I'm going to be playing my own kind of game. But we'll have to say something about like the Dubov approach, where he just really goes for the jugular against Magnus. I think it's actually very, very difficult if you're kind of a classical player to suddenly switch approaches and just kind of play high-risk chess, because the thing is, you can do this high-risk stuff in a middle game, and it's not that risky. But if you do it straight from the opening, then you start burning the bridges very, very quickly, and it's almost like there's no going back. And I think Magnus, I don't think this opening that Firouzja played is particularly scary. And the problem is that these days it's becoming more and more popular that people have the tendency to kind of sit down and work out what they're going to do against it.
Yeah, so the reason we say that this type of opening is not so ambitious for White is because actually White's central pawns now, they block in White's dark squared bishop. So White's dark squared bishop there next to the queen, completely blocked in. Just doesn't have a great future, at least in the short term. That is why Firouzja pushes a pawn. He wants to develop his dark squared bishop to the longest possible diagonal. This system, it does have some hidden venom later on. Actually, earlier we saw the Ginger GM. We saw Simon Williams. And he's produced some content on this type of opening. He's found some great ideas in this opening. And he wins many games. Every time I face Simon Williams, he tries to utilise this opening with White against me. So there is some hidden venom later on in the game. White's initial moves are very simple, very easy and logical to play. That's probably why Firouzja is choosing it in a rapid game. In rapid chess, with only 15 minutes on the clock, you just want easy moves. They don't always have to be the best moves, but you want an easy plan while your opponent burns that time trying to figure out how to counter your plan. That's why I expect to see Firouzja now just castle the king, the white king, just tuck it away to safety, and then start developing pieces, and later on try and explode the centre when white is more ready than black. If we count the pieces that have been developed so far as well, white 3 pieces developed, black 2 pieces, it's only a tiny development edge, but it does amount to something a bit later on. I think Firouzja just going for that really kind of tense scenario, and as Jovanka says, building up before going for the jugular later. Firouzja, his instincts are very aggressive, very attacking. So if he gets the chance, he will try and attack Magnus. Not only did he lose actually in Tartar Steel to Magnus, but he also lost in Norway chess to Magnus in an endgame. So he will not want to head for an endgame in this one.
Now, since we're talking about Firouzja as maybe the next world champion, and Magnus even saying it, does that mean that these two have sort of similar styles?
Not necessarily, but I think it's just the way they approach games against lower-rated players. They're both extremely ambitious, and they're always... they take risks in different ways. Magnus kind of tries to provoke the opponent. Firouzja likes to kind of gamble in these very tense positions. And but either way, they're always aiming for the maximum, always aiming for the win. And actually, during this last month, the break between the Opera Euro Rapid and the Magnus Invitational, the player I've faced most online is Firouzja. And he has destroyed me. I think we've played about 40 games, and I think he's won at least 28 of them. It's a big score. And yeah, I mean, every game I face him, he's always looking for the maximum. So even if it's a dead drawn position, he'll find a trick or he'll find a resource that it's hard to face against. And psychologically, I mean, for a 17-year-old, I don't think there's anyone who is just so strong. And I mean, he'll bounce back from a loss incredibly well. And he's always looking to learn from these top players. He's always challenging, Magnus online. I watch them playing each other on playing bullet chess at 4 a.m. in the morning. I see him playing Nakamura at blitz chess at 3 a.m. in the morning. And it's, Firouzja, he loves chess. And I think that's what he has in common with Magnus.
That's a wonderful training, but at the same time, it does mess up absolutely everything in your life, right?
Isn't that what chess does, basically?
When you're 17, you can get away with it.
No, I mean, if you had to go to school the next day, you're in problems, or you have to work the next day. I mean, it's a different kind of mindset, I think, to be able to play until 3 or 4 in the morning. But having said that, Firouzja is a massive talent. But one thing I did notice is that when he was playing, this was more over the board, was that he did get nervous.
Yes.
And Magnus actually used that fact against him, and he managed to win a game just because Firouzja was visibly shaking at the board. And that's something that can be a problem.
Yeah.
You do not want to be playing fast chess and not be in control of your emotions.
Yeah, and I think that's just a generational thing as well. Firouzja, all of his training has pretty much taken place online. I mean, he learns purely by playing pretty much, and learning by error. But Magnus, he grew up, I mean, same time as me. It was just when computers weren't super strong, so you learnt with books first, you learnt over the board, all of your games were over the board, and then Magnus was able to kind of profit from the knowledge of computers when he was a bit older, when he was a bit more experienced already. So very different kind of schools of chess in terms of their development, but I think in terms of approach, relatively similar. You're right, Jovanka, though. I mean, playing till 3 a.m. in the morning, it's not healthy. I don't recommend it to viewers at home.
And it just reminded me of a conversation that I think Joe Rogan was saying that, you know, to be the best of everything, you have to have the mindset of a conqueror, but it just messes up absolutely everything else, you know, your social life, your work life, but, you know, it's just have to be focused on chess. But, OK, these guys do have the energy and the dedication to do that, and all credit to them. But while we're waiting for Firouzja to come up with a move, we do have to remind you all that we are having a quiz of the day. And because the theme of this tournament is space, we are asking if you could only bring one person on a journey to outer space, who would it be and why? And you can tweet us using the hashtag #ChessChamps, and one lucky winner will win 1 year premium membership on Chess24. And we do have some answers that I'd like to read out. We have a Crusher C who says he'd take Daniel Dubov with him to space as his chess moves are out of this world. I think he's familiar with outer space. You know, that really reminds me of the tune. I'm heading into space to find another. Right, yeah. Okay.
He's a space cowboy, Dubov.
Yeah, space cowboy. Yeah. And also Gunther Blauvens, he says he would take his grandson on that space journey so that he can experience the greatest wonder of his life, playing chess and understanding what space on a chessboard really means. Nice. I do like those puns on chess and space. Keep them coming. And remember, you can tweet your answer using the hashtag #ChessChamps. And you can also tweet us just to join in the fun, the conversation, any questions you have about the games. You can also use that hashtag #ChessChamps to get in touch, and we will feature your tweets on the show.
Do you know what I think is amazing? I heard that there are more possible chess positions than there are stars in the universe.
Atoms in the universe.
Atoms that's insane. So basically what we're seeing on the screen here, a chessboard of 64 squares, is more complex and deeper than even the universe.
Yeah, that's, I mean, it's mind-boggling, right? I mean, it's just... it's just infinite, just the possibilities within 64 squares with only 32 pieces. Yeah, that's why we love it.
That is why we love it. It's just like this position that we're seeing right now. Guess what, Kaya? Never been seen before.
Wow. After 12 moves, it's crazy. It's completely crazy.
And we were talking about space, and meanwhile, Alireza Firouzja, he's trying to gain space on all sides of the board. Magnus right now has a really difficult question to answer. Only one set of pawns have been traded as well, remember. So incredibly tense, this situation. White has a nice knight in the center of the board, in the middle of the board, controlling a lot of space. And with his last move, the Ginger GM, Simon Williams, he would be proud. He has trained Firouzja well, or inspired Firouzja for sure, because that last move, pushing that corner pawn, pushing Harry the H-pawn, means that Firouzja wants to go all-out attack. And if we bring up the analysis board, we can see why Magnus is hesitating, why he spent almost... he spent over 2.5 minutes on this move. Normally, Black just wants to castle the king, get this king to safety, the king looking super safe here. But with Firouzja's last move, it's just indicating it's just going to be carnage. He's going to go on the rampage. He's going to keep pushing this pawn forward and use the fact that his rook still remains on this corner square to open up a line towards Black's king. So Magnus Carlsen, unless he really wants to play with fire, unless he wants to call Firouzja's bluff, he will not castle his king now. But if you don't castle, then what else do? You don't really want to trade knights right now, because suddenly White gains even more space in the center, this pawn controlling a lot of important squares, kicking away this knight as well. So for Magnus, there's no easy move, there's no easy solution to this position. Firouzja showing already that he's trying to play that uncompromising chess that we said would give him the best chance against Magnus.
We have mentioned that Magnus is looking very sharp today. Okay, let's take this Black move first.
Yep, Magnus, I think he was just so intimidated by that potential pawn push by White that he's blocked that pawn. He's pushed his own corner pawn, but that means that if he does ever castle his king, the black king feels less safe now that his pawns are further forward.
Yeah. Well, okay, so Magnus is wearing his vest, snooker vest, that you said, Jovanka, looking very sharp. But actually, someone also noticed Alireza Firouzja's T-shirt, and it's actually saying non-conformist, meaning, you know, being a little bit outside the box, thinking outside the box, basically, right?
Doesn't follow the rules.
Yeah. Do you think he's sending a message here?
Yeah, why not? I mean, I do. Why not? You know, you're on the world stage. Why not have some fun with it? Send a message to your opponents. Not going to follow the rules. You want to win. And well. This is the kind of chess that I adored when I was 6 or 7 years old. And here we have it. We have opposite. Well, maybe not actually, because the white king has moved onto the left side of the board, what we call the queen side in chess. And will Magnus follow suit?
Yep.
It has to, right?
I mean, I expect Magnus Carlsen to do the same, to castle long, to castle to that queen side and copy Firouzja, because simply if black's king castles on the other side to the right, on the king side, he will just get attacked. And I don't think Magnus Carlsen is in the mood to get attacked in this game, especially by a younger rival who has kind of shown his hand already, has shown his plans to attack. And there we see Magnus, okay, copying Firouzja and also castling on that left flank. Both kings now I expect to see shuffle towards the corner. Normally, when you castle on the long side, you have to take another timeout. You have to take another move to push your king closer to the corner, because otherwise it's just too exposed. It's too close to the center. And now it will become more about maneuvering. So no direct attack now because the kings are on the same side, but still very tense with all the pieces on the board. Only one pawn trade so far.
Yeah, it's a complicated position. I mean, for someone, I find it quite interesting that you've kind of highlighted it's all about maneuvering. So that means that all the action is going to take place with the pieces, not the pawns.
Yep.
And I think a lot of players are just often so focused on getting those pawn breaks, opening those lines. I'm talking about myself here. But that it's maybe quite a little bit difficult to adjust to the fact that you actually have to start improving your pieces. I mean, I'm looking at the white knight, the one that's a little bit behind. I would be looking at maneuvering that one to greener pastures.
Maybe you want to maneuver it here.
That was the square I had my eye on.
And yeah, if, for example, if black continues just putting the king in the corner, if white's knight jumps forward, suddenly the two knights are ganging up against a pawn, a very weak pawn actually, the base of black's pawn chain, which is only defended by the black queen. And suddenly white would have a great position. So I like this move as well, bringing your knight forward. But maybe then we would see Magnus Carlsen trade a set of pieces. And if you jump into the center, maybe the black knight will also do the same, jumping into the center. And this position very kind of tense. Again, both sides have very strong knights, and ideally you don't really want to trade off a bishop for a knight, because as soon as the position becomes open, bishops will start taking control.
Yeah.
I expect this position, it's roughly balanced, but yeah, it's all about pieces right now rather than pawns. If you look at the pawn structure, it's completely blocked. These pawns are blocking each other, these pawns are blocking each other. So it's about piece maneuvers. Yeah,
exactly. And just to highlight, you know, David nicely pointed out that moving that knight there were consequences. White abandoned the control of one square, which allowed the black knight to kind of jump in. So then that means, okay, maybe it's not the right time to move with a knight. Maybe you should just pick up a rook and just put it in the center and just, again, pass the move to black and just kind of say, you come up with a plan now.
Yeah, when in doubt, especially in rapid chess, when you don't have too much time to think, you just have to take a step back and say, OK, I can't see anything immediate. There's no immediate threats, no immediate captures or checks. Let's just improve a piece. And white should just shuffle his rook to the center. And at least if some action starts happening, his pieces will be more ready. I think that's a very logical move, Jovanka. OK, Firouzja, non-conformist. He does not conform to the norms and put his rook in the center. He brings it up. He's going across the board. He's going to try and aim along these lines. That's such a cool move. We call this a rook lift, when the rooks, I mean, this very rarely happens when you bring it up the board and then shift it across. It has more scope that way. I like it.
Is it surprising, especially to see it against Magnus Carlsen? We know the Magnus effect players will...
It's surprising because, you know, it's a bit out of the box thinking, I have to say. I mean, I really didn't expect it because... yeah, you know, the rook is lifting, but the rook is lifting where? Where's it going to go? Tell me. I mean, obviously, there's going to be some preparations behind it, and I think it's a quite risky move, actually. I mean, because if it goes wrong, what is that rook doing there on the edge, looking at its own pawn? It's not necessarily the move that I would prefer. I would prefer to move it to the centre, but that's a little bit more classical. There's a little bit more, dare I say it, boring.
But it's classical for a reason, Jovanka. That, I mean, usually those types of moves that we're expecting to see, we're expected to see them for a reason. And that would have been very logical. Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen making very quick decisions. He's trying to take advantage of the fact that Firouzja has put his rook on a bit of an odd square, and now he's starting those piece trades. He's hoping that when things open up, White's rook will be misplaced, that rook that we said was lifting up the board. And now Magnus is actually sacrificing a pawn as well, potentially. Actually, I'm not so sure. Maybe Firouzja can't grab a pawn right now. If we bring up the analysis board, we can see there's a lot of tension right now. Magnus just brought his knight into the centre. It's all about this square. Firouzja can capture in the centre after knight takes knight, pawn takes. Now it looks like a free pawn. I thought White could be greedy here, but suddenly after bishop takes, this queen is overworked. Black will play rook takes rook. After the queen takes, suddenly the queen is no longer defending this bishop in the centre, and Black emerges with an extra piece. So a bit of a trick here, a bit of a trap by Magnus Carlsen. Firouzja, he won't fall into it. But the problem is, how do you deal with that? And instead, he decided to trade and bring his knight forward. This isn't ideal for White because he's had to trade off his light squared bishop, which was kind of holding everything together. But at least the knight is trying to jump into very strong squares. So, the next few moves, I think, are going to be critical. Also, one thing I do notice is maybe this rook is going to swing across and start to indirectly attack the black queen.
Yes, but swings and roundabouts, because, you know, suddenly there were consequences to lifting that rook up, that there's no longer protecting its sibling, and suddenly Black might be the one that takes control of the open line in the centre, so...
Yep, so Black could be the first to occupy the open line, and suddenly Black, at least his rook would be extremely well placed.
Right.
I expect that to happen, actually.
Yeah, and I'm also thinking, we saw Magnus be so magnificent with the bishop pair. Do you let Magnus have something that is so dangerous, such as those two bishops? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think you make a good point. Long term, if Magnus can kind of just stabilise the position, the fact that he has those bishops will become a factor, and the fact that we're heading closer and closer towards the endgame will become a factor. Well, all of those in Magnus's favour. But, there's still some tension, at least. Firouzja has his own ideas, and he's not been playing too slowly, which is, I think, one thing that a lot of Magnus's rivals do suffer from, that Magnus effect, when they just get a bit scared and they play a bit slowly because of that. But yeah, Firouzja, he's not showing any nerves so far. This one definitely in the balance right now.
Only 17-year-old Alireza Firouzja. It's amazing that he is here battling with the best chess players in the world, being one of the best chess players in the world himself. Magnus Carlsen, he became world champion when he was 22, 23, right?
Yep.
Actually on his birthday, turning 23.
23rd birthday.
Yeah, so Alireza Firouzja still has many years.
He's already number 13 in the world, and he's only 17. I mean, if he moves up just 10, 11 places in the next few years, then yeah, he'll be right there, ready to challenge Magnus in the future. And I mean, he's 17, and he's also been through so much. He's left his native country. He left his homeland, Iran. He moved to France, and he quit playing for Iran because he wasn't happy with some of the politics there, that he wasn't allowed to play against certain opponents. And, I mean, to make such a big life decision, to commit to chess so early and so young, I mean, that just shows he's dedicated.
Well, he has 5 years to become the youngest grandmaster, because Kasparov did it at 22. Sorry, grandmaster. Well, he's already there. World champion, of course,
5 years.
5 years.
OK, what's your bet? Do you think Alireza Firouzja is going to make it?
I recently wrote a newspaper column where I predicted he would be a world champion, but I'm not sure. I think maybe it might take him a bit longer to reach his full peak.
Yeah.
And it depends. Magnus, he's got a few years left in him, so it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, I think Magnus is going to stand in his way quite happily. So I don't think so.
No.
All right, well, the bar is, shifting a little bit towards Alireza with these last moves.
Yeah, and that is because Magnus Carlsen decided to sacrifice a pawn. He I mean, rather controversially, has decided to give up his bishop pair and sacrifice a pawn just to get rid of the white knight. So black's last move was to capture that white knight. White can recapture now with his queen if he wants an endgame, or with his pawn. Personally, I would capture with the pawn here. I wouldn't even consider taking with the queen, because it's Magnus Carlsen, because you don't want an endgame, and because currently white's queen is perfectly centralized. Queens are best in the middle of the board. So right now, white is a pawn up. That is why the computer gives white a small advantage, but it's not a huge advantage right now, because despite the fact white is a pawn up on that C line, so the pawn that's just recaptured, those pawns are doubled, and potentially long-term, they might drop off the board, they might become weak. So Magnus, clearly he had an idea in this position to justify his pawn sacrifice, but either way, black is solid and has some compensation for the pawn.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely think that black has enough compensation for the pawns. Like you said, those two doubled pawns there, you know, Beth Harmon of the Queen's Gambit hates them. And she hates them sometimes for good reason, because they can't move forward. And there you can see Magnus is doing what is really good strategy. He is controlling those pawns. And when you have weak pawns, they are targets, and you control targets by, first of all, you have to control them, you have to restrain them, you have to stop them moving forward. And then secondly, you start piling the pressure on them. And then thirdly, you munch them. And I don't even think he needs to try to win the pawn, actually. I think it's enough just to control it, just to make sure it doesn't move forward. And then with his active rook and the queen, he has enough compensation just to hold the balance.
Yep. Yeah, and if we bring up the analysis board, we can highlight that. I mean, the fact that these pawns are isolated, doubled, and very, very weak long-term. But you don't have to go and win them immediately. Right now, they are defended. That's why Magnus' last move, just bring the bishop back. That bishop was blocked, doing nothing. He's simply going to blockade those pawns. He's just going to plant his bishop on this square where it can never be challenged. For example, if white just makes a move, black's bishop will drop forward. These pawns now are it's as if they're not there. They're just completely blockaded. Black also attacking this pawn. And as Jovanka mentions, this rook is looking like it might jump into the game, might become very, very active. I really like Magnus' last move. I would expect to maybe see Firouzja try and trade off these rooks right now, because this is black's best piece, potentially, this rook on an open line. And you want to trade off your opponent's best pieces for sure in every position. So I would expect to see a rook trade and then maybe the position fizzle out into a very balanced endgame. But either way, Magnus, maybe not trying to win this game necessarily straight from the off, but playing more strategic here.
Yeah.
And Firouzja, if he overpresses, if he underestimates the strength of black's pieces, then it might backfire. But no, OK, Firouzja, he does not want the draw. He does not want to trade pieces. He moves his rook.
I'm not sure about that move. I really loved the move of putting the white rook opposite the black rook, because, you know, yes, Firouzja might trade, but Magnus doesn't actually want to trade, because then he would correct the pawns, and you don't want to correct your opponent's double pawns. Here, I do feel that Firouzja is kind of gambling a little bit. You know, he's kind of putting his pieces on not the best squares and just giving Magnus the opportunity to generate play. Yep. And we've seen Magnus be very, very dangerous there.
Yeah, exactly. And Magnus, he's currently in the type of mood where he just wants to stabilize. His last few moves with black, his next couple of moves, they'll just be about improving the pieces, controlling everything, and then he'll look for the kill. And we do see White's last move, bring the rook across. It looks like it's targeting a pawn, one of black's key pawns, but that pawn is simply defended by black's queen. So White's last move was kind of superfluous. I mean, it was just, there was no real point behind it. And suddenly, we do see Firouzja thinking again. It does show that maybe he lacked a kind of continuation. He lacked a plan over the next few moves. Magnus came up with this bishop maneuver. It was a deep plan, 2-3 moves long. Firouzja just came up with a one-move idea. And meanwhile, now he's had to retreat his queen. That's not a good sign. As soon as you start retreating, the opponent's pieces will start to step forward and jump forward. Queens, I did mention, they're best in the middle of the board. Now White's queen has been forced to put herself on a far worse square just to control the entry points for black's rook. And I think Magnus now, he's the one, he's still in the balance, but he's the one who might start to create threats. And I expect to see maybe he just step forward with his rook one square, just over-defend his pawns on the right side there. Magnus, he's got plenty of choice, and he's got a minute extra on the clock. This one, could go either way at the moment. White's still a pawn up, though, and a pawn is a pawn. So something to look forward to for both sides.
Wow. All right. Well, you mentioned it, David. Alireza Firouzja leaving Iran. Sorry, I just had a caramel. It stuck. But Alireza Firouzja, he left Iran, so he's now playing under the FIDE flag.
That's right. Yes.
And he's playing from Paris, right? So should we expect him to sort of change federations quite soon to France?
Yeah, I did read an interview with him where he said he was. I mean, it was quite likely. I don't think he's committed yet. He hasn't promised anything, but it's quite likely he'll play for France. And then he and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, they will be tussling for that #1 spot in France. That would make France an incredibly strong team. France, they're very passionate about their chess. Lately, they've so many new grandmasters in France. A lot of support for their players.
Well, we're talking about France being an amazingly strong team, but you know the big news actually is that Levon Aronian has actually transferred federations. He is now going to move to St. Louis and represent the USA.
Yeah.
Which would make the USA the strongest team.
That's an insane team. And actually, we're going to talk a lot about that tomorrow. We're going to hear Levon's thoughts and reasoning for Switching Nation. So it's going to be a big theme tomorrow. And we even have Levon playing Wesley So, I think. We have Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura. I even think maybe we have Levon and Hikaru Nakamura. So it's going to be a lot about the American team tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of rivalry there, but I mean, imagine if that team gels and at Olympiads, at these kind of international events, I mean, USA, they're going to be almost unstoppable.
Yeah.
I mean, half a dozen players out there in the top 50, just out of the top 50 in the world. I mean, that's...
Yeah.
So
no, I mean, the thing is, though, if, like David says, if that team gels, if they kind of manage to work together, the team atmosphere is good, there you have a winning formula.
Yeah. Maybe if they're inspired by the Queen's Gambit, because that's when we see Beth Harmon excelling against the Russians, when the American team comes together.
Yes.
So that must be the dream now for the American team with all these super strong players.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And they've got some amazing players, I mean, who, if they manage to work together, would be absolutely... I mean, we're talking they could seriously challenge even like Magnus for the World Championship.
Yeah,
if they get motivated and they just get going, you know, just imagine what ideas they could bounce off each other.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be unbelievable.
Yeah, imagine if Fabiano now qualifies for the World Championship match in November, if he wins the candidates, if that American team can just come together behind Fabiano and help him against Magnus, that would be interesting. Yeah.
So many young talented players in the US. I mean, having these idols, these role models now at the top of American chess, that will just surely inspire them to new heights. Exciting times for American chess.
Yes.
Yep. And also for Alireza,
No, I was just going to say, it's quite funny though, because I do actually know one story of a team that won the European Team Championship. It was a little bit unexpectedly, and they were asked privately what was their success, what was the reason for it, and they said, we can't stand each other. We just don't talk.
Really?
I think I know which team, but I'm not sure I should say.
No, I'm not going to say it.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, sometimes, I mean, different things work for different people. Sometimes you need that hatred or that kind of energy just to push yourself. And team chess, it is individual games. So if everyone's on form at the same time, anything can happen.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Magnus has just been very solid over the last few moves. And Firouzja, he's been spending his time and he's committed to a very risky but also very instructive king maneuver. We do see, after White's last move, we have seen over the last few turns, Alireza Firouzja, he's brought his king up early in this game while the queens are still on the board. He's brought his king up, and the whole idea is to protect this doubled pawn, the front pawn of these two weak pawns that we mentioned a bit earlier. So Magnus does the same. He brings his king forward. This white king, it can't be targeted right now. We'll see why the computer jumped up in White's favour in a moment, but this white king cannot be targeted right now. You can also push a pawn forward, and as long as it hides on white squares, it cannot be targeted. It's got enough pawns around it, enough pawn shelter. I think the reason that the computer, the Stockfish bar, jumped in White's favour there was because it liked the fact that White could maybe go into a queen endgame, and now by rerouting this bishop, trying to trade off even more pieces, try to trade off this bishop next, and if it's pure queen endgame, then maybe White's extra pawn will start to make itself felt. But, we do see the manoeuvring continue, and instead, Firouzja just brought his bishop forward, and wow, Magnus Carlsen, huge decision, shocking decision, surely.
Absolutely shocking, because now he just gives the opportunity for white to iron out the double pawn. So is there anything wrong with taking that rook with a pawn? No, and it's happened on the board. Okay, so his reasoning was that he just wanted to explode open the position where the white king is, just blast it open, and I don't know. It's a very high risk because, you know, there aren't too many black pieces on the board. It's only a queen and a bishop, and they're not traditionally the best attacking duo, primarily because they don't really work well on both color squares. They work well on, in this particular case, the dark squares, and highly, highly risky stuff from Magnus. I don't like it.
Yeah, so now instead of a position where he was a pawn down but the opponent had weak double pawns, now he's a pawn down but the opponent's pawn's looking great. And it looks like the queens might come off the board as well. Currently, Magnus Carlsen's bishop is attacked, therefore he retreats it. The queens are looking at each other. Will we see a queen trade? Maybe that will be Magnus Carlsen's saving grace if he can get the queens off the board and blockade on the light squares. We do see bishops are both on dark squares right now, and the problem for white is that his bishop on the dark squares, I mean, it's just blocked in by all of his own pawns. All of white's pawns also on dark squares. So white's bishop, not a great piece right now. It means that he just has no influence over the light squares. And, yeah, if the queens come off, maybe Magnus will be able to hold a fortress. That is what he's been aiming for. I mean, I mentioned a shocking decision earlier, more in surprising, not necessarily a bad one. And it does look like Magnus, he's seen far enough into the future to justify his earlier decision. Look at all of black's pawns. They're all on light squares. White's pawns, most of them are on dark squares, and that is why it should be a draw. It should be a fortress.
Yeah, it does look like a fortress, but still, I think it's I'm not quite keen on the decision per se, just because it gives Firouzja hope.
Yep.
And it gives him a chance to kind of... also gives Magnus the chance to go wrong.
This is true.
And you kind of always want to kind of think about the odds when you're playing chess, especially rapid chess. You kind of, if you see a way how to draw and it's like 90% of chance of drawing, you should definitely go take that one rather than something that you see might be forcing 10 moves forcing and definitely leads to a draw, you know, because you might have made a miscalculation.
Yeah, and this is one point where I would maybe disagree with the engine, the computer evaluation, because although it says 0.0, the computer thinks it's a dead draw. From a human point of view, only white can win. And there we see the bar does start to change its mind. This is the type of position where, at the very best, Magnus Carlsen will draw this game. Computers don't take into account the odds. They don't see that, OK, maybe it's 70% chance of a draw, but also 30% chance of a win. Especially, I mean, being a pawn down here for Magnus, the margin for error is far smaller for him. Firouzja, even if everything goes wrong and the queens come off, and even if he loses a pawn, it should still be a draw. So Firouzja is the only one who can win this game. And still, Magnus, he'll need to be accurate to hold this position. Maybe the good thing for him is that Firouzja is much lower on the clock with under 2 minutes.
And I just want to jump in and mention that I think we just set a record in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, because Dubov and Nepomniachtchi just finished their game after 33 minutes, and I don't think we've had all games still going on after 30 minutes so far, not to my recollection at least. So definitely saying something about the tension in the tournament. It is a major, 16 players, half of them will stay home but be out of the tournament, Ivanka. So do you think that's why we're seeing that they're staying at the board, they're fighting in these games already?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, this is kind of what you do on the first day. You kind of maybe play a little bit sensibly, cautiously, but at the same time, you still have to you're kind of like, you have to maneuver yourself into position. And you have to bear in mind when half of the field leave, well, you know, you do have to score some wins and you do have to take the risks. And also, if we were to actually look at the 16 players that have been invited, well, these are actually fantastic attackers. Yeah. They're known for their dynamic, uncompromising play, and they have an array of achievements behind their belt. So I'm not surprised that the players are really going for it. This is what we wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as soon as you mentioned that first result, Kaya, I noticed a couple of games immediately finished as well. So three games finished back to back there. Meanwhile, in this position, Firouzja, he's going for the win. He senses blood, and he's brought his queen. Look at that white queen, deep in black's camp right now, eyeing up a pawn. Also, as well as the pawn attacked, the pawn next to that white queen, there are some big threats. White's queen is threatening to check the black king from behind, and that would be very awkward to deal with. So Firouzja, yeah, I mean, he's going for the win here. Magnus has to drop his queen back to try and hold the defense, to just try and hold all of his weaknesses. And I think that was the key move for Magnus, but he will be regretting not taking the chance to take those queens off the board a bit earlier on. I think that was the easier way to draw, but he let Firouzja keep the queens on a bit too long, and suddenly Magnus, he's back on the defensive. The problem is, as Jovanka mentioned, queen and bishop tend not to be a great attacking duo, and here White's only attacking with the queen. And unless he can get some backup, it's impossible to win a game just with a queen. Magnus will keep threatening a queen trade and should be a draw.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be very, very tricky. I do wonder if there's some kind of chances, because naturally I'm start looking at the forcing moves. And okay, that wasn't a move I necessarily considered, but I was like looking at the kind of moves that attack bishops, the checks. And okay, now that Firouzja has stepped forward with his king, can Magnus get greedy and snatch a pawn?
I think he can. We will see Magnus right now debate whether to use his black bishop and capture White's pawn in the centre of the board. I think he can get away with it. It looks a bit scary, but if you can get the bishops off the board and if you can win your pawn back, suddenly, once the black queen gets active, it will be able to give perpetual check. Okay, Magnus decides not to risk anything. Black bishop takes pawn there, I think was fine, but instead Magnus goes for a check. He's just trying to kick the white king back, and then he'll retreat with his queen back to where it came from, and we might see a repetition of moves. So, yeah, Magnus may be missing a way to a forced draw there, but it's still under control for now.
But there's still maybe some nasty traps in the air, right? So, I mean, say the white king takes a step back. I think you have to move it directly backwards. I don't think you can move to the diagonal because you have to keep control of the queen giving checks. So this is the move that I'm thinking about. And yeah, I was just going to say, I don't think that Magnus should be tempted to now capture the pawn, because I think that would be a huge, huge mistake.
So, for example, if we... Okay, we do see
we're
maybe...
going to see a repetition.
If Magnus Carlsen steps forward with his queen again, giving a check, that will be the second time we've seen that position. Okay, Magnus does not repeat. So Magnus does not allow a threefold repetition, but he's on the defensive. I think he would have been happy with a draw, but maybe he was scared that Firouzja would not repeat the position and move his king to a different square. So instead, Magnus kind of preempts that. I think it's a bit of a psychological power play there. Magnus just wants to say, okay, I'm not scared, I don't want the draw. And Magnus just retreats his king. Firouzja, meanwhile, bringing his queen back. Look at those clock times as well. Firouzja with under 30 seconds. Could we see some nerves from the youngster? As we have in over-the-board tournaments between these guys, over-the-board clashes. Meanwhile, White has a big, big threat here. Black's bishop is pinned. It cannot move because White's queen would attack the black king. Therefore, White is threatening to just push a pawn, attacking that black bishop and winning that black bishop. So Magnus has to deal with that. How will he deal with it? He might give check with his queen. He might just move his king out of the way. There we go. He does move his king out of the way. And, OK, the ball is back in Firouzja's court. OK, he's brought his queen forward. And, OK, that's the third time we've seen this position. And the game is agreed a draw.
Wow.
So quick, so sudden.
Yes.
Firouzja, I thought he maybe could have tried to play for the win there. There was still some life left.
I was expecting
30 seconds left.
Some pawn advance. I mean, the thing is with the online chess is that you can accidentally repeat the position 3 times. And usually maybe your opponent doesn't actually pick up on the fact that you've actually gone into a repetition. But unfortunately with online chess, it's like, bing, game ended, and you're like, oh, whoops.
Well, who's the most happy and the most annoyed about this result? Seeing both sort of the tournament situation, but also how the game progressed.
Yeah, I think Magnus should be more relieved than Firouzja. Magnus was a pawn down, even in the final position. For most of the game, he was a pawn down, and he was on the defensive. But then the speed he logged off there from the video call, it did look like he was a bit annoyed about his play. Firouzja, meanwhile, did have chances, but too low on the clock to fully utilise those. And just towards the end of the game, we did see a bit of a dance, a bit of back and forth with the two players. And in this position, White jumped forward with the queen, attacking this pawn and also threatening to get in behind Black's camp. And I think this is the key move that Magnus used to hold the draw. Magnus dropped his queen back, and this was where Firouzja decided there's just nothing to do. He couldn't find a way to break through. If he brings his queen across, Black's queen will block. If he brings his queen across, Black's queen will block, and any queen exchange will lead to a fortress position where it's just a dead draw. There's no way for either side to break through. And that is why we saw a repetition of moves. And I think Firouzja maybe didn't realize it was a repetition. He moved his king forward. This is the first time we see the position. We see a check. And this is the second time we see this position. And actually, after a different assortment of moves, we saw the position repeat itself for the third time, using different moves. But the game is declared drawn if the position is repeated for 3 times. It's all about the position, not the moves. And the game was a draw.
We have to show this game as well, of course. Magnus Carlsen facing one of his big rivals in the next round, Anish Giri. That's coming up in about 17 minutes. All right, well, Magnus Carlsen has gotten a great start so far to the tournament. 2 wins, 1 draw. We do have a little bit of a break now before the next game starting in about 17 minutes. We did launch Simon's chess puzzle challenge in the last break. And we're going to remind you now about the puzzle. David, what are we looking for? What are we asking the viewers?
Yeah, so Simon's puzzle challenge today is this position. We are looking from the black side, and Black in this position was Anish Giri. He was facing Magnus Carlsen. This was the first time these guys actually played against each other over the board. The first time they met, Anish Giri was only 16 years old at the time. Playing Black, he has a winning move here. He found it, and he beat Magnus Carlsen. And, yeah, that's the question we're asking for all you guys at home. What is Black's winning move? What is the best move to win the game? And
we'll have the answer to this in the next break. After the next round, Simon will be with us to let you know what the right answer is. And it's going to be exciting. Yeah, I'm excited to see what the answer is. I have no idea. And you can also find this puzzle on our Twitter account, Champions Chess Tour on Twitter, if you want to be reminded of the position that we're looking at. All right, David, Jovanka, are you guys ready to show the world?
No.
Your ice dipping skills.
Not ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, we announced it in the start of the show that we are going to show how it all went down when David and Jovanka went ice dipping. They were challenged in the last tournament by a viewer from the Netherlands, saying that he was ice dipping and he challenged those two to do the same. They took the challenge, and let's take a look.
Dave, you're an idiot. First you say yes to the skiing. Your bum still hurts 2 months later. Now you're by the ice about to do another challenge.
Du, det är helt härligt och så känner man sig sjukt smart efteråt.
What's wrong with you? You gotta learn how to say no. I don't know.
Is this looking tempting, David?
If he doesn't retreat the bishop, I'll do that ice buff challenge. If he... Oh, no. Your confidence in the studio has consequences. Stop acting big. Just accept. I can't even do it.
To be fair, you know, David, I'll do it with you. Don't worry.
Not only are you going to submerge yourself in water, but the whole world is going to see your shriveled... No. Look.
Yes.
What's it called?
Okay, it's fine. I'm gonna be in for 2 minutes.
Over a minute.
Have I?
Yeah.
Okay. Yay! I did it! Okay, so Howell.
My turn. If this is my last day on Earth, someone please find my computer, delete those files marked top secret, and I'll be very grateful.
Det et pledd jeg kunne opp knærne på, eller noe?
Should I just go now? Why am I doing this?
Remember to breathe. Are you ready?
I'm good.
Let's play. Your turn.
I'm gonna crush Asker.
Such a strong player.
Lost my footing.
It's good news. At least. Okay, let's.
That was the plan.
Yeah, Askill, don't blunder now. Almost. Oh no! No! It's all falling apart.
I love it when someone says that no one has ever done this before, because then when I do it, that means that I'm the first one that has done it. When I feel pain, that's when it really counts. That's what makes you a champion. No pain, no gain.
How was it?
It was cool.
It was good.
It's all right. I've been colder. No more challenges. No more challenges.
Please, everyone, do send in some more challenges for David. Not me.
Wow, David.
Well done to you, Jovanka. You look super cool when you were doing it.
Yeah, but they didn't give me Askill to play Blitz against. I don't think I would have been as cool. I mean, they did say to me, like, hey, show some chess. And I was like, started showing some chess. And I was like, why am I showing the most longest, most boring line? Show something quick. But by then, 2 minutes had passed. And I was like, oh, I'm off the hook. But yeah, David, awesome.
I just wish I took my socks off.
To be fair, everyone's wearing socks or shoes when they're ice dipping, David.
Yeah.
So you look like a professional.
Thank you.
I have to say, applause. That was super impressive. And ladies and gentlemen, Askill, he's a great chess player. He's a good chess player. And David, in bullet chess, only 1 minute, he was able to win that game.
I was a bit lucky. I did blunder because I was shivering so much. I blundered a piece on like move 5, and then I had to use all my tricks, all my cunning to win. But yeah, it was a good day. It was a fun day. I'm glad we did it.
And what effect did it have on you to do the ice dipping and to be in the ice cold water? How did you feel afterwards?
I felt super good, yeah. I mean, for weeks afterwards, I felt like a new man, just reinvigorated. I slept better. I felt fresh.
Yeah, and he won a chess tournament as well. He won the Banratti.
Yeah, just the next, I think 1 or 2 days later, I won another tournament. So
wow.
Clearly it helped.
Do you think, Jovanka, because I know you're doing the ice cold showers and you've read a little bit about this and you've investigated it. Do you think this is a good idea for chess players?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just that kind of whole mind over matter thing. You know, you don't really want to do it. It feels like torture. Your brain hates you for it. But, you know, your body actually loves it. And that enough is inspiration to keep going. And you do feel amazing afterwards. Yeah. I must admit, I didn't actually feel that bad in the ice. I just, it was kind of more the kind of awkwardness of what happened afterwards, like getting changed and that kind of thing.
Yeah, but we did learn that it's important to have like a bowl or something with hot water to have your feet in when you get up and when you get dressed. We were lucky to meet someone experienced with ice dipping that gave us some
saved all our toes and all that.
Yeah. Wow, I'm impressed by you guys. And you did say that you didn't want any more challenges, David, but...
We've got to find one for you next, Kaya.
No.
I think everyone at home should send in challenges for Kaya.
No, this is David trying to get away.
Well, you know, I'm up. I think we're both up for challenges. Yeah. Within reason, you know, if they're kind of cool enough.
Bungee jumping, no.
No.
nothing you can die from, please. But, well, if you do have any suggestions for challenges, we would love to hear it and challenge David and Jovanka, because that was a lot of fun. It was a great day. You guys did great. 2 minutes in ice-cold water. Okay, we're heading back to the chess, to the Magnus Carlsen Invitational. Who's keeping their cool in the tournament? Let's take a look at the results from round 3. And we did have quite a few winners. Anish Giri, his first win so far in the tournament against Alain Pichot. And then Levon Aronian, an important win against Sergei Karyakin. Daniil Dubov in the all-Russian encounter with Jan Nepomniachtchi getting a win. Nils Grandelius, important win for him against Jordan Van Forest, 2 new players in the tour. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave beating David Anton. Magnus Carlsen and Alireza Firouzja eventually played a draw. But let's take a look at the standings now after 3 rounds. Remember, only 8 players go through to the knockouts after 15 rounds in the preliminaries. Magnus Carlsen and Daniil Dubov now in shared lead. And a lot of the favorites here on the top half of the table. Obviously still early days, but any surprises here, Jovanka?
Yeah, and it's nice to see Daniil Dubov actually doing very well with 2.5 points out of 3. I have to say, you know, in previous events, he's kind of just made it. He's always started off and done very badly and then made it right in the end. So it's very nice to see him doing well. And yeah, there's no big surprises because it's so early days. But I just love the fact that he's doing amazing.
Yeah. And then we're going to follow Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri in the next game, David. Anish also a fine start to the tournament so far. He was fantastic in the preliminaries in the last tournament, but eventually was knocked out in the knockout stage. But what do you expect from Anish in this tournament? We know he is in contention in the candidates tournament coming up in a few weeks. So what should we expect in this online tournament from him?
Yeah, I think he will just be aiming to kind of build his own confidence in a way. Maybe he won't be revealing all of his opening secrets. He'll be saving those for the candidates next month. But Anish Giri, I mean, he's very much a confidence player. When he's doing well, when he feels unbeatable, when he feels he can take those risks against the top players, he tends to do very well. It's only when he gets a bit nervous that sometimes he can't find that killer instinct. And yeah, Anish Giri, he's got nothing to lose against Magnus. Why not try and play the best? It's good practice for the candidates.
And we did have someone on the quiz of the day, right, Jovanka, saying that they wanted to bring Anish Giri to outer space on a journey to outer space.
Yeah, and that is our quiz of the day. Not necessarily to Anish, but we're asking if you could only bring one person on a journey to outer space, who would it be and why? And we're asking everyone to tweet their answers using the hashtag #ChessChamps. The theme is, of course, space. And yeah, as you mentioned, Kai, we did have an answer where someone said Anish Giri, but we've also had some other suggestions. And we have one from Pratik Patil. He says he will go with Levon because Levon has Ponchik. And Geraldo says he would take into space Harry the H pawn. For him, that's easy. No questions asked. An adventurer of note knows a thing or two about going boldly into situations. I think Simon would approve. And finally, we have another one. We have Michael who says he would take into space. I would go on a date with Beth Harmon in space and give myself infinite increment. Yes, it would be quite an interesting take to take Beth. But I did quite like David's idea of going by himself.
Life's just easier then.
How about you, Jovanka? Who would you bring?
Well, you know, I think I would get into infinite amount of trouble if I said anyone other than my husband, Arne. We'd be the joint explorers in space. And hopefully we don't have an argument and throw each other out the window or something.
But I did actually ask Magnus also sort of this question leading up to the tournament. We're going to hear it later, but he did say that, well, actually, he would be quite happy in outer space by himself, he thought. Obviously, he wanted to play some chess, but do you think a lot of chess players would actually enjoy themselves in outer space, David?
I don't know. I mean, sure, maybe the novelty would be exciting for the first few weeks, but, you know, after a couple of years, with no books to read, no Netflix to watch, it might not be easy.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's tricky. I mean, what resources are you been given. I mean, the thing is, I can see it can be a bit claustrophobic if you're going on a super long journey with just that one person. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I could do that. And I agree with David, the novelty might wear off and then I might end up wanting just to...
And imagine the frustration when if you're trying to play chess and the pieces will just be floating around, right?
But this is why you have the internet. So, yeah, this is why we have sites like Chess24, you know, where you can simply play out. And, of course, the winner does, in fact, get 1 year's premium subscription to Chess24. But, yeah, I mean, I don't think you can eat crisps in space. You have to have special food.
That's true. That's true.
Well, I don't know. That was according to my knowledge of childhood space exploration. We were told special food, and they had those freeze-dried ice creams that they sold.
I need to do my research. My knowledge comes from movies.
All right, well, enough talk about space for now. We're going to talk a lot about space in this tournament as we are working together with the Breakthrough Initiative. That is the partner for the tournament. But we're heading into round 4, ladies and gentlemen. So let's take a look at the matchups. Exciting. And we're going to start off with David Anton. He's going to play Alireza Firouzja, coming from a draw against the world champion Nils Grandelius. He just won a game, and he's going to play Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. And then we have Shakhriyar Mamdiaro. He's going to play Jordan Van Forest. And Jan Nepomniachtchi coming from a loss against Daniil Dubov, facing Hikaru Nakamura. David, this is an interesting one. 2 players looking for a win.
Yeah, big matchup. Nepomniachtchi not with the best start, and Nakamura wanting to put the last tournament right, trying to qualify for the knockouts. He didn't get there last time.
Yeah.
Yeah, anything could happen. These guys, they've played each other an enormous amount of times, and usually with decisive results.
All right, that's going to be interesting. And then let's take a look at the next one. Sergei Karyakin, an all-Russian encounter again against Daniil Dubov, who's gotten a great start to the tournament. And then we have Timur Rajabov, who turned 34 yesterday. He's going to play his rival, Levon Aronian. Interesting. And then we have Alain Pichot playing Wesley So. But the game, as you know, that we will follow Anish Giri against Magnus Carlsen, 2 rivals. It's been so fun, Jovanka, to follow them so far in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. Both of them has played all tournaments. They faced each other now so many times. And what is usually these online games between these 2 guys?
Well, usually Magnus comes out with the upper hand. You know, he is the stronger player, he is the higher rated. But, you know, Anish has had him on the ropes a few times, especially in the Skilling Open, I can remember. But here I'm expecting, as David mentioned, that, you know, Anish is in training for the candidates and he will be wanting to play off his confidence. And I think that definitely he is going to be going all out. And there you can see the score, that it is quite heavily in Magnus's favour. 18 wins to Anish's 7. That's an amazing amount of draws as well, 51 draws.
Yeah.
That is, disproportionately large, especially in rapid games. Usually speed chess, you see a lot of decisive results, but that just shows how close these guys are matched. And if Anish Giri can turn some of those draws into wins, maybe develop that killer instinct and that ruthlessness that we sometimes lack from him, then yeah, Magnus will have to be at his best to hold him off.
And we know their styles are quite different. Their approach to the game is quite different. Magnus likes to give Anish a hard time about all his draws that he's previously had. So Magnus coming from a good start here with 2 wins, a draw. Do you think this is the perfect time for him to face Anish, and that we're going to see a Magnus Carlsen really, really going hard at it here?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Magnus Carlsen knows how to play directly for the draw. Yes, some of those games, I mean, we saw 50-odd draws between them, but normally they're hard-fought and they're only a draw later on. So I think Magnus, he'll be trying to get one over his rival just to win the Twitter banter between them. But then again, Anish, if he gets a fighting game with the white pieces, being an expert in the opening, extremely well prepared, he'll have chances.
All right. We're getting exciting for it. It should be starting in just a few seconds. Let's see if the players has arrived. Okay, so Magnus Carlsen is not here yet. Anish Giri has made a move. Magnus is disconnected still. This is strange.
Yeah, it is very strange because some of the other games there, I mean, they're already a few moves deep. It does look like Magnus Finally does arrive.
Like magic.
He's busy playing snooker. Here we go.
Incidentally, Magnus did actually tweet earlier on that, you know, hey guys, don't be surprised if it looks like I'm playing snooker. And I didn't actually see that tweet when I...
Yeah, because you said it first,
I
Rebecca.
was like, he looks
like a snooker player.
Yes.
Very sharp looking. And the game has started. Is this a world champion going for blood, David?
Yep, it does look like Magnus. He's sticking to his guns. He's using the same opening that he won the first round with against Jordan van Foreest. We see a different variation, but we talked in that one about the accelerated dragon. And that is, the dragon Sicilian tends to be when black opens up his dark squared bishop to put it along the long diagonal. And we see a trade of pawns, a trade of knights now. Lots of quick moves. White has castled his king. Black has also castled his king. And White's queen takes a step back. This one, for me, it was a big surprise that Magnus chose this opening in the first round. I think it was a big surprise to Jordan van Foreest as well. But Anish Giri has done his research. He's blitzed out the first 11 moves here. He's played them instantly. Both sides have gained over a minute on the clock using the increment, using the extra 10 seconds they gain after every move. And usually, traditionally at least, this position is supposed to be slightly better for White. White's chances are preferable because White occupies the centre. If you look at White's pieces in the middle, the two bishops, the queen, the knight, they're all very nicely centralised. Also, White has two pawns, which control a very important square in the middle of the board. White has a bit more space. We've been talking about space a lot. And therefore, well, space is good, essentially. And therefore, White tends to have the easier game. Meanwhile, Magnus, though, he must have different ideas. He must have maybe come up with something new alongside his coach, Peter Heine Nielsen. We had him on the show earlier. He has written a book on this opening. So I'm sure Magnus has different thoughts on the evaluation of this position. But that's going against chess history. Will we see completely novel idea from Magnus? Magnus smiling a bit. He must have something in mind.
Maybe he's watching your ice dipping.
Maybe that's why he was late. He was too busy checking out my dad bod.
Yeah, we will get that out on social media, everyone, for you to watch it again and to share it and just have fun with it. Maybe be inspired to go ice dipping yourself. Wow, one game has already finished. Sergei Karyakin and Daniil Dubov, a draw between the two Russians. Maybe not that surprising.
No, maybe not that surprising. I mean, you do have to remember it is a very, very strenuous schedule. So, I mean, I don't begrudge the players for kind of like deciding, OK, well, here I'm going to just agree a draw and take some time out so I can be full 100% for the remainder of the games. But it does leave a bit of a sour taste.
Yeah.
I would prefer it didn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, in the last round, we said we possibly broke the record for kind of the longest amount of time that passed without a result. And this one, I mean, a super quick draw there. And especially for Karyakin, with the white pieces and being down there at the bottom of the leaderboard, he only had half a point out of 3 games. He needed to try and win, Karyakin. And it feels such a pity to give away a white, to just agree the quick draw. And yeah, I mean, I think if he wanted a chance to qualify for the knockouts, he needed to win that game. Possibly it was because he lost 2 in a row. He just didn't want to lose 3 in a row. That's kind of, we call that castling queenside, 3 zeros in a row. That's the notation. But yeah, Karyakin, maybe not the optimal result for him. Meanwhile, we have seen a couple of trades. The dark squared bishops leaving the board as well. And usually that is a gain for black. We mentioned the white has extra space. So when you have a space disadvantage, here Magnus has the space disadvantage, it helps to trade pieces, to get as many pieces off the board as possible to make space for the remaining pieces, to make sure you're not cramped, essentially. So the last few moves have gone in Magnus's favour. That's possibly why he's smiling again and why he's playing so quickly. Meanwhile, the air quality in Anish Giri's apartment, it's not looking too great, Kaya.
So the air quality partner for the Meltwater Champions chess tour is AirThings. They have devices in most of the players' homes measuring the air quality, and we have actually a 4th measurement added this time. The green one in the bottom there, measuring particles in the room, and you don't want a lot of particles in your room to irritate your lungs and stuff like that. And okay, Magnus is laughing. But, you know, it's okay for Anish. We did see quite a lot of red numbers for Magnus. Yeah, look at this. It's very warm, 27 degrees. So probably his monitor is placed by an oven or something that is heating up. Yeah.
Yeah, one of the cool things with the Airthings devices, because I actually have one at home in my office, is that you can just wave your hand over it and it will tell you, it was red, amber or green. And then you can check your application and you're like, oh, look, I need to do this. And sometimes if it gets really bad, it will actually, the app will warn you and it will go, do something about the air. And it was a bit funny because it went crazy after we did some painting in the basement. So my office is like 2 flights up, and just some painting in the basement and some sanding, that kind of got the contaminants off the scale. And it was like, open a window now. And it was just like telling me every 5 minutes. And so I was like, okay, fine. Even though there's a storm outside, I will do that. I will follow advice.
We actually have on in the cabin up in the mountains as well, where we, light the fireplace a lot. Like it's all day, the fireplace is running. And the air quality at some point was above 2,000 CO2 level. So I was like, okay, we need to just open all the windows, because Airthings has taught me it needs to be under 1,000. Otherwise, it could almost be dangerous.
Yeah. It's quite fun. It's quite amusing, whenever I'm in the office and I'm working hard, it's green. Then my husband comes and joins me to help me out and it goes red. And I'm like, out.
You get hooked on this stuff, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's good fun. I definitely recommend it, And it's also just nice to know that you're breathing in good air and that, that, especially because everyone is working from home and it does impact your senses. I mean, we did see with Anish, Anish had a horrible Airthings, and we saw consistently that his air quality was really, really bad. And then the next, in the opera, suddenly his air quality was much better. And
he played better.
Yeah.
All right, well, it wasn't perfect for neither of these players, their quality we see for Anish Giri now. And we do have some moves, David. Are we seeing the players, because obviously air quality gets worse during the day when they're sitting in the same room? Are we seeing some worse play by them, or is this still good?
I mean, so far, so good, I think, for both these players. We have seen the queens leave the board as well, so lots and lots of early trades. I mentioned earlier, probably the trades favour Magnus, not just because he's a great endgame player, but also because Black's position is a bit cramped. And you see White pawns here, all rushing forward. And having traded a lot of pieces off the board, Black, I mean, it's just easier for him to challenge that space. And that's why Magnus Carlsen has pushed forward with a pawn there, challenging White's kind of central domination there. Just trying to eliminate another central pawn, trying to open up the diagonal for Black's bishop as well. Magnus Carlsen just made a face. He was surprised by Anish Giri's last move, trading those pawns. Now suddenly Black's rook has come to life. Black's bishop on the light squares as its diagonal has been lengthened, and it's looking fine for Magnus Carlsen. I would still prefer to be White, just very, very slightly, and that is purely because Black's knight is badly placed right now. It's hitting against pawns, it's hitting against granite. It needs to take 3 or 4 moves to remaneuver itself. But other than that, I think Black has a fine position, and that is reflected in the bar. It thinks that White has a small advantage, but nothing significant. I think with a few accurate moves here, Magnus Carlsen should be able to nullify White's extra space. He should be able to reroute his misplaced knight. And once that happens, the game should be heading towards equality. Not necessarily a draw, but just balanced chances for both sides.
All right. And Magnus makes a move. He's looking so focused right there.
Yeah, he's looking in combative mood. I mean, I'm surprised by that last one. Not only is he trying to really explode the position, maybe before he's ready, but also just he barely spent any time thinking about it, and that move has consequences. If we bring up the analysis board, we can see Black's last move, pushing a pawn forward, trying to undermine White's strong pawn chain here. Actually, if you look at both of White's pawns, it's kind of symmetry, complete symmetry to really strong pawn chains. Like this, and Black now, he's trying to undermine the forefront, the head of White's pawn chain on this right side. But the problem is, if maybe Anish Giri steps forward with his bishop, then the Black rook has to make an awkward decision. You have to stay defending this pawn, but there's only one way of doing that, and that's to step across to a very bad square. This rook now blocked in by its own bishop, blocked in by White's pawn, and suddenly maybe White can go on the attack. White can step his rook across, eyeing up an undefended pawn in Black's camp, and suddenly Black's pieces are a bit clumsy. This knight especially bad, I highlighted earlier. This rook very locked in, and I think white is on the front foot here. So if Anish Giri brings his bishop forward, I think he's doing well. If he's a bit slow and less decisive, if he just trades these pawns, then Magnus's last move would have been justified. I think suddenly black is very happy with an active rook, and actually a passed pawn. This pawn now can just run down the board a bit later on in the endgame.
Yeah, so the key is all about maintaining the tension rather than just simply simplifying the position just to get this kind of concrete plan. So we have actually seen that this has been a weakness in Anish's games against Magnus before. You know, we've seen him actually have a winning position, but he just needed to maintain the tension rather than just swap off queens and just play into an endgame, which Magnus actually easily held.
Yeah. He's definitely let Magnus off the hook several times in their previous clashes because maybe he just wants to play risk-free chess. And in order to beat the top players in the world, you do have to take some small risks here and there. You do have to open your position up a bit. You do have to go on the counter allow a potential counter-attack. But OK, meanwhile, we do see a very similar idea to the one I suggested. White did attack that black rook. The black rook forced to plant itself on a very awkward square right now. But maybe Anish, he could have put his bishop on a more active diagonal. Meanwhile, OK, big decision to make. Do you allow a trade of pawns? Do you start improving the white rooks? White's rook in the corner there, at the bottom left corner, it's not doing too much. You need to activate it, and in order to activate it, you need to clear some space with the other rook. This last move makes a lot of sense for Anish Giri.
Yeah, definitely. I just like it. Improving the rook, you know, you can't go wrong with making an improvement to your pieces. And Magnus following suit with his own rook to defend that pawn that is being under attack. Yeah, it's a kind of interesting standoff at the minute. Now, Anish has to take a decision with the pawn. He can't put it off. Is he going to advance it? Is he going to swap it off? I would be tempted to... What would you be tempted to do?
I would probably ignore it.
Oh, you ignore it? OK, that wasn't even on my radar.
Actually, here, I mean, the first thing I would be debating and deciding here for Anish Giri with the white pieces is, does he prefer knights or bishops? Because there's a chance to trade off white's knight for the black bishop. If we bring up the analysis board, we can see the move I would be looking for, because it's a threat, it's a forcing move, is to bring my knight forward, attacking this rook. And this rook, it's a bit trapped. Black has to capture this knight with the bishop, and after rook takes bishop, now it's, I mean, the key question is which piece is better, this knight or white's bishop? And currently, in this exact position, I think white's bishop is better long-term. It does potentially eye up a weak pawn later on in the game. It can reroute itself to a better diagonal. But more pertinently, more importantly, black's knight, it just has no good squares to go to. It's just hitting against a very well-defended pawn. And it will take a long, long time to get round to better squares. Meanwhile, white will just bring his rook across and, using teamwork, will gang up against black's weak pawns. So I think this is what I would do probably, but it does entail some risk because knight for bishop, knight against bishop positions, they're so imbalanced. And you could definitely imagine a scenario later where the black knight dominates the bishop rather than the other way around. So Decisions. Don't you wish that the players were playing classical chess and had the time to work it all out? Because it's quite interesting on that point, of course, on a quiz of the day, we are asking if you could only bring one person on a journey to outer space, who would it be and why? And Mayat has a very interesting point. Mayat Tinsar Aung, he says, time moves slower in space, so David can have more time to finish his favourite long classical games. Very clever.
Yeah. Suddenly you won't be in time trouble, David, when playing classical.
I don't even know what classical chess is without the time troubles. That tweeter, he knows me very well.
Yes, yes, certainly. But I mean, would it work on the internet? It would take a long time to get there. And interesting. And
deep question, deep thought, space and time and everything.
Yeah, and on the subject of deep thoughts, Jyrki Wallstedt, he says he would take from the past Einstein. He would have a lot to talk to and a lot to play, perhaps chess. And in terms of the living, he would choose Kasparov. He's a universal man. Kasparov, of course, is a great raconteur, can talk about anyone and anything. And so if you would like to enter the competition, you can tweet us using the hashtag ChessChamps, and one lucky winner will win 1 year Chess24 premium membership, which is an amazing prize.
Yeah. Actually, here's a question. Would an Airthings device work in space?
Ooh, what would the Airthings show in space?
What would it show if it works? Yeah.
Huh, that's deep as well, David.
Yeah.
Probably would be perfect because everything would have to be synchronized for you to be, you know,
Yeah,
for you to subsist in such an environment. It will probably be like, they can't have, someone has to fly the ship. You can't be like mentally 50%. You have to be 100%.
Like, so CO2 levels.
I wish I'd gone to science.
Would they be like 0 or would they be 1 million? Yeah, okay.
We'll have to check this out sometime.
I'm thinking we maybe should know if it's CO2 in outer space. Okay.
Okay, we should do. You can find out with the Airthings. It would be like, oh, look at this.
Any astronauts out there who want to invest in an Airthings device?
It's telling me now it's like
questions.
570 contaminants, 487 CO2 in the studio. This is good news. 487. That is, and 23% humidity. Yeah, this was something that when it gets very, very cold in Norway, this is the new Airthings device, and when it gets very, very cold and dry in Norway, it kind of really affects the humidity. And so it was giving me some tips. It was actually messaging me tips, like when you have a shower, open the door.
To get humidity out in the room. All right, well, David, you're better at chess than space, I guess. What's happening on the board?
Just slightly. So meanwhile, we have seen that kind of transition, that transformation into a position where everything's balanced, apart from one major thing, and that is bishop against knight. And currently, both bishop and knight are perfectly centralized. Black's knight anchored on an outpost. It cannot be evicted by any piece or a pawn. Meanwhile, white's bishop in the middle, controlling both sides of the board. And I think that's just why chess is so rich and why it's so intriguing. It's just because bishops and knights, they do completely different things, but they're worth roughly the same. And right now, it's hard to judge which piece is better. Long term, I would think that maybe Black's knight is a better piece, but right now, with stuff happening on both sides of the board, I kind of like the bishop. And I know Bobby Fischer, former world champion, he loved his light squared bishop against knights. He won many games in these scenarios, and with Anish Giri's last move, he's using the fact that this bishop is a long-range piece heading towards both sides of the board, and currently there's a big attack. This pawn is ganged up on by 2 pieces, and it's not easy to defend that guy. Actually, there's only one way to defend this pawn, I think, and that is to retreat the knight, to bring it back, to block this diagonal. But then Black would be the one maybe begging and just asking for this trade. If bishop exchanges itself for knight, then I think this is going to head towards a draw. Rook endgames, with same number of pawns, should be quite balanced. That being said, Black does have 2 central pawns.
I was going to say, David, I don't know what I mean. I don't like it, that rook and pawn, because, you know, we mentioned the imbalance with the bishop and the knight. You know, they both do different jobs. But then you also have the situation of the pawns. Okay, white has 2 outside passed pawns, but Black has 2 connected passed pawns in the middle. To me, that is like serious winning chances.
Yep.
Especially when they start motoring up the board. I mean, I don't know, I've lost games like this.
Yeah, that's right. If they hold each other's hand and just walk through the position. And yeah, maybe those 2 connected pawns would give Black the advantage. So in that scenario, I don't think that the bishop for knight trade would be profitable for Anish Giri. There's actually a really weird and cool variation where we could see all the rooks disappear from the board. Actually, if we bring up the analysis board one last time, I think Magnus Carlsen, the reason he's thinking here before bringing his knight back is because Anish Giri can bring his bishop forward, and we see a really weird scenario where these 2 rooks are attacked, but also white's rook is attacked right now from this knight. So after knight takes rook, for example, white's bishop will capture one of the rooks, I'm not sure which one, but suddenly Black's knight will jump in, check, double attack, and when the king moves, takes, and now all the rooks have been eliminated. It's knight versus bishop, and we will find an answer to which piece is better. I mean, this is a crazy continuation, but it might well happen if Magnus Carlsen brings his knight back. I think it will happen if Magnus brings his knight back.
I mean, that position is just insanely complex because it's like that thing, the bishop and the knight, but then there's also the question of these passed pawns. And the bishop traditionally works amazingly well when she has the full scope of the board. She can control both sides of the board, and also she can escort the pawns much more easily than a knight can. And I don't know. I really like that in-game for white, which was the bishop and knight alone. But once you take off the bishop and the knight, and then it becomes a double rook, suddenly I like black's position because I prefer those two passed pawns that can just hold hands and skip merrily to the destination. So tense decision. I mean, this just goes to show the versatile power of the bishop, I actually have to say, because that move attacking that pawn just looked a little bit odd to me. But now you mentioned that, yes, the black knight gets decoyed to defend this, and then suddenly you have a threat where the two rooks get, what's the word? Pinned? Forked.
I guess, yeah, double attacked. So that's why Magnus Carlsen, we see him exhaling there, kind of frowning. There's two reasons he's spending so much time on this move. Firstly, he's just trying to calculate that variation. So that line we showed is kind of 4-5 moves deep, and then you have to evaluate at the end of that. That is not easy for anyone, even a world champion. Secondly, he's just trying to take a step back and think, OK, as Jovanka mentioned, what assortment of pieces do I want to end up with? Right now, black has a pawn attacked, but maybe it's better to just give up that pawn if you're not happy with that kind of final scenario with a bishop versus knight with no rooks on the board. Maybe he's thinking, OK, actually, the knight works better when it's coordinating with rooks, so I have to keep the rooks on the board. So that's kind of a more kind of abstract, kind of philosophical debate he's having with himself right now. About which pieces he wants to keep on the board. I think by now, after spending 4 minutes on this move, he will have seen that variation and he will have assessed the consequences of that line with all the rooks disappearing. But it still doesn't make it easier, this decision necessarily. He still needs to decide, OK, either he has to sacrifice a pawn or he has to enter an endgame with all the rooks leaving, disappearing. And I think it's just the critical moment, and that's why he's paused. He spent not too much time on some of his previous decisions, playing very, very quickly and confidently. But this is why top players are so great, because they always sense the critical moment when trades are about to happen, when something's about to change. And that's where they invest their time.
Yes. And what would you do, David? Would you actually take the risk and gamble and say, OK, well, a knight playing solo against the bishop is going to be enough because of those two central pawns? Or would you just go, OK, sacrifice the pawn, I don't care, let's just gamble on my piece activity?
Yeah, tricky question, Jovanka. I think probably it would depend on kind of the opponent I face. I mean, if I was playing someone I think who's an endgame expert who would kind of thrive in torturing me in that bishop versus knight scenario, then I'd probably avoid it. I'd go for active play here. Maybe I'd try and activate the two black rooks, give up that pawn in the corner that's targeted by white's rook and bishop right now, but in return at least get active pieces. And then again, if I was facing someone I thought I couldn't bluff, then maybe I would head towards that endgame.
What about another scenario? Can you use tactics to stay in the game? Can you go, OK, I'm going to advance my pawn 2 squares forward?
Ooh,
no, it doesn't quite work.
Doesn't quite work. So Jovanka's idea was to push this pawn forward, but now if white's rook captures, the whole idea was to use this potential discovered attack by moving the knight out of the way, giving check, and when the bishop takes, to take this rook. But unfortunately, at the very end, it is defended.
Yes.
So close, but not close enough.
But not quite close enough. I've been trying to make that knight fork work, because if that knight did reach that square, then it would be a family fork of epic proportions.
Exactly. I mean, for example, black could set another trap if you just move a piece.
Yes.
For example, now, if bishop takes, unfortunately, there is the move bishop retreating to cover the square. But if white didn't have this move, then suddenly black's knight would jump into this square, giving check. And as Jovanka says, family fork. Attacking the king, attacking this rook, and attacking this rook, you're guaranteed to win something, at least, once your knight jumps into this square. But unfortunately, white just drops back with the bishop.
Yes, OK, then I could just hit upon this next move after a few minutes. I was thinking, what happens if I can just get rid of that bishop by threatening rook takes bishop? And lo and behold, just when I considered it, Magnus played it.
Yep.
And, OK, the bar does not like it.
Is it like a blunder?
I mean, I'm not sure it's a blunder, but I think maybe he's just underestimated the danger, and I think white can just simply safely grab that pawn, play bishop takes pawn, check, and then just drop the bishop back to control everything. And Anish Giri, he's frowning slightly. He senses that maybe this is his moment. He knows that he can just get away with being greedy here. Greed is good in this scenario. And yeah, just, OK, there we go. Bishop takes pawn check. Black king will have to move. And now white has a decision. Do you play rook takes rook and then drop your bishop back, or do you drop your bishop back first? Big decision here for Anish Giri, but he's a pawn up. And that's why the computer thinks he's doing so well here. I still don't think we should trust it completely. It's not a winning advantage yet.
Yes.
But it's, yeah, I mean, it just means that there's less risk for white.
I totally agree. I don't think it's a winning advantage at all. Because, you know, even if you were to go rook takes rook, and after, if you can bring up the analysis board, and after pawn takes rook, I just wanted to show that white can't actually advance any of their two pawns in the center. So that kind of one strong black pawn just almost like neutralizes those two pawns. So and then it becomes a race between two passed pawns because there's balance on the other side of the board. And I'm not really sure what's happening in that kind of scenario at all. Now, maybe white is better, maybe white will win, but black will certainly have a lot of fun with those past pawns in the center.
Yeah, here it's about these two pawns, these central pawns, against white's flank pawns. And I mean, who knows who's better here? I think this one would be in the balance. That's why probably my instinct would be not to allow black to have this this strong pawn fixing white's two pawns here. I mean, my preference would be simply to drop the bishop back first. And I don't think there's any immediate consequences. At least you have this extra rook, which is quite active. Maybe jump up to give check later on. And yes, the position's very tense, but at least you do have this trump card. An extra pawn on both sides of the board. Rather than just on one flank. And OK, Anish Giri agrees. He keeps the tension. He doesn't trade rooks. That's been one of his maybe crimes in the past, just simplifying too early. But here he's not afraid. And I don't know, Anish Giri in this type of form, he's so impressive.
Yes. You know, he is in training. You know, he did announce on Twitter that he was, and on Instagram and social media, that he was going officially into his training camp in preparation for the candidates. So you can just see from his face, and you can see from the way he is playing, that he really wants to do well. And Magnus is Magnus. You know, this is where his endgame magic is coming into play, because he wants to just neutralize one of those pawns on the left side of the board, the side that we call the queen side.
Yep, and if black can eliminate those pawns from the queen side, at least he can just focus on one side. And actually, that's where knights come into their own. Knights are very short-range pieces. They can, I mean, when there's only pawns on one side of the board, they start to exert more and more control. They don't have to worry about, you know, spending 3-4 moves getting over to the queen side, getting over to the other side. They can just focus. And bishops, long-range pieces against knights, short-range pieces, actually the bishops struggle more. But at the moment, white still does keep that pawn on the left side, one extra pawn. That's why white, Anish Giri just lifts his rook up one square, protecting that pawn. I think a very sensible move. If he can keep that pawn alive, he should win. But it's not easy to do that. So yeah, it's still in the balance. The next few moves, I think, will dictate whether Anish Giri can have winning chances in this game. I do think Anish isn't risking too much, because at the worst comes to the worst, white will give up his bishop for the two black pawns, and that should be a draw. But yeah, it's getting very tense. And both players, they've got around 6 minutes, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them spend that 6 minutes on the next few moves, because this is so critical right now. Yeah, this is definitely a key moment, these next few moves.
Well, you did mention it, Jovanka, that Anish going into training camp mode before the candidates. He is in shared second place. They're fighting to qualify for the World Championship match. And it must be difficult for the players here, him and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Jan Nepomniachtchi, because they don't want to give away any of their preparations, right? But so they're not able to use maybe their best openings or what they're actually working on these days as preparations for the candidates.
Yes, but there must be a lot of fun there, actually, in the subterfuge there, because he's like, you know, the opponents don't know that. So the opponents might be thinking, oh, well, hang on a second, they might be playing their secrets away. And it's like a lot of double guessing. So yes, I can imagine that it is going to be a little bit problematic. But, you know, these guys are working with serious trainers. They have a team behind them. So I imagine there's a lot of ins and outs going on. And if I were in their shoes and I were as flexible players as they are, then I would be just having the time of my life, keeping everyone guessing.
But do you think, David, that they have their seconds? Anish, Jan Nepomniachtchi, MVL, do they have their seconds at home following these other players in the candidates and trying to figure out what they're working on, who they're working with, just following this tournament very closely?
Yep. Quite possibly. In the last tournament, we had one of Anisha's seconds, Owen Lamy, as a guest, and he mentioned that during these tournaments, maybe there's not so much specific prep, it's more just general kind of strategizing, coming up with 2 or 3 ideas and just playing it consistently in one tournament. But I think now more than ever, before the candidates, those coaches, they'll be deployed looking at the opponents and as Jovanka mentioned, lots of subterfuge. And actually, I think Magnus Carlsen, he's kind of doing these players a favour. It just feels like maybe that's why he was smiling earlier. He played something a bit weird against Vash Le Grave. So he told Vash Le Grave, OK, you can play whatever you want, and it won't be relevant for the candidates. Here, he's playing the Accelerated Dragon. I would bet my house on the fact that, well, if I had a house, I would bet everything on the fact that nobody will play the Accelerated Dragon against Anish in the candidates. So it feels like Magnus is kind of letting them just play chess rather than worrying about all the opening intrigue and all the opening strategy.
Well, you have something better now, David. You have 2 apartments, one in England and one in Norway.
Oh, just in Norway at the moment. But yeah, that is... no, I'm a lucky boy. Anyway, meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen has decided to trade a pair of rooks. So the game has simplified somewhat. We do see white is a pawn up, but 1 set of rooks remain. And it is still that battle of knight versus bishop. Magnus Carlsen retreating his knight from what I thought was a very strong square, but he's clearing the way for those 2 black pawns in the middle of the board to start running forward. Usually, it's better to have connected pawns in the centre rather than on one flank. It's just easier to manoeuvre. If you have pawns in the centre, they can be supported from the right, from the left. If you just have pawns on one flank, you can only support them from one side. So that's why Magnus Carlsen, he's getting ready to push his pawns with that knight retreat. Meanwhile, Anish Giri, it does feel like with accurate play, somehow he should be able to get his own pawns running, but it's still not easy. And actually, the more the clock ticks down, the easier it becomes with a knight. Knights are tricky pieces, knight forks. They move in such kind of surprising ways sometimes. You've got to be super careful when you're facing them.
It's the backward ones that are really tricky to spot because you have this mentality is go forth and carry on. And its backward knight moves are very, very hard. Also, backward queen moves are also incredibly difficult to spot. Yeah, I mean... I too, if I were playing with the white pieces here, I would be looking at immediate ways of trying to advance my pawns because it's just a race. It's just a race and both sides need to get mobilised with their pieces as quickly as possible. You have to cause some damage, otherwise the pawns are doing nothing.
Yep. I think it's definitely time to start thinking about pushing these pawns, maybe push this pawn first. Yes. Later, you might have to use the king as support, but then you'll just start pushing all of the pawns step by step. Ideally, this is actually the pawn you want to promote because it does end up on the same square as this bishop. The bishop will support it. OK, meanwhile, Anish Giri, he doesn't head for this in the current position. He just moves his rook across. Maybe that is a kind of... just a preparatory move. He wants to stop black pushing his pawn forward first because now this pawn would be under attack. So he's just trying to stop black before he starts his own race. But that does give black time to improve his king. And Magnus Carlsen, he uses all of his pieces. We've mentioned that many times. And the black king now starting to join the action. Maybe the black king will start getting active. Yeah, this one is still too close to call, despite the fact the computer gives white a winning advantage. OK, Anish copies. The race is soon going to begin.
It just warming up. I mean, actually, the more I look at it, I really do love Anish's move, where he just sidestepped with his rook quietly across, and it's just to stop black from advancing those pawns. He doesn't want to deal with any counterplay whatsoever. And it's very interesting that you pointed out one really basic fact, but it's quite instructive, that it's actually not the pawn that is all the way on the edge, the one to promote. It is actually the one right next to it, which has a queening square that is on the light squares.
Yeah.
And that's seems like such a basic thing, but I'm pretty sure I would have picked up my Harry pawn and I would have gone, yes, you're the one for me. But OK.
Yeah, Anish, he wants to push, I mean, ideally all of his pawns, of course, but he wants to push the pawns that will promote on light squares, ideally. And Magnus Carlsen just, rotating with that knight, just being a bit tricky, just maybe asking Anish Giri a question, saying, okay, maybe I'm going to bring my knight over to try and attack that bishop, to try and eliminate that bishop, trade it off, and then if it becomes a pure rook endgame, then anything can happen. But Magnus Carlsen, meanwhile, shaking his head. He knows that if Anish is accurate and avoids all these tricky knight jumps, then it should be white who is in control.
Yes.
I agree, Ivanka. I think that key move was just bringing the rook across, kind of paralysing those white pawns, those black pawns, sorry. But, OK, he brings his rook back across. The black pawns can start jumping forward. I'm not sure they should, but they can if they want to.
I'm not sure they should, but it does allow the king to... No, the king cannot come forward. That's a nice point, that the king cannot come forward because the white rook would give a check.
Yeah, there's a really nice idea here, a bit of a hidden trap by Anish Giri. He's attacking this pawn, and now black has a few problems. If you move the pawn forward, then the other pawn becomes weak. Anish will step his rook across, hit the other pawn, and this pawn now, it's a backward pawn. It can only be defended one way, but then black's rook becomes extremely bad, tied down, defending. But the problem is, how else do you defend this pawn? If you bring your king up, this is where Ivanka mentions a check. The black king has to commit. If it wants to keep defending this pawn, it has to step back. But now we see the rook will move out the way with a discovered check. The black king under threat and also an attack against the black rook. So white would win a piece here. So Magnus Carlsen, he doesn't have a pleasant decision here. Maybe his best move is to bring his knight back to the middle of the board, but that's where it just came from. He would have lost a lot of time. So, he ends up putting his king on a very bad square on the edge of the board. And now, after a check, black blocks, but it's time to start rolling with these pawns.
Right, and that kind of like, look at it, the king and the knight are on the same line as the rook. Whoa, what's that? White gets a free pawn move just to advance, and timing is so important. We talked about space, but time is such an important factor in chess because, you know, it's just a free pawn. Now, okay, white has to be very careful now what they do because the black knight is a tricky piece. And, I thought that had happened in the game. And I was like, no, Magnus. No,
so you have to watch out for these kind of ideas. This is what Magnus is hoping for at some point, that the king and rook will be on the same circuit as the black knight, and the black knight will win one of those pieces. But, if we catch up with the game position, Anish, he'll avoid that.
Yes.
And he will find a way to get his pawns rolling. But meanwhile, Magnus, with his last move, shows that the race has begun. Black central pawns are starting to roll.
Why is Magnus smiling now?
I'm surprised he's laughing. I mean, this is such a tense moment. And he needs to be really careful to avoid Anish just winning the game immediately. But clearly something's funny.
Well, we always ask Magnus about this when we get to talk to him after all the rounds have finished for the day, and he never answers. He always keeps it a secret, but we'll keep asking.
International man of mystery.
Yes.
And actually, when I was at his apartment just a few days ago, he was showing me his air quality, his air device, his AirThings device, and he was really proud of the fact that it showed green and everything. So, I mean, he's definitely taking this tournament seriously. So whatever he's laughing about, it's probably about the position. I doubt he's getting distracted right now. And there we see, okay, it's very warm in Magnus's apartment. CO2 levels are good at least.
Yeah. Humidity is almost good, right? It should be below 20, but there's a lot of particles in the air there.
Wow.
Yellow for that one. So.
Yeah. Humidity needs to be higher.
Higher it is, right?
Yeah, it needs to be
should
higher.
Not be below.
It should not be below.
That's right.
So the CO2 levels are good though.
Wow. And Anish Giri playing a very surprising move there. Instead of pushing his pawns, he's allowed a trade of a set of pawns. So white capturing black's pawn in the middle, but giving up maybe one of his key pawns, his most advanced pawn. And I don't like that trade. The more pawns disappear, the closer black gets to the draw. And
and just one point to kind of notice. I mean, it's just a signpost. But if black, I was going to say, if the position were to liquidate, let's say, for instance, the rooks got traded off, then all black would need to do is swap the black knight for the pawn that is on the left side of the board, and the position would be a draw. As long as you can get your king in the corner of where the pawn will be promoting. And I was thinking there's no way that this is ever going to happen. And then suddenly I can see that there is a real possibility that we could simply see that Magnus...
I mean, big decision for Magnus Carlsen here. He has to decide whether to trade these rooks or not. If he captures the rooks, as Jovanka mentions, Black needs now, in order to make the draw, he needs to give up his knight for this pawn, but it's not easy to do. If Black brings his knight across, White will sidestep with the bishop. You can attack this pawn, but the pawn will just step up one square. And actually, knights are very bad at stopping corner pawns because they can only stop them from one side. But the problem, so that would be the problem, that you can't trade the pawn. But if you do trade it, if you are able to do this, then White actually cannot win this position, even if Black loses the central pawn, because this pawn promotes on the wrong colour from your bishop. So Black's king will simply just hide out on the square, and there's no way to get the king out of that corner, and the game is a draw. So this, as Jovanka mentions, this is Black's drawing idea long term. I'm not sure he can make this happen anytime soon, but if he can get rid of this pawn and just leave White with this kind of wrong-coloured pawn to his bishop, then the game will be a draw. Meanwhile,
Magnus keeps making the wrong moves.
Yeah, I think...
He's just trying to repeat moves, you know, that's the thing. You know, if we kind of take the story a few moves back, we can see that this was the position, and Anish offered the exchange of rooks. Magnus moved his rook, and Anish follows suit. And then Magnus is just saying, hey, would you like a draw? And this is... it might look like the wrong decision, but it's a very human decision.
Yeah, and that's the tricky part with endgames. Even the most human decision, if the computer, with its kind of deep horizon, if it sees that that's not quite the best, then it will shift its evaluation. So these players, they're playing very logical moves, no big errors, no blunders or anything, but it is very hard to evaluate for humans and for computers, because the difference between one move can be huge, but it won't be obvious at first, at least. And meanwhile, Anish Giri, he's got one of his pawns rolling, he's kicking that Black Knight back, but if he can't trade rooks and keep his corner pawn alive on that left side, then it's not easy for Anish Giri to make progress. The Black Rook doing a great job of stopping one pawn. As we mentioned, White's pawn on the right side. It doesn't promote on the right colour square, so it's going to be hard to get that to make a queen. Later on, it will easily be stopped by Black's king. And yeah, it does feel somehow that Magnus Carlsen, he's just keeping the tension. And Anish Giri, he's maybe just given away his easy plan of just pushing his two pawns forward earlier. Allowing that trade of pawns has just narrowed his margin for error. Suddenly, it's looking like a draw is more and more likely. I mean, still a lot of play left, but Magnus Carlsen, he'll be happy with how the last few moves have gone.
All right, and it is Anish now thinking intensively, more than a minute on this last move now.
Yeah.
All right, is it a good one?
It's a decent one. He's still begging for that trade of rooks, but Magnus, will he go for it? Will he allow it?
No. He has to follow the same pattern. That's a very human kind of approach.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's time for White to start motoring with both his pawns. He's already tried to push his pawn on the right side as far as it can go. It's time to move his rook out of the way and start pushing his other pawn, but it's just not so easy to do right now.
I mean, can he use his king? I mean, because I would also be tempted just to use my king as an attacking force and...
plonk it in the middle of the board? Or...
Yeah, I wasn't necessarily thinking plonking, and I was thinking of helping it escort the other pawn on the right. Mm-hmm. To its destination and try to get it to look opposite the king. Okay, so now we have a check. Magnus has to take a decision with his king. I assume that he's just going to step forward as long as there's no mating ideas.
Yep.
Because the king can get trapped.
Yep, the king can get trapped if Magnus isn't careful. So a big decision here. He has to probably move the king to a dark square. You don't want your king on the same colour as the bishop. But OK, he does take that risk. Black's king going towards the corner. If we bring up the analysis board, there is an idea in the position to try and give checkmate. White can actually drop his bishop back, and if Black gets greedy, rook takes pawn. Suddenly we see checkmate on the board. The Black king now completely trapped, and this rook is supported by its bishop. So this is a mating net. Black's king trapped. The problem is, if you step back with the bishop, Black's rook will first give check, and no matter where you go, Black, at the very least, can block this diagonal, block the bishop's diagonal. Mm-hmm. And if the bishop and knight come off the board, it should be a draw. And suddenly Black's pawn might start running. So Magnus, he's walking a tightrope here. We might see this happen.
We're going to see it happen because the bishop has threatened checkmate. Instantly, Magnus gave the check. And,
let's see the players, because was Anish Giri surprised by that last move? It does look like he might have missed that one. maybe he thought he was just going to give checkmate, that he was going to win. But
just overexcitement there, because I did think that once you spot the idea sometimes, and this is something that I actually learned from you quite a bit, that you should wait with deploying the idea. You should maybe make an improving move, and then you get to, then you should enforce your idea when it's deadly.
Choose the moment, yeah. And maybe Anish Giri chose the wrong moment to go for the win. We have mentioned, I mean, the only thing stopping him from challenging Magnus for the world title is sometimes against these top players, he does all the right things. He has a perfect opening, great middle game. He just can't finish them off. And maybe he just missed that last move by Magnus Carlsen. We always say, first thing you look for in any position are checks and captures, and maybe he just didn't take into consideration that check. That was Magnus's only move to save the game, I think.
Having said that, you know, we are asking everyone for the quiz of the day. You know, who would they take on a journey to outer space? Well, one person, and Mai is saying that she would take Anish Giri because everything he says is gold. There would never be a dull moment. And yeah, I mean, he's been playing fantastic chess. Again, you know, you could have a great Twitter banter with him, also in-person banter, but good chess games, and you can see he is really tightening the pressure on Magnus.
Yeah, he is really tightening the pressure. And although maybe he missed that that solution, I think he still has a great position. I would just bring the white king now, try and attack black's pawn, use that white king to get active. That's the only plan that I see right now. But Anish Giri, under 10 seconds now, he has to move quickly. He finds what I think is probably the best move. He does bring his king to try and win black's pawn. You couldn't allow black to start running with that pawn. Otherwise, black gets counterplay, and white would have to lose a lot of time stopping that pawn. He finds a great move there. And actually, black's king is terrible right now on the edge of the board. So Anish Giri still with some decent winning chances. The knight drops back. I'm slightly surprised by that bishop move. I think white could have just played king takes pawn there, threatening checkmate again with that same rook move, and maybe just being 2 pawns up. But OK, Anish Giri, he wants to keep his bishop alive. And he still has this idea of giving checkmate. It takes a couple of moves, but black's king is so bad, unable to move right now, caught on the edge of the board. Maybe as well, black's knight now dominated by white's bishop. White's bishop in the centre of the board, black's knight kind of out there on the edge. No great squares to go to. Maybe Magnus is in trouble. And wow, look at the bar, 55.9. Anish Giri leans back, he's frowning. He knows Magnus Carlsen, I think, is just blundered. The king drops back and checkmate is unstoppable. White is just going to bring his rook across and give checkmate.
And Magnus realizes, and is he just going to give up now?
Yes.
There's just no way to stop checkmate. You have to give up your rook, but even then, checkmate is coming.
And there it is. Magnus Carlsen resigns, losing in the 4th round to his big rival, Anish Giri. And look at Anish. He's shocked as well about that move from Magnus. Magnus still looking quite calm, but this must be so annoying. He's had such a good day so far. Are you shocked, David, by this situation?
Just the way it ended so suddenly, and the fact that we saw in Magnus's face, he missed that last couple of moves. He just didn't see it coming, and that's surprising from the world champion. He fought back. He was nearly making that draw, but not quite enough. Great play from Anish Giri, though, to see all of that with only a few seconds left on his clock. Fantastic stuff.
And can you just show us quickly, David, this last position? You said it was a blunder by Magnus. It was very fast. He resigned. Why was it a blunder? What was it?
Yeah, so it came in this position. Magnus moved his knight back and white's bishop stepped forward. Now Magnus, he had to bring his knight back into the game. Instead, he played rook takes pawn, and after the king stepped back, there's simply no way of stopping the rook coming across. Black's king will be checkmated, and that's the end of the game. Anish Giri spotting this checkmate and winning. Magnus Carlsen had to throw in the towel here.
It was looking so good for Magnus Carlsen. 2 wins in the 3 first games, but then a loss in the 4th one to Anish Giri. David Anton coming from a win, and they're going to face each other in the next round. But first, we're going to be joined by Ginger DM Simon Williams, among other. He's going to give us the answer to the puzzle of the day. All right, that's going to be exciting. I hope everyone's been working on that chess puzzle that Simon gave us. Now, I'm not sure if Simon is joined. Yeah, okay, Simon is ready. Fantastic. Simon, hi.
Hi there. How are you doing? You all good?
We're good. We're good. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well, thank you. Yeah, loving watching the games, and I have to say I love Magnus's waistcoat there. Maybe a bit more than his play in the last game, but still a very nice waistcoat he's wearing.
Yeah, Ivanka said it, looking like a snooker player. Is that what it is?
Yeah, looking like a young Ronnie O'Sullivan, I think. I love snooker myself, but he's looking very smart anyway, which is nice.
And we did now follow. We're just finished following the game with Magnus and Anish Giri. Quite shocking stuff happening there, Simon. How do you think Magnus is feeling now after such a good day and then losing to a big rival in Anish Giri?
Well, I think if Magnus was asked before the tournament, like, if there's one person you don't want to lose to, who would it be? And it would probably be Anish Giri, because they have this rivalry, which is quite well known on Twitter, on other social media sites, where they kind of always taking the mickey out of each other. And there is certainly a bit of rivalry there. So losing to Anish, who I saw left his chair very quickly after winning, is going to be very painful. He's probably gone straight away to tweet about it immediately. But I don't. Yeah, it's going to be painful, that one.
Yeah, on the subject of Anish tweeting, he has in fact actually tweeted.
Of course he has.
He tweeted "Happy Anniversary" and then these two emoji and a little blue heart. So, yep, if there's one person you do not want to lose to, it is your Twitter rival, Anish.
All right. Well, Simon, we're launching a lot of new stuff for this tournament. We're going to have the puzzle later on. But first of all, we're going to launch something very exciting. It is the Ginger GM, Simon Williams, Learning Point. Very smooth there. So, Simon, you have chosen a move, a game that you thought was very interesting today, and you're going to take us through it.
Yeah, definitely. There's a really exciting encounter, and that was between Shaq Mamajarov and Daniil Dubov. So we can come to that later on.
Which round was that, Simon? Sorry.
That was round 2.
This is the puzzle. We're coming back to that, right?
Yeah, we'll come back to this puzzle. And which move?
It was move 66, but you thought it's a good idea to show everyone the puzzle one more time there. So right. I like the way you've done that on purpose, of course. So black to play and win there. But we were going to show you a moment from game 2 on move 66. And this is between Shaq Mamajarov, who it's his first time playing in this tour. He's a really aggressive player, and he had the white pieces here being 2 pawns up, and he's playing against Daniil Dubov, who's becoming a lot of players' favorite person. And this is quite a crazy position because it gets very interesting around this point. And I think rook to f1 was played very shortly, bishop e5 first, and this move rook to f1, it threatens the pawn on f5, but it also looks like a blunder. When I was watching this game live, I thought this can't be a good move, because now white can attack the king with this rook c7 check. And this is called a skewer, because you're attacking the king, but behind the king is the bishop. But now Daniil Dubov played very quickly here and moved his king into d5. And again, for my eyes, I just thought, okay, well, this is easy. White plays rook takes c2. White's a piece and 2 pawns up, 5 pawns up. But one thing you must always do is look for hidden resources. And Dubov had found an amazing idea here. And he now plays, it looks like he's completely lost, but never give up. Try to always look for checks. And now this rook takes pawn check. And this may seem like a desperado try, but the amazing idea is after king takes rook, how many points up is white? White's like 9 points up, but this is stalemate. And stalemate is where one person can't move their king or any other piece, but they're not in check. So it can't be checkmate because the king is not in check, but they also can't move. So this is actually a draw. So an amazing resource there, I think, from Daniil, who was in a tough position, but found this hidden resource to save the day, and a beautiful way to get a draw.
And Daniil Dubov now in shared lead with 3 points. It's always fantastic to see Daniil Dubov do great, because then we have hopes he will qualify for the knockout stage. We love his entertaining games. Okay, that was interesting, Simon. And we're also launching another thing today, which is the Simon Williams Chess Puzzle Challenge. So the viewers had a few hours now to work on your chess puzzle. It was from a game with Anish Giri and Magnus Carlsen from 2012. Anish Giri with the black pieces. And we're finally gonna hear the answer to the puzzle.
That's right. It seems quite well timed, or maybe like a bit, because Anish did win this one. Anish had the black pieces, and the question was, what is the best move, the move of the day? And we're going to be giving one of these puzzles each day so the viewers at home can have a little go at trying to solve them. One thing I would say, it's not just the first move I'm trying to get you to find, but it's as many moves afterwards. It's the continuation. So you've got to try to get it into your mind, visualize how the pieces move. But the first move here is the brilliant move, and I'm sure a lot of you at home got it, pawn to e3. The black pawn moves forwards. Now, why is this such an amazing move? Well, this is a tactic called an interference tactic, because the queen was guarding the knight, but now you're blocking the queen's view of the knight. And after this move, we can see that if pawn takes pawn is played, which is not a very good move, black can just go queen takes knight now, because that little move we played last time is blocking the interference. So this was quite an easy part of the tactic to see, but bonus points to anyone at home who saw, if we go back one move to where e3 was played, if anyone at home saw queen to b2 here, which is what Magnus actually played in the game. And now they found the move queen takes g5, which again looks very obvious. And this is where it gets a little bit trickier, because it's like, okay, what happens now if white plays queen takes knight? And this now wins the piece back. But there's a second kind of part to this puzzle where black can use the e-pawn. I call him Eddie the Eagle e-pawn. And Eddie the Eagle, who was a famous ski jumper from England, if there ever was such a thing, now goes to e2. So pawn on e3 to e2, attacking the rook. And that would not just take the rook, but queen. So the rook has to move, rook e1. And now the final tactic, and this is where it gets even harder, is queen takes bishop. And again, I don't expect all of you to have solved this far, but try to see as far as you can. Rook takes queen, has to be played, and Eddie finally queens. So the pawn comes up, gets a queen. You have to take this queen, and the rook flies in with check. We're getting near the end now. You can only block the check, bishop to f1, and here, bishop to h3. And the point of this idea is that the rook will take the bishop very soon, ending the game. The white king is in a checkmate net. So it looks like a simple tactic, that little interference. And if you saw the first move, well done. But what we're going to try to get you to do in this sequence every day is to see that little bit further. And they're going to kind of range in their difficulty, these puzzles of the day. But well done to everyone who managed to at least get the first move there.
Fantastic. I'm learning. And I think it's fantastic to just sit at home and solve these puzzles. I think that's a lot of fun and not as much pressure as playing chess games and everyone, watching you.
No, definitely. There's a lot of pressure when you play. I suppose you could put the clock on yourself at home and pretend that someone like Magnus is staring at you, but that'd be a little bit odd. Yeah, less pressure. You can do it in your own time.
All right, Simon, thank you for the learning point and for the puzzle. Looking so much forward to new puzzles, a new puzzle tomorrow. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you very much. I'll see you again tomorrow.
See you again tomorrow. All right, we have to head to the chessboards again because round 5 is about to start. Let's take a look at the matchup in the final round of today. Wesley So, he's going to face a player full of confidence, Anish Giri. And then the Vonoronian, I think actually he's still playing against Timur Rajabov, two big rivals. So that game is going to start a little bit late, but he's facing Alain Pichot in the next game. And then Daniil Dubov also then starting late against Timur Rajabov. And then Hikaru Nakamura, he's going to play Sergei Karyakin. And then we have Van Forest against Nepomniachtchi. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave against Shakhriyar Mamdiarov. Alireza Firouzja coming from a loss, and now he's facing Nils Grandelius. And then we have Magnus Carlsen coming from a loss against David Anton coming from a win. And these players have faced each other several times now in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. This is the score between them. Is it in the tour or in...
I think this is just in online chess in general.
So they have faced each other very few times.
Yep, yeah, only 6 times. And David Anton, I mean, these tournaments have been a great learning experience for him. So far, he has struggled against Magnus Carlsen, Magnus leading 3-0 in their head-to-head. But that has to end at some point. David Anton will be feeling confident after winning in the last round.
Okay, and Magnus Carlsen with the headset. Obviously, he needs to lose that one when the game starts. That would be very illegal.
Yes, totally, certainly. But, you know, he's definitely needed to reset after what happened in his previous game. And I think, you know, David Anton is a very, very dangerous player. We've seen him do amazingly well. He had a great start in the Skilling Open. And as David says, the more tournaments of these types that he plays, the stronger and more dangerous he becomes. So definitely someone that can't be underestimated. But Magnus, he wants to go all out for a win.
Yeah, David Anton, he might be less experienced and maybe slightly less well-known than some of the other players in this tournament, but yep, underestimate him at your peril. Every time I play in the Gibraltar tournament, David Anton is up there. If not winning it, then almost winning it. And just at European Championships, he's been very close to winning it as well. He can beat anyone on his day. So Magnus, he'll have to be in top form to bounce back from that defeat in the last round.
All right, well, we're still waiting for Magnus Carlsen to lose the headphones. He cannot wear them when the game has started, and the game should start about now. We see already 2 games have started. So Magnus Carlsen, you need to lose the headphones. David Anton looking very ready, though. Yeah,
David Anton ready. He's probably itching to get going. Yeah, I've seen Magnus, his gaming setup. He has 3 screens. He actually has a special rest for his headphones. It's very impressive. But yeah, he...
3 screens.
3 screens.
I wasn't expecting that. I was
super comfortable chair.
2.
3, that's heavy.
That's, yeah.
Yeah, that's a professional.
That's very professional. But yeah, it's not professional to have your headphones on during a game. I'm sure we'll see him remove that imminently.
Coming from a loss, David Anton, coming from a win. So what should we expect from this game, Jamanka?
Well, I think David Anton, it's the final round of today, and I think he will just want to end the tournament, end the day with a high, and what better way of doing that than just holding the world champion. You saw that his score wasn't so great, so I think he has the black pieces. He'll be very satisfied with the draw. For Magnus, it's going to be something else entirely, because he is a wounded animal. He wants to come back fighting, and he did have a fantastic start, and he certainly wants to get motoring. No one wants to finish the day on a sour note. So Magnus has the white pieces. Once those headphones come off, he's reset, I think we're going to see something again a little bit offbeat, and he will be basically taking David Anton on.
Well, headphones off, gloves off. Magnus Carlsen, the game should be starting now. This is very strange. And
yes.
It doesn't look like he's losing the headphones yet.
No, it doesn't. Maybe he doesn't know the games have started, or but it does give us a chance to talk about the question of the day, because we do have a quiz of the day where we are asking, if you could only bring one person on a travel to outer space, who would it be and why? And you can tweet your answer using the hashtag ChessChamps, and one lucky winner will win 1 year's membership of Chess24, 1 year's premium membership, that is. Okay, the headphones are off, the gloves are off, and we're going to have liftoff.
Yeah, here we go. How will Magnus open this game? I think that's going to be a big question. Will he want to just play risk-free? Will it take him a while to recover from that defeat against Anish Giri? Or will he go straight for the throat? Will he want to bounce back and end the day on a high? Will he want to ruin David Anton's day? Okay, Magnus, we're still waiting for his first move here.
And while we're still waiting for Magnus's first move in this game, Nakamura and Karyakin already finished their game with a draw. Wow, that's fast. And finally, we start here.
Yes, finally we start, and we have seen a King's Pawn opening. Magnus, I mean, this is back to his well-known stuff. This is what he normally does in classical games, in his most serious games, in World Championship matches. Magnus Carlsen going back to what he knows best. We saw him freestyle, experiment a bit in earlier rounds, but here we see the Spanish opening. and a version of the Spanish that we called the delayed Spanish exchange. So we do see that bishop for knight capture that white just made. We call that the Spanish exchange, but normally it happens a bit earlier. So here we call it the delayed Spanish exchange. And this signals the fact that Magnus Carlsen, he's going for a long strategic maneuvering game. He wants to keep maximum tension. The pawn structure now for black, you do have doubled pawns, and that means it's more difficult to open up the position. So black has the two bishops against white's knights, but if you can't open up the position, then the bishops don't really thrive. So it will be Magnus trying to keep things closed, maybe trying to attack a bit later on. This last move by white tends to show quite an aggressive streak. White actually is very flexible as well. White can decide to castle on both sides of the board depending on what black does. So a bit of a waiting game right now. David Anton just moving his queen forward, protecting a black pawn in the middle of the board, but also hinting at the fact that the black king might shuffle across and castle long, castle to that queen side. Yeah, very tense right now. It's all about plans. No immediate tactics, no checks, captures, threats, exchanges, any of that stuff. It's just about maneuvering, and Magnus just pushing a pawn there. Very calm play.
Yes. You see on the bottom of the screen that 2 games, so 1 game finished with a draw, 2 games haven't started yet. So Levon Aronian and Timo Rajapov, they played for 55 minutes in the last game, so they're given a little bit of a longer break. They ended up playing a draw, these 2 big rivals from Armenia and Azerbaijan. Well, Aronian now, American, or turning American, or switching to the American Chess Federation.
Yeah, and I mean, Aronian, he would have wanted to got revenge in the last major of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. He did get defeated by Rajapov in the final. So, yeah, maybe that's why that game went on so long. It did look like Aronian was almost winning, trying to press it home, but couldn't quite get there. Rajapov holding firm. Meanwhile, David Anton in this game with black, just retreating the black knight. This isn't kind of a typical maneuver in most positions, but here that black knight wasn't doing too much. So black's knight is going to try and reroute itself to maybe a more central square later to just control, to have a bit more scope in the position. And meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen says, OK, let's get those dark squared bishops off the board. I don't like playing against a bishop pair, just in case things open up.
And actually, this line, it does look a little bit offbeat, but has been played before. But only 2 games. There was a kind of curious thing where there were 3 games in the database. And curiously enough, all of the opponents who played with the black pieces had a first name beginning with G. I've never seen that before.
Us chess players like our patterns, and that's the cool.
Exactly. Yeah, but still 2 games, and they're not high-level games, but in both those kind of games, black actually, well, 1 game black captured the bishop, and 1 game black retreated. So a bit of a decision for David Anton to make, and he has captured the bishop. And so suddenly the nature of the pawn structure has changed. I've seen Magnus play against these double pawns with the white pieces, and he's been phenomenal at it. He really has really mastered it. But this is a good sign, I think, for him, because then he will understand what needs to be done.
Yeah. For sure. Magnus actually just made a face after David Anton's last move. He wasn't expecting it because black's knight now finds itself on a bit of an odd square. Black's knight really not heading anywhere from the square it's just landed on. And now Magnus has to decide which side, which flank of the board do you commit the king. OK, he pushes forward a pawn on that left side, which shows that white's king is going to go over to the king side, to the right side of the board in a few moves' time. You mentioned earlier, Jovanka, that position was quite rare, but I've had that exact position, but with the black pawn back 1 square on A7 rather than A6. Because this position can actually also be reached via a different move order by the Berlin defense. Just black's pawn would be on a slightly different square. So Magnus, he's got plenty of experience with the white side and the black side of that Berlin defense. And that's why we see Magnus especially playing so quickly right now. If we bring up the analysis board, we can see that white, with his last move, just bringing the queen forward, he is just biding his time. It's a bit of a waiting game. He's just waiting for black to commit his own king. If black goes this side, maybe white will go the other way. And if black goes the other side, maybe white will, again, go the other way. And no matter what side black castles on, maybe Magnus is going to say, I'm going to attack you. But if we just compare the pawn structures as well, the main kind of imbalance in this position. Black has these 2 pawns, which aren't going anywhere anytime soon. Meanwhile, white has doubled pawns of his own. But the key thing about white's doubled pawns is that they just control more central squares between them. So white's pawn structure is slightly better than black's, I think. Meanwhile, David Anton not committing the king again. Look at both kings right now, just both of them waiting for the other one to commit first. They both have commitment issues. Magnus insists that he will not commit the white king yet. And he's just trying to make it unpleasant for David Anton to decide. I mean, huge long-term decision here, huge long-term commitment. Just which side do you put the king on? I think it should go this way. I think it should go to the right side now. Let's see what David Anton is doing. Will he look nervous? Will he look deep in thought? Big long-term strategic decision, but maybe he'll continue to play the waiting game first and keep his opponent guessing.
Yeah, well, we've actually seen like Ali Reza play very non-conformist, unconventional chess. Can you do something completely different, like go, I'm going to keep my king in the center?
Yep, why not?
And then kind of say, OK, I connect the rooks and then use the open line.
Yeah, I like that idea as well. Actually, I once saw a very similar opening to this. OK, David Anton still doesn't castle his king, retreating his knight first. But yeah, I once saw a very similar opening to this, and it was Magnus Carlsen on the white side and Ding Liren on the black side. And Ding Liren, as black, he committed his king to the king side. He castled to the right, and then maybe 6-7 moves later, he decided, actually, the king is terrible there. So he just walked his king all the way across to the other side of the board. And that's why we don't see the players making a decision right now, at least, because they want to keep their options open. They don't want to castle to one side and realise 5-6 moves later that actually the opponent's attacking me on that side. The king feels uncomfortable.
Yeah.
You want to make your opponent attack first and then laugh at them and castle to the other side.
Yeah. I mean, I must say, I would not even think about castling my king to the left side of the board. I feel like white's got pushed a bit too many pawns there, so I would be a little bit nervous about that. But if I were to do anything, I probably would castle to the right in the blink of an eye and just kind of say, OK, let's the game continue. And just kind of try to argue that the knight pair is actually better than the bishop and the knight. Because I do remember one of my very first trainers, he would say to me, the 2 knights are actually much better than the knight and the bishop. And I'd be like, I don't think so. And he would say, yes, but just think about it, because the 2 knights can cover both white squares and dark squares. Meanwhile, the bishop and the knight can only cover one. And so I was like, OK. And wow, OK. Well, you know, you said that the kings have commitment issues, and they certainly have. And so we're going to see some kind of hybrid of my kind of idea.
Yeah.
Don't go anywhere with the king. Keep it in the centre. And
yeah, I mean, with that last move, surely white will not castle to either side now. If white castles to the right, I mean, he's just opened up that side with pawns. You don't want to push pawns in front of your king. And same if white's king goes long and castles to the queen side. No matter what white does now with the king, it will never be entirely safe. But the reason the 2 players can get away with castling or delaying castling for so long, I mean, we say don't do this at home, always get castled. But if the centre is blocked, you can normally take a bit more time. You can normally sort out your development first, put your pieces on great squares, on their ideal squares, before you decide where to put your king. The problem in chess is there aren't that many structures that are completely blocked or blocked enough to justify keeping your king in the middle.
Yeah, and you can see that David Anton has been provoked, and he certainly wants to challenge that pawn that Magnus has just advanced, and he wants to open lines. It's quite risky, actually, to do such a thing when you have no kind of escape route for your own king. Because I remember actually watching a game that Magnus Carlsen played on Banter Blitz, and he had this kind of rule that was like, if your king is 1 move away from castling, you're OK. If your king is 2 moves away from castling, then there's some risk involved. 3 moves, start praying.
Yeah, no, I agree. And the good thing for both sides is they're both 1 move away from castling. White or black could castle anytime. But yeah, this is so rare to see this. I don't think I've ever seen this actually in my long chess career. Both sides just teasing each other, just playing the guessing game, saying, "Okay, I'm going to dare you to castle first." It's like a game of chicken. It's like who will crack first, who will commit. And meanwhile, Magnus, he has a big decision to make here. Black's last move finally creating some tension among the pawns. That black pawn that's just pushed, it is attacking a white pawn, so I would expect white to just push that pawn 1 square forward. If Magnus is feeling brave, he'll just trade those pawns. If he's feeling even braver, he'll castle his king towards the left now. Yeah, Magnus, deep in thought. I did notice as well, David Anton, meanwhile, pretty good air quality in this place.
Yeah. Well, every move has consequences. You know, if you do step forward with your pawn, you are actually lengthening the light squared bishop that black has. That's not desirable either. And if you're opening lines, then suddenly the black rook comes into play. So decisions, decisions, decisions. And decisions is kind of all what we're kind of asking actually in the quiz of the day, because we are asking, if you could only bring one person on a journey to outer space, who would it be and why? One person is pretty tough decision to make. I'm not sure I could. I think I would probably choose a whole load of people and just say no, just one. But yeah, we do have some cool answers, and we have Dmitry Stanislav who says, I would kindly ask Yuri Averbach to join me in travel to outer space. I will listen to the best chess stories on Earth then. Gens una sumus, which is the motto for FIDE, which is like chess unites us. And then we have, let me scroll.
I mean, I like that answer. I think Averbach, he's the oldest grandmaster in the world. He's 99 years old. So, yeah, Dmitry Stanislav, great choice there.
Yeah, definitely. Oldest grandmaster in the world, yeah.
99, wow. Imagine, that's a pretty cool age to get to.
Yeah.
Good innings.
All right, well, David Anton, he is thinking the Spanish chess player, very popular Spanish chess player. Whenever we have these votings that you can vote in a wild card, the viewers and the premium Chess24 members can vote in a player, David Anton keeps getting voted back in. He's super popular.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, I know. I mean, that goes to show, you know, who's keen on chess. I mean, I did have an idea that we could have like a Eurovision of kind of wild cards. So like you'd have the national champions. So in the UK it would be like Mickey Adams, and then everyone would be like, you know, you would encourage everyone in the country to vote for the national champion and see how we get on.
Problem is in, England, we always do terribly at Eurovision. So.
That's true, it's true, we get no point. But, you know, I just thought it would be nice, you know, like, it's true, open up.
Yeah. Eurovision, that's fun.
Yeah, and talking of fun, Magnus Carlsen, he had enough teasing David Anton, and he did commit his king. White's king, bring itself across to that queen side. And, I mean, it's not looking very safe over there. So Magnus kind of playing with fire right now. Meanwhile, David Anton centralising his knight. Black's king, meanwhile, still flexible. I would expect Black's king to copy its counterpart and also castle on the same side. But David Anton, at least, he has much more flexibility. So I really like the way he's handled these last few moves. He's not spent too long on the clock. He's not cracked under the pressure and broken the tension too soon. And meanwhile, the flexibility of the Black king means that it might even stay in the centre. Maybe David Anton will start pushing pawns on that left flank to try and get to Magnus Carlsen's king. Meanwhile, Magnus, it feels like he's being a bit more indecisive here. He pushed a pawn on the right side, then he castled on the other side. I mean, it just feels like his decisions aren't completely consistent right now. And David Anton, meanwhile, maybe gaining in a bit of confidence over just how long Magnus Carlsen is thinking here.
Yeah, his kind of, Magnus's play kind of reminds me of the Queen song, I Want It All.
I want it now.
Exactly. He just wants to take as much space as possible. And, you know, that is the theme of our tournament. But, yeah, it's definitely has its risks to advance your pawns on both sides of the pawn board and not allow your king a safe hiding place. I mean, can David Anton just sit there with his king in the centre and just go, I'm not moving from here, I'm perfectly safe, and now I will start attacking the king?
Yep. I mean, I think that might be his strategy. That might well be a strategy for the next few moves, at least, David Anton. One thing I was taught, though, when I was young was that rooks need to be connected just for flexibility. You need, I mean, rooks, sometimes they just get locked in where they start in the game, and sometimes you need to bring them across to the other side of the board to participate in the action. And that's why, another reason we castle as well as king safety in order to improve and centralise the rooks. But here, Black has pushed both pawns in front of his rooks, so the rooks aren't too bad right now. So, yeah, I would say that David Anton, he'll try and stay flexible as long as he can. Actually, one of my favorite games from my career was when I castled on move 37. I castled queenside on move 37 to win the game. And, OK, David Anton, he's not quite halfway there, but the longer he goes, I mean, castling, it's always cooler when it comes with effect, when it comes a bit later in the game, because it's so unexpected. Sometimes the opponent will just forget that it's possible, forget that it's legal, and that can be a useful resource.
Yeah. Actually, I've never really heard of a case where you castle move 37, because by then you normally lost your castling rights or something else has happened with your king. What I kind of know is a little bit more common, especially when you start playing out the game, is that you actually move your king once. Okay. Or you move your rook once, and then you forget about it, and it goes back to the original starting squares, and then you castle to get out of something. And there was a very famous case that this happened in the European Women's Championship, and the girl had picked up her rook, moved it, and then put it back on its original square, and then to get out of a devastating mating to actually castled, and both players forgot that the rook had been moved, and this wasn't a legal move. Yeah. And there's some really odd rules actually in classical chess when it comes to castling.
What do you mean?
Like in these illegal castling type things. Okay. Because if you notice at any point during the game, you can go back to the starting point of when they castled, and you can replay it.
Oh wow, I did not know that.
No, I thought it was a one-time offer as well. You know, I thought, hey, you know.
Surely, if you've missed it, then you've missed it.
That's what I thought. I mean, but no. You
Show
can
must go on.
In fact, I kind of said no. There's no way that happens. But the arbiters told me no. It's actually true. You can actually go back and replay the game from that point when they made the illegal castling.
Wow. Does that work for all illegal moves? Or? Because I once played a game where my opponent moved the knight in a way it's not allowed to move, just moved it 2 squares forward rather than, without moving it across at one point. And then they just put me in a fork, and I just thought, oh my God, I've just missed a knight fork. And I just resigned a few moves later. But we later found out that they just made an illegal move, and this was a grandmaster. And,
Well, you resigned, though. That's the thing, resigning.
A few moves later, though, maybe I could have
But you should check the score sheet and gone, oh, hang on a second.
I was just so in shock that I'd blundered.
Yes. Yeah, but sometimes you make ridiculous choices, and like you say, make this thing. I had this kind of situation on a similar kind of level, where I'd calculated this position out, and it was going to be a win for me. Mm-hmm. But every move that I calculated had started with the black rook moving, and I was like, okay, and he moved his king, and I thought. Why did I miss this? This is the important tempo that he needs to now change the result, and now he will win. And I was so upset with myself, and I was like, how could I miss the king moving? And then it dawned on me after I instinctively made a move. The reason I had calculated that the rook must move is because the rook was being attacked. And then that kind of game went in all the magazines. Can you believe?
Yeah, can you believe indeed. I did see as well just a few days ago an Icelandic grandmaster missed a mate in 2, a checkmate in 2. It's like one of the most common patterns, and sometimes you just have a moment of blindness, and you get so engrossed in kind of calculating 5-6 moves ahead that you forget the present moment.
Whoa.
But yeah. Talking of the present moment, though, neither player here is buckling under the pressure. Magnus Carlsen trying to manoeuvre his knights into the game. And David Anton, he's just taken a few moves to kind of just solidify his position, pushing pawns. The Black King now is finally ready to try and castle. And I would be shocked if David Anton doesn't castle his king over the next couple of moves, because finally some action is starting to happen. White's knight is now added to the pressure on that right flank on the king side. And I think it's time for David Anton to deal with that pressure. If we bring up the analysis board, we can see White now has a big threat. The first real threat over the last, probably in this game actually, but over the last few moves at least, White is threatening to take this pawn in 2 different ways. It's only defended once. Therefore, as Black, I would just capture this pawn. But the problem is now you've opened up, okay, we see this happening. You've opened up this side, so now you really have to get your king to safety. You can't keep it in the middle anymore because one flank has opened up. So you have to castle this king, and now your rook defends this rook. These 2 rooks kind of looking at each other, a bit of tension here, but kind of reasons to be happy for both sides. Black is currently attacking this pawn. White, meanwhile, maybe going to jump forward with this knight. And if we see a trade here, we see a very blocked position in a scenario like this. And it does feel that it's just close to equal. White has the more flexible structure. White can try and push forward later, but then again, White has also got these pawns.
We are going to see it on the board, David. I kind of like that position for Magnus. I think it's a Magnus type position because he has one target, which is that backward pawn that is in the eyesight of an open line. So, but you know, one weakness is not going to end the game.
Yep.
But whilst we wait for Magnus to take a decision, I think he's going to capture it the way that you suggested. Well, I have some news for you, David.
Wow. Okay.
Yes, you have been challenged.
Oh, no.
Oh, yay!
By Virender Savant. I'm not sure if I was included in this. He did specifically mention, he didn't mention. He tagged me as well, so maybe I shouldn't be so confident. It says, level unlocked. Next up, can you guess what it is?
I don't even want to guess at this point.
Next up is underwater challenge without any breathing apparatus.
Oh.
And we're going to... I've seen this in action. It's diving chess. And the whole idea is that you... I think they're trying to kill us, David. I think the whole idea is that you hold your breath, you make your move, and then you come up to the top, and then you go up.
But the clock is ticking,
right?
Yeah,
then you go up and there's the clock, and then you take a deep breath, and then it's just...
Wow. Okay, yep.
I can barely swim, let alone dive, so...
If we can guarantee for the lives of David and Jovanka, then we're definitely going to try to make that happen.
Actually, a good friend of mine a strong chess player in England, Rajko Vujatovic, I think he was world diving champion, world chess diving champion. So, it is a tournament. It's an official tournament where you dive and you play chess, and I think there's an official championship for it.
Wait, so you dive?
Yeah.
Like we saw over there. Okay, so
you make the move and then you come up and then
you press the clock and then you,
Have you ever tried?
No. Not at all.
Yeah. I can see where this is heading. Let's get back to the game.
Well, but wouldn't that be such an interesting game, though, between you two?
Yeah, give me a couple of months to kind of tone up the bod. I think people have seen enough of mine.
I think this one requires a little bit of training, though. Yeah. I don't know too much about diving, but, it also depends on how deep it is, because some of these swimming pools are pretty deep, and I'm not sure I'd make it to the bottom.
We would obviously do it where it's quite...
in the kids' end of the pool.
Yeah, exactly.
Very shallow.
The
shallow end.
Yeah, exactly. Wow, fantastic challenge. Good job. Let's try to make that happen.
Okay, meanwhile, we have seen, so I was correct in my predictions. We did see that kind of variation with a few trades, a few pieces leaving the board, and now a bit of a weird pawn structure. Both sides still have doubled pawns. White has a doubled pawn in the centre on the E line. Black has doubled pawns on the C line. Meanwhile, both kings have finally found safety, but material is starting to disappear from the board, and if the rooks all disappear from the board, I think this one is guaranteed to be a draw. Neither side will have enough pieces to break through. Meanwhile, though, David Anton, he has to maybe try and find the way to trade all of the rooks. He can't just leave one set of rooks on the board. And the most important thing for him is that he cannot give Magnus the time to break in the centre. That is why he's exchanged off a set of pawns. I like that decision. Okay, Magnus doesn't like his position, judging from his reaction there. If we bring up the analysis board, the reason that was such a good idea from David Anton is because Magnus, his whole plan was to push forward in the centre. He wanted to push forward with his pawns, but suddenly, in this position, maybe after a rook trade, we'll see that David Anton, by allowing his queen to enter this square, can now just simply capture a pawn in the middle, and suddenly only Black can win this. Black is a pawn up and out of any danger. In the current position, though, after queen takes pawn, instead of pushing forward, Magnus says, OK, let's get the knights off the board. But I think, just very simply, just trade these knights, and no matter what way White captures, there's just not enough pieces left. There's not enough ammunition to build an attack or create any imbalance. For example, pawn takes knight, I would just push my pawn forward and completely try and block this square and control everything. It looks like it's heading towards a draw. What do you think, Jovanka?
I think I'm going to a little bit disagree with you there, actually, because I think that if you do, I think objectively it's going to be a draw, but I do think that if you trade the knights and the queen steps forward, then there's a lot of flexibility in there can be a lot of flexibility in the white position. And just by flexible, I just mean that the queen can actually move. She's going to get a little bit more active than her counterpart. And I can just see a scenario where Magnus has tied all of the black forces to the defense of one pawn. And this just allows Magnus the flexibility to perhaps start prodding for weaknesses, maybe against the black king, just to open up some lines. So objectively, I do think it's a draw, but I do think that Magnus will have the upper hand of it.
Yeah, I think we might be heading towards this position. I think there's a key move here, actually, for David Anton. The move I would play probably is to, I mean, this is not the only square, but just to start reminding White of his own weaknesses. And, yeah, I think if as you mentioned, if White can get active and start ganging up on this pawn, then White has the advantage. But the problem is he has weak pawns of his own, and this pawn now, I mean, it's not easy to defend, unfortunately. And actually, we have this position on the board. So again, we're great with our predicting game in this one. But if David Anton starts attacking White's pawn, then I think he should be okay. He should be relatively safe.
So David Anton, he's sort of he's lurking. Looking at like the top players and starting to get up there among all these fantastic top chess players. Now, what do you think about his play here, David? Is he? Can you see that now he's played a few of these Champions Chess Tour tournaments and he's getting confident and he's not having too much respect for Magnus Carlsen and the top guns?
Yeah, I think, I mean, in this game in particular, he just, I mean, maybe it's his body language as well, but he just looks calmer than I've seen him. And he's playing very sensible moves. I mean, he's not taking any big risks. He's not allowing Magnus to kind of nibble away at the position. He's kind of killed all counterplay. And that shows a real sign of quality when, even against the best in the world, you just don't look in danger. And, or you just kind of minimize any risk. And maybe in the past, I would have said David Anton, occasionally he'll get a bit impatient. He wants to be a bit too creative. But yeah, here it looks like very, very mature play. And I wouldn't be surprised if he gets to the world top 20 at some point in the next couple of years and stays there for a long time. Just great style, really entertaining style to watch.
Yeah, and I have to say that these kind of tournaments are actually like perfect training ground for him, because the first time you play an event like this, it can be like very much like a rabbit in the headlights. You know, you're just totally overwhelmed by the situation, and it's difficult to kind of concentrate, or you just think all the time about, you know, overthinking things and being safety first. But, you know, with practice, you start to relax. But having said all that, you know, I am impressed by David Anton's play, but I do like what Magnus is doing. You know, I just love the way that he didn't let Anton liquidate and simplify the position. He's still maintaining the tension, and I still feel that Magnus has that edge.
Yeah, I mean, it does maybe feel easier to play White, if anyone. I'm surprised by that last move by David Anton, retreating the queen. I hope I didn't jinx him, but he did retreat the black queen to a bit of a passive square. I would have preferred to keep it as active as possible, maybe bring my rook, into the game. I would have chosen that move last turn, but he finds it, and black's rook also reminding White that White's king is not entirely safe. The black rook across that line, we always say rook's on 7th heaven. Here it's the 2nd rank, but from black's point of view, it's the 7th. And black's rook now on the perfect line to kind of just annoy the white king, make it feel a bit uneasy. And that's why Magnus Carlsen stepped back with his queen. And, another nice move by David Anton, eyeing up White's weakest pawn. It's currently protected, but just reminding Magnus that it is a weakness, and the more pieces leave the board.
Yeah, some trades are happening, but still, you know, black does have that problem of that backward pawn to deal with. And until that's kind of resolved, I think, or until David is really like convincing on how he defends it, I think Magnus will keep on just pushing forward and just trying to put David Anton under pressure. And talking about putting people under pressure, I can see that some challenges have occurred for us. And this one is from Mr. Dodgy himself. Oh, he says, happy to teach David the art of horseback chess if he needs another challenge. Yeah.
I'm up for that. I always wanted to be a rider of Rohan when I was young.
Really? Okay, well,
a true knight.
If you have any other suggestions on what you can challenge us, or primarily David, what types of chess, then we would love to hear that. And you can tweet us using the hashtag #ChessChamps.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in this game, it still remains tense. David Anton just shifting his queen out of attack there. Jovanka, you hit me with difficult questions all the time. I'm going to turn this one back on you. No. In this position, if the queens come off, who would you rather be?
If the queens come off and the pawn structure hasn't changed, I would rather be. I'd rather be white.
Okay. If the rooks come off, the queens stay on. Who would you rather be?
If the queens stay on and the rooks come off, I would rather be. Well, then I think it's just going to be a draw, right?
Yeah, probably just a draw. Yeah. I mean, these are the questions I would be asking myself during the game. I would just be asking what I'm aiming for, which trades I'm angling for. I still would have thought that black's position is tenable, that it is fine, but I did notice that evaluation bar, and it's not obvious, though, what white's... why the computer suddenly likes white so much. I mean, maybe, is it a queen exchange? Is it just trying to find a way to get the white queen into black's position? If we bring up the analysis board, we can see maybe why the computer suddenly favours white so much. The two things that come to my mind are, okay, firstly, if I could pick up this queen and put it anywhere, I would pick it up and put it on this square, or even this square, and give checkmate to white. So, okay, Magnus Carlsen steps forward with his queen. The whole idea is to zigzag. You want to bring a queen across and then infiltrate into black's camp. And together with this rook, this would lead to a checkmating attack. That's why David Anton stepped back with his queen in order to meet this queen threat, this deadly threat now, by shifting his queen across and offering this trade of queens, which should guide him closer to the draw. But suddenly, I think you should buy some lottery tickets, Jovanka, because I think you were correct with your prediction. Suddenly, it feels like white is the one creating all the threats. Black's rook is not doing a great job. It's just on a passive square, completely locked in. And, he has to either bring his queen across or rook back now to block this diagonal. But either way, black is on the defensive.
Yes, definitely. And actually, I just did check the reason why the computer did love white's position for that moment, and that was to do with the queen trade. At the queens, and suddenly...
At which moment?
So here. And in this particular point, the computer just says, OK, what you need to do is you need to come in to the position with that queen. And the point is that the queen is forced to trade itself. And suddenly, when you kind of compare the pawns, you see that, wow, that black pawn, which is backward, it's completely weak. And it's not only that, the black's king is also trapped and the black rook is trapped. Everything is just horrible.
Wow, I actually see from this position, for example, if black tries to just push forward to try and bring his king forward, actually, maybe white should wait with this move. I see a scenario like this one where, for example, black is just completely blocked in, black's rook is paralysed, black's king just has to stay, and then white will just walk the king round slowly and, whoops, and you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get
the white king will just walk in and win, simply. Black is completely paralysed, and wow, imagine a rook endgame, equal material. White's pawn chain is super cool here, actually, as well. And this is just simply winning for white. But that's very deep, and I'm not surprised they didn't find it.
That's totally deep. I mean, I think it's a computer kind of assessment. And even if you did, you would just be trying to avoid queen trades. So, I mean, it's not entirely unsurprising that Magnus didn't see it. But now that we know about the possibility, hey, maybe we can retroactively apply it.
Yep.
So do you think now this is going to be a long game, Magnus fighting and fighting and fighting?
He's definitely going to press this one to the end. I think David Anton, maybe his mistake earlier from black was just not activating his rook quick enough. He spent a lot of time kind of just yo-yoing with the queen, bringing it forward, retreating it, bringing it forward, retreating it. He could have used those 3-4 moves to reactivate the black rook, to try and bring it down to white's camp. And now David Anton, he's trying to survive by offering that queen trade. And that's tempting for Magnus, but even more tempting might be to just bring the queen even further into the position. And wow, Magnus, he's found that idea that we went for. He put his queen on that square. This time, black isn't forced to trade the queens. But if we see queen takes queen right now, we might be headed for that position we showed a moment ago. Remember, this position, it's about long-term manoeuvres. It's not just a direct win. So big decision for David Anton. Do you take that queen off the board? If it were me, I would spend probably the remaining 3.5 minutes just considering whether to take that off the board. But if he doesn't take the queens off, then the problem is what can Black do? He just has to sit and wait and pray and
Hold
not looking
firm,
great.
Yeah, hold the door. I think that's what has to be done, because I think you can automatically see now that Magnus has found the idea that if you were to swap off queens, suddenly this black pawn would be horrible, and that the black rook just cannot get activated, and that is going to be a problem. So, you know, this is ugly chess, but, you know, keep the queens on the board and pray.
Yeah, so Black may be having to dodge that queen trade. Unfortunately, I mean, he would have loved to take the queens off the board a few moves ago, but okay, the queens have disappeared, and we might actually be seeing that exact scenario that we mentioned. David Anton trying to create some confusion by pushing a pawn there on the left flank, but Magnus, he's just going to ignore it. And remember that domination that we showed a few moments ago. That is what Magnus is going to aim for. He's going to aim to paralyze the black rook, tie it down to the defense of a pawn. He's going to tie down the black king as well, so it can't. So it just can't find any active squares. And then slowly, White's going to remaneuver his king. And okay, here we see the dance of the kings has started.
Well, you said it, David, slowly, and Magnus slowly fighting for a win here. So we're joined now by the player in the lead so far in the Magnus Carlsen Invitational, Anish Giri, after a win against Wesley So. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you. Hello.
How has this day been like for you, Wesley, beating the two finalists in the last tournament, both Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen?
Yeah, no, always great. Any day when you can beat Magnus is a great day for a chess player's career. So I'm very happy, obviously very happy.
And we saw you tweeted after that. You said, happy anniversary. What anniversary is that?
Well, I've beaten Magnus in the previous Magnus Invitational a year ago. So it's 1 year anniversary.
It's a good day for you then.
Romance. Yeah, definitely. No, definitely. And it's great for me because he's been a tough opponent, of course. And I don't think I've beaten him after the... Yeah, I've beaten him, of course, in some games. But still, it's still great feeling to win.
Now, we also know, Anish, that you've headed into sort of training camp mode. I think you tweeted that as well before the candidates. Now, how is that affecting you in this tournament?
Yeah, well, I was actually happy to get invited here because I anyway planned my trainings in such a way that I would have some time now. And, you know, you play anyway some training games with your coaches, seconds. And I think this is a perfect opportunity for me to, you know, keep sharp, because when you are so long in a training camp, like a month, you know, you start at some point work so much on chess that you lose the touch of reality a little bit. You lose the sense of why you are doing it. You know, you're doing so much research work and so much that you turn into a scientist instead of a player. At least that's how I feel. So I think it's good to, you know, to keep the feet on the ground and get some games going, to realize that actually we're preparing for real games, and real games are full of mistakes and full of drama, full of tension. So I think I'm very happy to take part now and warm up a little bit before the candidates.
Well, with the chess that you're showing here, it must give you a lot of confidence as well.
Yeah, you know, before any day, you just don't know what kind of day you're gonna have. I mean, I didn't feel particularly great today before. I mean, I felt okay at best, and to play. To have such a good result and also pretty good games today, I'm really happy, and I hope I'll maintain this form first of all for the end of this tournament, but also for the candidates, obviously.
And well, right now we're following the games with Magnus Carlsen and David Anton. I don't know if you're seeing it, but if you are,
I see, yeah.
Could you give us your thoughts? Is Magnus winning this game?
It's always difficult when there is no. I don't see the bar, you know. So I'm afraid
it's saying 3.8 advantage, I think, for Magnus.
Oh, wow. Really?
Yeah.
I saw this, but I didn't believe that's the bar. It's that. But
yeah.
Is it? To be honest, I mean, I realized he's much better, but it looks still so drawish because there's so little material. But wow, it's some kind of beautiful Zugzwang that he has. His opponent has no moves, and his rook is stuck. But I still didn't think it is that winning. I mean, the computers nowadays are so strong, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, it shows the advantage of 4 pawns when there are 4 pawns on the board in total, you know? I mean, it's like how, they're seeing everything to the end. But human players, you know, I think both of them, they realize White has huge winning chances. And Magnus feels
the bar just went down. Did something spectacular happen here, Anish?
No, but I don't know why it was so high up in the first place. That's the problem. Maybe the move d4 was the point to stop c5. Well, maybe that was plus +3, +4, just such evaluations. I just don't understand how they can be. But I mean, the point is that black rook is stuck. And that's what white is playing for. Because normally if you have endgame 4 pawns against 4 with rooks, it's just completely equal. But here you got this position of the rooks, which is very specific. And I understand that, yeah, white could have good winning chances. But again, I don't really know why it was such big evaluation. Maybe d4. But then takes and he would stand. I don't actually really know, to be honest. Oh, you see the bars. Yeah, well, I think Magnus will win. It's Magnus at the end of the day. But it's it also, as one of my trainers rightly said once, chess is a game between two players. But the problem is that there is a board in between. So even if you are Magnus and you outweigh your opponent, you are better understanding, better opening, better endgame. There is a position in front of you, and if that position is a draw, there's nothing you can do, even if you're Magnus and your opponent is less experienced. So yeah, the board is in between, and I don't know, rook b8, rook b5, switching the rook over to win a pawn is an option, I guess. It must be what he's pondering right now. But if you look at the bar, yeah, it seems that it's holding for black.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Let's see.
So
All right.
I would say, practically speaking, I would say 50-50.
Okay, 50-50 from the expert Anish Giri. Thank you so much, Anish, for your expert commentary as well after a very long day of chess.
I'll give more. I'll give 70-30.
To Magnus.
Like a lot of white's position. Yeah.
All right. Again, Anish, thank you for expert commentary and congratulations on a great day. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, he's saying 70% chance of winning for Magnus Carlsen. What are you saying, David?
I would, a few moves ago, I would have said 80-90% of chance of winning. But right now, I would say maybe 60% chance of a win, 40% chance of a draw. Black can never win this one, but yeah, I hate to disagree with Anish, though. I trust him.
Yeah, we went through the whole range of emotions, when the computer's telling us there's almost like 100% chance of winning, and they were like, okay, well, we trust the computer, and then suddenly, oh no, 50% because the computer significantly dropped down, and now it's like 70-30 was his assessment, but I don't know, is there anything to stop? To me, it looks
very promising.
It looks incredibly promising because, for the starters, you can actually win a pawn.
Yep.
Although you do run the risk that maybe that the rook can get trapped, or maybe it can't get trapped.
So how do you want to win a pawn, Jovanka?
I want to win it with my rook.
Okay, so if we bring up the analysis board Magnus is going to think a bit longer here, I think. He's going to try and come up with the winning plan, but okay, he brings his rook back to the center. This is back where it came from. David Anton will just ignore that. David Anton, his moves are at least as simple. Just rook up and down, king left and right. He's playing the waiting game. I'm not even sure that that white can win a pawn, to be honest. It might be all about timing. I do think Magnus pushing his pawn forward a few moves ago, where we did see the bar zoom right down, that was just too committal. Now white's king is stuck protecting a pawn. It didn't want to be stuck. White's king needed to do the outflanking. It needed to push black's king back. And we talk about zugzwang, so fixing your opponent in a position where they don't want to make a move. I think Magnus could have done that with a bit of clever play. We call it triangulation as well, just kind of playing waiting moves, forcing your opponent to worsen their position, and Magnus could have done that. But right now, he's worsened his own position, and maybe there's just no way to break through. Yeah, I think if we bring up the board, we have to see what Anish was mentioning a few moves ago, and we could actually see that happen again. So if white brings his rook up, Anish mentioned giving a check to the black king, and when the king steps across, bringing the rook down to take this pawn. But the problem is, black has a really, really nice trick here to save the game, and the only way to save the game is to sacrifice his rook. Rook takes pawn, using the fact that white cannot take this because the white king has to protect this rook, and after rook takes pawn check, the king steps across and black saves the game because, again, if king takes rook, the other rook drops, and suddenly maybe black is the one in charge because his king is more active. So a bit of a miracle, that variation from David Anton, but it just means that if white can't come across and win this pawn, then how else does he win? Black is holding everything else together in this position right now. This pawn held, most importantly, by the black rook, and maybe it's a fortress. Let's go back to the players. Magnus Carlsen, remember, famously said he doesn't believe in fortresses. He believes that all fortresses can be broken through, and he needs to find that breakthrough. he needs to find that breakthrough in this position because it's not easy at all. And, OK, he finally decides it's time to reroute the white king. This could have been done a long time ago, though. Has he chosen the right moment? So white's king stepping back. As black here, I would just not get tempted to do anything. I would just wait. Black's king could just move and pass, essentially. David Anton, though, he has to be careful. I think the clock is his biggest enemy now. Maybe he's going to save the position, but if he gets below 30 seconds, if he gets nervous, if he kind of loses patience, then it could come back to bite him. He's done a great job of just kind of waiting, sitting tight and clinging on. He needs to continue that.
Yes, definitely. You can kind of actually see why the computer didn't really like all those that pawn move, all those moves ago, and it was really disapproved, and the bar went down. And yes, it's difficult now to run with the king and try to attack the pawn that you would love to do because of your backward, because of the backward pawn that is totally unprotected, and the black rook is eyeing. And OK, so Magnus is trying. I mean, this is a good thing to see. You know, you do have to try, and you do have to see what can be done. But I'm actually going to say that I think the position is going to be a draw.
OK, yep. I probably would agree, but still some chances for white. We do notice the kings are now, they've started to reroute themselves. White's king now heading over towards that king side, towards the right side of the board. Black's king has retreated all the way to the back rank, but OK, David Anton continues to wait, and actually, yeah, the more I look at it, I just don't see a winning plan for white.
Yeah, because he has to kind of go carefully with this king as well. I mean, OK, so the king, I can just see black passing with the king, just kind of choosing those 3 squares. And OK, well, Magnus, yeah, he's been sneaky. He's trying to get the rook round another way. Well, you know, why not?
Yeah, as long as there's life in the position, Magnus will continue to try. I do think he's got a bit of a sneaky plan. So if we bring up the analysis board, OK, this is going to, they're going to maneuver for a long time. Magnus has 2 ideas. With his last move, it shows that he wants to bring its rook across and target this weak pawn. David Anton steps across, preparing to defend this pawn. I think Magnus, maybe his last try will be to bring his rook back, defend this pawn. OK, he doesn't do it immediately, but he'll defend this pawn to free up the white king from the protection of that pawn, and then he'll start running the king into the position. This is his only... I mean, he's done it, OK, a move later than I expected, but now his rook will defend this pawn, and can David Anton stop the penetration of white's king into his camp? If the white king kind of gets deep into the black half of the board, then I think black will be completely paralysed and probably losing. But David Anton, he needs to find a defence against that. And despite the computer thinking it's a draw, I think there's still some chances, some decent chances of white winning.
Mm-hmm. Can you just simply move your king across and just say, OK, the 2 rooks will cancel themselves out?
Yep. So black is definitely trying that. He's just going to try and use his king to stop white's king, but I don't know. It's hanging by a thread. White will drop the rook forward. Black's rook will step back.
But yes.
Maybe there's still no way through. Maybe black's king is doing a great job of blocking off, shouldering off its kind of its arrival there, but still. Yeah, I mean, it feels like there must be a way to increase the pressure to at least create one more trap or trick.
And can you make a waiting move here? Because it does seem that there isn't. OK, so you wait, and then I guess black will wait with the king. And where's the progress?
Yeah, no progress. Maybe if white steps back to attack this pawn. Now we see why Magnus, earlier his mistake was moving a pawn forward, because now the problem is that this pawn is weak. He needed to keep this pawn back to defend his pawn, to keep that chain, but earlier on he did commit a bit too soon. And yeah, if we go back to the players, let's see Magnus's expression, because maybe he just feels there's no way to break through now.
He is looking very focused, Magnus Carlsen. He had such a good start to the day, and it sort of dropped a little bit for him after that, even with a loss against Anish Giri. And he's not going to lose this game, is he? But he's probably not going to be happy if it ends in a draw as well, because Anish said it. Magnus knows he had some good winning chances at some point here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even if he kind of... even if he didn't have those winning chances earlier, I mean, he'll know that there were at least clearer ways to go for it. And
We're back to 4 advantage. What's happening?
Back to 4. I mean, this is purely because David Anton, he's put his rook on a bad square. Black's rook now has no waiting moves. Look how bad it is, just tied down defending a pawn. And it feels like maybe white is winning. White still has to be a bit clever here.
Can you attack the pawn? I mean, is this the pawn can no longer be defended? I'm talking about the pawn, the second double pawn.
Mm-hmm. So maybe the move we're looking for white now is to drop his rook back down 2 squares and attack an undefended pawn. That looks pretty strong to me, Jovanka. I think David Anton, he just didn't find the right defensive setup. He should have used his black king to just completely block off the white king and just no progress to be made. Instead, he used his black rook to kick away the white king, but in doing so, he had to place his own rook, the black rook, on a terrible square. And yeah, maybe, I'm not sure I can put that down to any experience, but maybe it's just the clock situation simply. He just kind of panicked. He'd been doing the right thing, sitting for so long, but it's not human instinct to sit and wait and just hope for the best. He wanted to do something, and by doing something, he's just worsened his own position. Magnus, note this, as soon as the bar moved, he paused. He's been thinking a minute and a half now. He knows that this is a critical moment.
He finds the move.
And I think he finds the best move, yeah. The top players, they just have this kind of sixth sense. They just realise when things have changed, when there's been a slight development, and when they get a chance. And that's where they spend their time thinking, and that's what sets them apart from the rest. They know the critical moments when they appear. And okay, Magnus, he has finally made progress. We're going to see rook takes pawn. White is now finally a pawn up. Sorry. Okay, Magnus has to be careful. He has to reroute his rook now. The white rook might get trapped if he's not careful. But I think once white just brings his rook back into the game, white should be winning.
So Anish said when he was with us quite a few moves ago, 70% chance of Magnus win. What are you saying now, David?
I think it's over 90% now because the problem is, after we see that last move, Black's king is forced to step back now. Actually, I think it's a 100% chance of a Magnus win. Black's king is forced to step back onto a terrible square, and White's rook gives it a check. And now White's rook will just bring itself across, attacking one of Black's weak pawns. And not only is White a pawn up, but his rook is far more active than Black's rook. White's king is far more active than Black's king. And in rook and pawn endgames, that's the key. It was all activity.
So the endgame play here by Magnus, do you think now he's going to be super happy about this game, his play?
Yes, yeah. And he won't know that he was winning earlier. He will think that he found some kind of genius moves to get there. And he did, actually, in the end. He found some way to disorient David Anton. But, in the endgame mastery, it did decide. And, wow, David Anton just resigns.
It's finished. Magnus Carlsen ends up winning his last game of the day. Overall, a fantastic first day for Magnus Carlsen, we must say. What do you think, Jovanka?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that he did lose a game, and so he will be feeling a little bit low because of that. But then again, to win his final game of the day, I think that he will be bouncing because it's a nice comeback. And even though it did look like he was playing perfect chess, but then there was a slight mistake. But then, this is the beauty of humans playing against each other. It's not a perfect game. And Magnus ended up victorious. And, yep, definitely he will feel the luck is on his side.
Yeah. And David, what was the critical moment here? It was a win for Magnus. It was a draw for Magnus or for the players for a long time. And then you said it's 100% sure now that Magnus will win. What was the critical moments here?
So it came down to just a small mistake from David Anton right near the end of the game. And it was so imperceptible, it's almost unnoticeable, the mistake. But Magnus Carlsen did pounce upon it. In this position, David Anton, he should simply have sidestepped with his king, blocked off White's king. Now the kings, they kind of cancel each other out. And after White's rook steps forward, the black rook also cancels out the effect of the white rook. And this position, 2 blocked, it should be a draw. Instead, David Anton went for the wrong plan. He used his rook to kick away the white king. And after the rook stepped back, White's rook steps forward. We saw a check. Yes, the white king is put on a worse square, but suddenly Black's rook is placed terribly. This is the worst type of rook. You never want a rook passive, tied down, defending a static pawn. And here, Magnus Carlsen simply won a pawn. There's no way to defend this guy now, and a few moves later, we did see Magnus reroute this white king. And the reason that David Anton resigned in this final position is because White's king is simply going to step into the position and start gobbling up pawns. Meanwhile, black is completely paralyzed. This rook stuck defending a pawn, and if the king steps across, the other pawn will drop. Black cannot make a move simply, and yep, Magnus Carlsen showing why he's considered the best endgame player of his generation.
Yep, and we are now joined by Magnus Carlsen after 3 wins today. And Magnus, how happy are you with your endgame play in this last game?
Oh, well, I think it was okay, apart from one moment when I went c3 there and weakened my pawn. I should have just taken a little bit of time at that point, because the position was obviously winning and all the work was done. But yeah, after I made that one careless move, he could set up a defense, which was yeah, quite unfortunate. But yeah, I managed to escape somehow. I just moved around, and eventually, short of time, he messed up, which is the way it often goes. Like the dream of playing sort of a model game usually goes out the window, and then you end up hustling your way to victory instead.
Well, Magnus, overall, a very good day for you. I mean, 3 wins in the 5 first rounds. Also then a loss against Anish. So I'm wondering, what are you most happy about today and what are you most annoyed about?
Oh, I'm quite happy with the way I converted the first game against Jordan. Then I guess I played a little bit too carelessly against Anish. I think it was clear from the opening that I had no problems, but then I sort of had an idea to play ambitiously by breaking up the pawn structure and potentially giving me some advantage in the center. But then, yeah, it didn't work out at all, and I think he did quite nicely there. Apart from that, I'm just happy to get going. I don't think I played particularly well, but the score is very good, and most important thing is to not mess up on the first day, and that I think I did, and some more.
Magnus, yeah, we must admit we really like the vest here in the studio. Have you been playing some snooker today?
No, I have not. I only had the vest once before, really at the I think the press conference of my first World Championship match, and I don't know why it's been gone for so long, but now it's back, and probably to stay.
Ah, nice. All right. And well, Magnus, looking entertaining. And also, I want to ask you about that game against Maxim. That first move, I think it was the C-pawn, 1 square. Very strange for us. What was that all about?
Yeah, that was a mouse slip.
Was it?
Yeah.
Ah.
I mean, I was just a bit too casual there. But if you're going to mouse slip, it's better to do it on the first move. After all, there aren't many too bad moves you can make. And it certainly made the game interesting after his response. So I was not neither too upset nor too worried, to be fair.
Well, we did have Peter Heine joining us after that game, and he didn't want to give away if that was actually something you were working on. So are you happy with your partner in crime there?
No, I commend him for always being professional. But the thing is, I don't think there are any advantages to playing c3 over, let's say, d4, d5, or knight f6, c3. It really only gives black good options, like playing e5, for instance. I was thinking after e5, maybe I'd go c4 and play c3. Why the hell not? But no, that was a mouse slip. But as I said, it's a good kind of mouse slip.
Okay, well, David here was applauding you a lot for that move because it seemed to get Maxim out of his move order. He loves his move order and his opening. So could this be the recipe against players like Maxim?
I think when he goes 1b6, he gives me sort of a second chance to put the pawn on e4. So I grabbed that one. It's interesting because 1b3 is the series, or at least half series opening as white. And I wondered if putting my pawn on c3 there is actually detrimental to my position, or just more or less, more or less even. It's hard to say. Anyway, as you said, it led to a very interesting fight. So I think neither I nor him could particularly complain about that.
Yeah, Magnus, you've proved me wrong. I thought you were just trying to be honourable and not force Maxime to kind of show his preparation before the candidates.
I think c4 would be part of that as well.
Fair enough.
That would do the job without without losing a tempo on the first move.
All right. Well, Magnus, we're hoping and looking forward to more surprises and entertainment tomorrow. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Good luck.
All right, Magnus Carlsen, entertainer today. So much fun. And we are also joined by another fantastic chess player right now, Levon Aronian, coming now straight from a win against Alain Pichot. Congratulations, Levon, on that final win here.
Sorry, guys, I can't hear you.
Can you hear us now, Levon? Testing. So Levon did win that game against Alain Pichot, so he's
I can't hear you.
Struggling to hear us. But a good day.
Yep.
Let's see. Okay, we're gonna test the sound with.
No, I cannot hear the studio.
Okay. We're gonna try to get a hold of Levon Aronian. Let's just sort of sum up his day. He's as well finished off there with 3 wins, 1 draw, and a loss. Great day, Jamaica, for Levon
great
again.
Day for Levon, yeah, absolutely. And it puts him in prime position for day 2 and day 3, because you do have to remember at the back of everyone's minds is that 8 players will qualify to the knockout stages and 8 will leave the competition. So this is just a dream start for Levon, and also to have 3 decisive games, it's just brilliant.
Yeah.
I mean, we shouldn't forget that Levon, he actually lost the first game of today. So to recover from that after losing to a big rival, Mamedyarov from Azerbaijan, to bounce back shows real character.
Yeah, Levon Aronian. We are hoping he can join us and that he can hear the studio soon, because it's a very interesting day for him tomorrow. He's going to face both Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So tomorrow. The two American players. Levon Aronian is still playing under the Armenian flag, but eventually he's going to play under the American flag, and he's facing tomorrow his 2 next teammates, basically, in America. Do you think that's going to be special for him, Jamaica?
I think it will be special because it kind of sets the kind of pattern of what he can expect when he actually does move to America and starts playing next to his potential teammates. And it would just be a lovely experience. And like you said, this is a huge potentially amazing opportunity for Levon, and I fully expect American chess to start growing. It's going to be a symbiotic experience.
And we are now joined by the future American chess player, Levon Aronian. And first of all, congratulations on a great day, Levon. You must be happy about this day with 3 fantastic wins.
Oh, yeah. Well, normally I play the usual first round and then I start playing. So I'm happy that after my usual loss in the first round, I managed to win 3 games.
Fantastic. And then we have talked to you going into this tournament, obviously, about the big news that you're moving federations from the Armenian to the American. This was a decision that was on your mind, I know, in the last Meltwater Champions Chess Tour tournament. The decision is made. It is out there. Is it nice to play here now without that sort of on your mind all the time?
Yeah, sure. I think generally chess players are very emotional people. And when you're on crossroads or when there is something happening, you're not sure of, it's difficult to concentrate. So I'm happy that it's all in the past and I can concentrate on playing my best.
And tomorrow you will face both Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura, the Americans. Will that at all be a little bit extra special for you this time? First time you face them, well, as your future teammates.
Oh, well, I have great respect for both of them, and I mean, today was a tough day, but tomorrow is going to be tougher. There are no easy opponents here, so this is probably the strongest event we had so far. And yeah, I'm excited about my position in the tournament, and I'll try to improve it or keep it the way it is for a moment in the qualification zone. And
well, you did have those 3 big wins. What are you the most happy about today with your play?
I think my game against Karyakin, that was a good game, and because up to that point I was playing badly, and then after that game I started kind of solidifying my position. So that game I'm happy with, because I managed to keep everything under control, and also I love having 2 bishops and having control all the squares of the rooks. So it was not just psychologically important, but also aesthetically important game for me.
Fantastic. Well, Levon, congratulations on a great day. We look forward to seeing you again tomorrow.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you. Yep, Levon Aronian, another player who had a good... I mean, a lot of players did have good days, so that must mean some players have really bad days.
It does mean that, certainly means that, you know, the person who didn't score the best was actually Alan Pichot, and Levon actually mentioned him. Sergei Karyakin is only on 1.5 out of 5, which is not a great start at all.
So let's take a look at the results from round 5, the final round of today. Another round of a lot of decided games. Anish Giri getting a win against Wesley So. A horrible day for Wesley So. We'll get back to that. Levon Aronian, as we mentioned, he got the win against Alain Pichot. Timur Rajabov, a great win against Daniil Dubo. That was a tough fight. And then Jordan Van Forest, an important win for him against Jan Nepomniachtchi, who also is having a horrible day here. Maxim Vagelogrov, he got a win against Shakhriyar Mamdyarov. Alireza Firouzja, a win against Nils Grandelius. And then Magnus Carlsen, a win against David Anton. Wow, only 1 game ended in a draw. Fantastic.
That's amazing. And actually, that draw, that ended within a minute or 2.
Yeah.
So that once that game was out of the way, the rest of the players, they went for blood.
Wow. Well, a huge thank you to the players for giving us such fantastic, entertaining chess. And this is the result after day 1, after 5 out of 15 rounds in the preliminaries. Anish Giri is in sole lead, but he is followed closely by Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian. Then we have a bunch of players on 3 points, but we do see Wesley So, one of the big favorites. He won 2 tournaments so far. He's currently outside top 8. So is Alireza Firouzja, so is Jan Nepomniachtchi, so is Sergei Karyakin. Should we expect, Jovanka, some great players to come back fighting tomorrow?
I definitely think so. You know, it is a little bit unheard of that Wesley So actually managed to lose 2 games. I mean, I didn't really expect that. But, you know, he is a professional and he has been in such awesome form that I fully expect to come back. And another name that you mentioned, Nepomniachtchi. I think he's in training for the candidates. He will definitely start making some strides tomorrow.
Yeah, is it Wesley So, though, that is the most shocking to you today, David?
Yeah, I think in the last tournament that he won, the Opera Euro Rapid, in the whole tournament, he didn't even lose 2 games with White. Wow. Today, he lost 2 games with White, and that just shows maybe lack of form. He needs to just kind of find himself before tomorrow and try something a bit different, because today just wasn't working.
Yeah. Space out, maybe, his brain, and think about something else and get ready for tomorrow. That is the quiz of the day, Jovanka, related to space, which is a big theme for us in this tournament.
It absolutely is. And we did ask everyone, if you could only bring 1 person on a journey to outer space, Who would it be and why? And the one lucky winner would win 1 year's premium membership of Chess24. And before we announce the winner, here are a few that we particularly liked. And we liked Daniel Chabier, who says, I would take Mr. Yasser Seirawan with me to the outer space because he always makes me smile with amazing knowledge of chess history and is always in a very good mood. Now, as someone who's worked with Yasser and David as well, I can thoroughly confirm he is a blast.
I only met him at like a few tournaments sometimes that I've traveled as a journalist. And I can just sit for hours and listen to his stories. He's amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. So good choice there, Daniel. And then we also liked a tweet from Hannes D. Hannes DS Tweets, if I'll read that one properly. And it says, if I could bring one person to space, I would bring a flat earther. I like where you're going. A flat earther is someone who believes that the earth is flat.
Very interesting.
I like it. I like it.
I didn't even know that was a term. Okay, that's new to me. A flat earther.
Yes, and the winner of 1 year's premium membership of Chess24 is Harry Galsotti. He said, I would bring Mickey Mouse to outer space because he is always looking for Pluto. So we did like that one. And congratulations. And someone will be in touch asking for your details.
Yes, congratulations. Fantastic. So space has been a big theme here today, and winning games has been a big theme here today. Fantastic start to the tournament, Jivaka. Have you been entertained?
I have been, you know, when the players put on a performance like that with cutthroat chess, and we've seen some fabulous, fabulous games, I just can't help myself. You know, I just absolutely love watching chess. So it's been amazing, out of this world.
Yeah, and I don't have the number, David, for how many games finished with a winner and a loser, but I think it was quite a lot. What do you expect from day two?
I expect more of the same. I mean, those players in the bottom half, they need to start winning. And I mean, for me, it's just something about this online rapid format. It seems to bring out the best in the players. They're happy to embrace the drama, embrace the ups and downs, the highs and lows. And yeah, I'm loving the journey. I hope the viewers are loving it as well.
Yeah.
Very entertaining stuff.
Exactly. And more to come tomorrow, day two of the Magnus Carlsen Invitational. We start at 4:45 CET, as we always do on championschesstour.com or YouTube or any other place you find us on Twitch. We hope you will join us again tomorrow. I'm guessing the players will keep giving us super entertaining chess. So thanks for being with us tonight. Yeah, and hope to see you tomorrow. Bye.